generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wiretap. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them that were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264 placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the new sphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify the thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality, and harnessing it has the potential to transform our world. This is the underlying discovery of Newtic science. What's more, it's
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Touraine, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Touraine realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Touraine adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking to conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree red circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it returns every tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in using my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguration degree program consisting of integers turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin, now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurk, and who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I'll leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way.
Drop shit. Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend, brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, detected full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Halloween brought to the kings before me as the sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole chorus within construction. Nano-nets filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle, hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen, man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease, praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes. To hidden cages you can't unstage this, cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with clones. Like a program metal skull covered in the heart routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel.
once again it's Big G, running the number rackets, rearing Pele jackets, fast loop tactics. I'm well up in the millionaire bracket. The boss of all bosses are always horses in the fortress corridors with Olympic torches, a Mona Lisa portraits, jacuzzis and saunas, and eating steak at Benny Hanna's, Bentley's limousine, the front yard stream that's full of piranhas. I'm set, a private jet, I drink a lot of bets, get a lot of sex, condo and duplex, diamond infested Rolex. Once again it's Big G, running the number rackets, rearing Pele jackets, fast loop tactics. I'm well up in the millionaire bracket. The boss of all bosses are always horses in the fortress corridors with Olympic torches, a Mona Lisa portraits, jacuzzis and saunas, and eating steak at Benny Hanna's, Bentley's limousine, a front yard stream that's full of piranhas. I'm set, a private jet, I drink a lot of bets, get a lot of sex, condo and duplex, diamond infested Rolex. The lever recliner, the raw units with silver china, sipping on finer wine. You see more shines of diamond mine. It's the highness, kingpin of heroin. I'm double when I have to bring the terror and handle business in each and every barrel in town and city. I'm rolling like Frank Nitty. I'm rich and pretty. Back up kitties, I got crummies that's grimy and gritty. A nigga that's funky and likes to keep his pockets chunky, making most of my money from all the dope fiends and junkies. I learned from the best, the ones that's living and the ones that's put the rest. So I bless my chest with a vest and pack of Smith & West. And then I'm off to get the snaps, not the scraps. The game is be a real Mac. The name is Cool G Rap.
What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes you wanna holler. It's a weird shame. What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes you wanna holler.
I gotta fly up under the wing. A swing it and does her thing. And if you step inside my ring, she'll bang it out and make your brains hang. She sits at restaurant tables with mink foxes and sables, drinking Chardonnay brand label. She rock a sucker's cradle and yeah, honey is more ounce to the ounce. She walks around with Lucci in large amounts, millions of sauce with bank accounts. Her name is Tammy, got a beach house in Miami. Rides around with a small jammy in a silk and satin panties. A down off a Foxy Brown, off dead in the ground. And if you clown, yo, she turn into a bus around. Fires of heavens, angel got sapphires in her bangles, diamond earrings hanging dangle, getting money from all angles. She's pretty under the New York City bright lights. In real light, way after midnight, I hit it cause the slit's tight. Wake up early and make my rounds, break down. Packing the silver 4 pounds, some clowns be trying to get down. Light up a smoke and grab a stack of casinos. Them slick stick up kids don't get no free, don't broke cause I ain't trying to be broke. I goes all out for G-Rap business, honey. Nothing's funny, it's a shame what I gotta do to get the money.
It's a shame what I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes me wanna holler. It's a weird shame what I gotta do just to make a dollar. Living in this game, sometimes it makes me wanna holler. No, it ain't no sweet hangover. Ain't no sweet hangover. No, it ain't no sweet hangover. No, it ain't no sweet hangover.
Welcome to the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, we got some interesting, I think we're going to contextualize a lot of themes, and I think we're going to move pretty fast. And I think I could be pretty confident with the lack of participation. So I think we're going to cover a lot of ground, right? Obviously, it's an open panel, but I don't expect people to participate. And I don't expect many viewers either for the type of material that we're laying down, to be quite honest. So we'll see whatever little views we can garner, and see who we can talk to today about contextualizing the issues that really are trying to explain how we are living in a world of sort of universalism, right? But the type of universalism that we experience is a type of technical universalism, right? So in terms of this technical universalism or techno liberalism, I want to expand out and look at how to contextualize lots of the sort of modern views. Now, there's several different modes of understanding history, right? And of course, we've extrapolated on the various modes. Okay. And of course, a lot of these modes of interpreting the historical framework still exist today, right? They're either compartmentalized or they're sort of layered on top of one another. So the way we explain, sort of the mythical and the poetical, right? And then the sort of ideas of philosophy, right? And then the ideas of religion and the state, and then the ideas of science and liberalism. Okay, so there's lots of different ways in which a lot of these modes of interpreting history have sort of been sort of compartmentalized or layered on top of one another. Okay, so allow me to explain each of those. Okay, allow me to explain each of those. All right. The mythical and the artistic framework, right, is mainly based on the symbolic expression of man. Okay, and also it's based on nature. So two things are sort of necessary to bring this about, right? One is a sort of biotechnics, okay, and relation to the biosphere and the ecosphere, right? And the second is the symbolic expression that's afforded by the use of simple tools and even implements of writing, or so on and so forth, right? Well, you could write in stone. Okay, so writing begins with stonework and so on and so forth. You can kind of see fabrications of tools and stones, right? These began to become vessels of sort of symbolic expression, right? And so the mythical and sort of the artistic expression was sort of merged, right? And so the next sort of phase, right, is this idea of the sort of I guess you could say there's a transition from mythical into the ideas of philosophy, right? And philosophy's main concept that they're working with is sort of politics and the state. And mainly they're trying to reconcile, right, the relationship between sort of stately power and the function of the priests and the philosophers and the scholars. Okay, so there's this idea where the poetical is transformed by the philosophical, right? And this idea happens when there's an expansion of power, okay, and there's the assimilation of various types of cultures and religions under a monotechnics. So the creation of the mega machine, right, and the entire technological expansion that comes with it, okay, it poises itself more with the sort of philosophers than the poets, right? Because now you have to make certain you have to organize society by reason, and then the not only that, but the emperor is sort of the mediator between heaven and the people on earth, right? So there's this idea in which through the mediation of monotechnics and cultural assimilation, right, you have the large empires of the world develop. Okay. So this really becomes a poetical to a political sort of project, right? First, the myths are tied to a people group, right? Ethnos, right? They have cultural heritage, right? Next, they're sort of assimilated by monotechnics, by the mega machine. These are sort of the large empires of the world. Okay, and so this cultural assimilation obviously brings forth a disruption of sort of social mores, right? That causes a lot of these societies to collapse because they're sort of turned against themselves, right? With the social climate sort of declining and people engaging in all sorts of decadence and debauchery of all sorts, right? And of course, the sort of multicultural expansion and wealth of the empire and the assimilation of different cultures and all of these things are part of that sort of cultural decline at this stage. But so these empires sort of ebb and flow, and there's this cultural degeneration. But as these cultures sort of dissipate, some of the knowledge of the sort of technology is absorbed by the large empires because they are the ones that assimilate different forms of knowledge. And so from the idea of monotechnics, it sort of goes to this idea of religion and the state. And the king develops obviously a very interesting relationship with the church, in which the religious modes become ever more suppressed, right, by the sort of political and modes, until politics emerges through this into a sort of universalism. And of course, part of this was the extreme breakdown of religious traditions that came during the Protestant Reformation and the absorption of the Jews into various social milieus in European society, especially in Amsterdam and in Great Britain. right? So you had this sort of messianic idea coming back into the frame. But this time it was under the sort of new Atlantis, right? This idea of Francis Bacon, of philosopher scientists that would rule the world with machines that could go under the water and fly through the air. Right? This is what Francis Bacon wrote about in the New Atlantis, right? That philosopher scientists would rule the world. Okay, so this was a new type of rule that they were anticipating through techno-liberalism, right? A rule of world domination, right? And where sort of the remnants of a Judeo-Christian sort of civilization, right, would develop a social hierarchy where the rule of experts, right, could then lead to a sort of world technological system. Okay. And this was their primary sort of vision that they established. And they wanted to link Rome and Jerusalem in a sort of in a well, there's all sorts of terms to describe it, right? But obviously there's a religious history, a philosophical history, right? Or a history of philosophy, right? Is a better way to say that. Okay, and then there's a scientific view of things. And these are either layered on top of one another, or they're sort of compartmentalized, right? As I was trying to explain earlier. But as I'm explaining now, the religious mode develops by aligning with the state, right? And as we looked at in Skolimowski, right? Okay, Aristotle leads to the compartmentalization of knowledge. Okay, he leaves this notion, okay, that a philosopher's job is to talk about metaphysics. Okay, obviously he appreciated the teachings of Plato and his sort of speculations about the world of the forms. But he said the main thing is to deal with this world, right? With politics, with biology, with science, right? So the students of Aristotle, these are the things they primarily focused on. Okay, things of this world. Okay, whereas Plato said that if it belongs to the material world, right, it's like evil. So he got this from his Orphic Pythagoreanism. There's sort of proto-Gnostic teachings that Plato sort of subscribed to, right? And so in his conception, right, where you deal with politics and the state, and this whole notion, and of course, as I explained, right, Aristotle's work on metaphysics was just called the book after the book on physics, right? Metaphysics does not mean a realm that transcends the physical, right? That was kind of one of the interpretations of what he was trying to say, right? But the other interpretation is just that not physics, right? It's all the stuff that's not physics. Okay, so what did Aristotle mean? Did he mean metaphysics as in a subject that is above physics itself when he coined the term? Or did he mean just a book after the book that he wrote called Physics? And secondly, dealing with objects and explanations and themes that cannot be explained with purely physics, purely in terms of physics and physical systems, right? So this could be one interpretation of it, but Aristotle's compartmentalization of knowledge is quite severe. And I think it's severe as Skolimowski suggests, right? As he cleaves apart beauty, truth, and oh, so it's slipping my, oh yeah, goodness. Sorry. Beauty, truth, and goodness, right? Like Satchit Ananda, right? That's knowledge, consciousness, bliss. So that knowledge and the mind and bliss are one thing, just as in Plato, right? Your awareness of things, your awareness of the truth, and your awareness of beauty, right? And your expression of goodness, they're all interlinked, right? The good is the reasonable, right? The reasonable is the good, right? See, in Taoism, they reject that, right? The good is tied together with reason. That's got to be false, right? Taoism makes 100 examples to show that reason and goodness are not tied together, right? That if you try to be reasonable, you won't be good. Right? You got to give up reason, give up yourself, give up the possessions that you want to do. Stop trying to control things, right? And so on and so forth. And of course, what's good in the Tao, right? Not expansion of knowledge or, conquest of truth. Right? But adherence to simplicity. Right? Relinquishing of knowledge. Right? Not trying to hunt for power and wealth and all those things. And understanding that all hunts for power and wealth are part of the same game. Right? Whereas Plato would say, no, there's a superior type of hunt for power and wealth, right? And of course, Confucius would agree with him, right? But yeah, in terms of philosophy, right? The Taoists reject philosophizing, your way to goodness. Okay, they don't believe that God is synonymous with reason. Okay, how do they explain how the world came into being? Oh yeah, primordial chaos. There's no reason or point to it, right? So it's interesting how this divergence, okay, and of course you can't philosophize with Parmenides in terms of come up with explanations of the physical world, because the truth is paradoxical. So when Plato sort of says, well, the one and the many, they follow different rules. Being and becoming follow different rules. And you can understand God through reason. Okay, he creates sort of a new class of understanding, right? And he also creates the sort of God of the philosophers. And what does man share with the God of the philosophers? As Philo of Alexandria was saying, right? That Logos is the firstborn son of God, and that is the creative reason. The creative reason. That God uses to create the world. The world is mediated by reason, and nature's laws are maybe like proto creations of God that he uses to create the world. And so in terms of the state, right? The state superseded nature because it was the mediation, right, of God on the material plane by implementing this order in the material realm through man as his sort of vicegerent or vessel. So this notion carried with it the idea that 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 the state, since it sort of superseded nature and man was part of God, when you get rid of the notion of the church, right? It's simply man's knowledge that dominates over his sort of spiritual understanding, right? So there's no heaven, there's no God, right? Now, the artificial man, that is the collective spirit of man that's embodied in the state itself, is God for Hobbes and Locke and Rousseau. And the collective spirit is then embodied within the philosophy of Rousseau and Leibniz and Spinoza in the metaphysical sense. Where they try to merge together the concepts of the one and the many by merging together the notion of God with the understanding of empiricism, right? So all of them create this chimerical construction, and they were all primarily influenced by occultism. Okay, Descartes was a close confidant, right, of Queen Christina of Sweden. And as we have learned, Queen Christina of Sweden was one of the chief supporters of the false Jewish Messiah, Shabbatai Zevi. Right? He was embroiled with tons of occultists, right? As was Leibniz, involved in sort of Rosicrucianism, right? Now, Spinoza is interesting because Spinoza is using his sort of pantheism to explain the God of the Jewish Bible, right? So he's using sort of mysticism and Maimonides and all sorts of different concepts to accomplish this, right? So in every sense, right, if you look at the philosophical ideas and how they merge with a more scientific understanding of the world in the 16th century, right, you could kind of see why the God of the philosophers, okay, and up until then, even Einstein, right, he believed in the God of Spinoza. Okay, and he also believed that the universe was eternal until he, like, I don't know, he may have inadvertently shown that or helped prove that this may not be the case. I'm not really sure how it works, right? I'm not really a science guy, right? But I'm just simply saying that up until then, the scientists, right, held certain beliefs in terms of philosophy, which we're pretty much aware of at this point. And they're pretty surprising, to say the least, right? So, so as I was saying, there's this idea of philosophy being the transition between the mythical and the poetical, right, into the realm of the church and the state sort of merging together. And of course they did use philosophy to accomplish this, right? They used Plato and Aristotle to accomplish these things. Okay, and to justify these things, right? Why the spiritual had to be held above the material. Okay, and why man had to be held above nature. Okay, because it was man that was mediating the essence of God, right? In order for man to become like God, God had to become like man. Okay, so there's this exchange between God and man that when you are done with this heavenly being of man, right? Man as a heavenly being or God, right, have to be merged in terms of the eschaton, right? So these have to be the end of the process of history instead of being instead of man being the entity through which God created the world, right? Man becoming God is the appropriate end of history, right? And the point of the world itself is to turn man into a sort of divine being. Okay, so this sort of eschaton, okay, which is part of the sort of Hegelian and this sort of new telos for man sort of describes what the merger of man with this notion of the collective spirit. Okay, because there's this idea of the collective spirit that pops up, and obviously there's many different renditions of this notion, as we talked about,
right? There's the tabula rasa of Locke, right? There's the species being of Darwin. There's the notion of Christ consciousness in Blavatsky. Okay, there's the apotheosis of the state in Hegel, right? It's this collective spirit emerging by man sort of realizing his true purpose in society, and this sort of concludes history, right? It concludes all progress in a way, right? It leads to the new stage of history, as we explained. There's several different conceptions of man's historical development that we've laid out, right? In terms of Joachim of Fiore, there's the age of the Father, the age of the Son, and the and the age of the Holy Spirit, right? This sort of three-part flow, right? Now, in terms of Rousseau that we brought up, okay, he talks about how man was first sort of animistic. He saw nature peopled with spirits. Then he transforms into creating these temples, and this sort of stonework represents man's assimilation of the gods of nature into man's civilization, right? So now the gods represent man's civilization, right? And of course they look like man now. So right, so there's this anthropomorphism, anthropocentrism that then filters these modes into a collective spirit of man. Okay, and now man's idea is in bringing forth God through the collective spirit of man and not through any temples. So man gets rid of the temples as a representing the transcendental, right? He gets rid of the whole transcendental realm altogether, right? This is what Aristotle accomplished with philosophy. Okay, but now they're doing it, right? Okay, in terms of putting man on civilization, right? And finally, right, man becomes the end part of history as the final reflection of the collective spirit of man developing towards this eschaton, right? So as I explained in the beginning, right, there's the poetical and the artistic mode of man being replaced by the God of the philosophers, the God of reason. This mediation brings about, right, the notion that man is a mediator between God and nature, right? And the political system is constructed this way, right, with the church on top of the state. Okay. And the heavenly man on top of the whole natural world. Okay. Now, finally, you have the state dominating over the religious systems, right? This creates the domination of liberalism and science. Okay, now man can create himself. He's the end point of history. Okay. And finally, you have the emergence of science and liberalism. Okay. And of course, the greatest expression of man in this science and liberal system is the state itself, right? And technology, obviously, right? Technology is the epitome of man's creativity, as is the state. And of course, man is transformed into the mass man through this notion that he's part of this collective spirit, right? That's going to recreate him, right? In the image of the machine, right? In the image of the new society, the new social fabric, right? Of course. And of course, this man is universalized, right? He doesn't exist anywhere as part of some cultural project, right? As part of some religious project. No, you can keep your religion and culture in the closet, right? You're part of a new abstract artistic assimilation of science and art, right? Based on the technical, right? The abstract and the universal. Transformation of symbols. And you have to live in this world. It's imposed on you, right? You have no choice, right? Any fucking questions? I've talked for like 40 minutes. It is what it is. Nobody came here except for Reddington. I laid down a lot of different themes there, right? So if anybody wants to touch on one or two of those themes, you know, yeah, blessings. Yeah, Battle Axe, I appreciate you. I'll go through the chat. How about that? Yeah, there's a bunch of people that are communicating. So, of course, we would not like to ignore them. So, I see Dr. D-Head and Battle Axe there. So, yeah, I appreciate you guys. Let's see who else is up here. Let me drop this link again for the people that didn't see it. And, yeah. We'll be dropping that link a few times. Please go and watch our other show, Made by Machine Bomb. Let's see what else is on here. Dr. D had blessings. Suggested title for cover illustration, Exploding Horse's Ass. Under surveillance in Grandma's garden. Yeah. Some trippy thumbnails. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I got some weird thumbnails for sure. I have generally just trippy art that I'd like to share with you guys. You know, and all that. Yeah, we got the homie here. Blessings.
Hey.
Hey, what's up?
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. Blessings.
I appreciate you. You were getting into some really heavy stuff there, and I'm sad that I didn't get here sooner, or that I don't have a voice.
Yeah. I've been having like some kind of bronchitis or some shit, so I kind of like some fucked up sickness but I just work. I've just been doing whatever I need to do either way. So I don't like to take medications, so I'm just waiting till it goes away. It's been like 2 or 3 weeks, so hopefully it does go away. But I am kind of straining to talk, so I appreciate you guys corresponding with what I'm saying. And
yeah, doing a lot of honey, and now that you just mentioned it, I should be gargling with some salt water.
Yeah, I need to do that. I think Reddington
also
recommended that, and I never got to it. So yeah, that is one of the things I need to do. Little Wing, blessings. I appreciate you. Heavy the crown. I shifted. Shifted what? Shitted. Oh. Maybe you shifted the shit. I don't know. Yeah, so it could be a combination of shifting and shitting. Who knows? Dr. D-Head, I appreciate you. Blessings. Thank you for watching. Dr. E, Dr. D, and Dr. E. Back to back to back to back to back. I appreciate you guys. Name isn't important. Man, you got to love the names in the chat. Blessings. This is one of the greatest screen names. I appreciate you. Blessings. Brother. Thank you so much for watching. This is one of our top contributors. Not in terms of money or anything, just in terms of, correspondence, right? I greatly appreciate his thoughts. And, yeah, one of the smart guys that we talked to, definitely. I told my Trump-loving friend that Donald kissed the wall and the Jews killed Jesus. I could have been more diplomatic. I should have said Zionist. Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, there was no Zionism back then. So, I mean, I guess just regular old Jews killed him. All right, but yeah, and I guess somewhat Romans too. You know,
The Zadok's are probably back there though.
yeah,
Anyone that washed their hands of it is
yeah,
culpable.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Toilet paper for rant. Yeah, exactly. Staxium's live with Raging Tomato and Objective Ethics. What? What? Is that true? That's a weird lineup.
Very strange lineup.
Yeah, like what? Objective Ethics, the guy we talked to? You know, pretty weird, even. But yeah, so I hope Black Butthead comes and calls him Bunny Christ. Oh, you talk about Hank? Yeah, it'd be funny if Hank and Rant were like Beavis and Butthead or like Cheech and Chong or something. You know, that'd be pretty funny. Hit the like and spread link. Exactly. Long live Megaturd. Yeah. Yeah, so okay, yeah, blessings. Dr. D, yeah, so high. Yeah, we all getting high tonight. You know what I mean? But yeah.
On a whole nother level.
Exactly. And to attain knowledge and things, to attain knowledge, add things every day. To attain wisdom, remove things every day. Right? That's from the Tao Te Ching. Yes. Definitely. Excellent quote. And yeah, we'll definitely be talking about that today when we get up in the Shangzhou. You know, and if you guys heard me yesterday, you heard me. Right, we were talking about the Shangzhou and his view that, you know, if you steal, you know, if you rob a store, right, people consider you a thief. But if you rob a kingdom, people consider you a prince or a king. Right. And even though it's the same type of operation, right? You know, kind of weird how that works, right?
Robin Hood,
yeah,
Three Musketeers type stuff.
yeah, exactly, yeah. Objective crisis actors. Uh-oh. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, so all right. I guess that's everyone. But yeah, that dude, I mean, jury's out on that one. Is that guy a crisis actor? You know, I mean, if you watch Made by Machine Bob, ooh, pretty weird. All right.
They're all willing participants, so aren't they all technically crisis actors now and they just don't know it?
Right.
Well, at the very least, you'd have it like a group of them to influence the crowd in the way you want them to act.
Don't we have enough influencers? Shouldn't we have people that are like inspiring?
For sure.
Yeah, so let's check this out. I don't know what I'll play here. I got 2 songs here. Let me see which one I want to play. Yeah, we'll play some music
You
here.
got anything that has stigmata related? Like my right hand has like a blood blister that came out of nowhere because it's not from my magazine. Flipping the pages, opening cans of tuna for cats.
Yeah, I don't have. Yeah, I don't think I
No.
have. That. Yeah.
I think you do.
I'd have to think really hard because I have like a bunch of.
Oh, what's the one with the Shiva? Can you play that one for me? She's doing the Tai Chi.
Yeah.
You know, like kind of tutorial thing.
Yeah, we could play that one.
I love that one.
Jedi Mind Tricks tune in it.
No, that's the one with the Shiva cartoon where she's fighting the demon.
Yeah. Well,
Isn't
Vinny
it
Paz is in
AI?
there anyway.
It's reggae. You know, or oh no, wait, you're talking about the AI, the 3D demon one?
Well, Shiva had multiple arms, but I think this one only had maybe 4.
I want to say that's the cartoon.
It seemed very digital, like almost like it was printed with silver on glass.
Yeah, because I'll show you the ones I have.
Okay, I'm not sure about that one.
I got this one here.
I'm sure whatever you put on for us will be phenomenal.
I got this one here. What do you think?
This
the one you're talking about?
Fuck is the matter with these niggas out here? Picture that,
Maybe.
nigga.
I think it gets more like there's more tonal like this. There's more of that going on.
Yeah, I got a couple of Shiva songs too. I could play some things, yeah. But yeah, I'll play this one. Then I'll play.
I was thinking the Kali one. It's my mistake.
Yeah, I'll play this. Then I'll play a random Ice Cube one. Oh wait, Shiva or Kali? Oh yeah, I got confused between them.
Could be Kali.
Yeah, Kali. Yeah. Yeah, she's talking about Kali. Yeah. So all right. So I'll play this. Then I'll play an Ice Cube song, and then we'll which sounds kind of weird, and then we'll get back to a transhumanist manifesto, and we'll examine what this transhumanist manifesto is about, and see what see how it relates to some of the sort of historiography that I'm laying down. I'm not sure if that's the right word. Historiography.
Historicity. I can't even talk either.
Study of how history is written. Yeah, I don't think that's really what I'm doing. It's a little different. It's like I don't know what you would even call it. It's like looking
How many bows can you fire if you have as many arms as Shiva does? How many bows?
Oh, hundreds, I think. I think they talk about that. They just set off hundreds of bows. And
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. Like the song "Have to Go to Work, so can't work it out." Yeah, blessings, Vinny. I appreciate you. Yeah, I appreciate you watching. Thank you. All right, so we'll be back soon. Blessings, guys.
All world niggas, yo, what up? Regulate me, yo. It look good, right? Yeah. Hey yo, I put my money on the real kings, reveal the rings, rocks and swing, stand bling bling and I sing. Jack Mac packages, feast and light it up in beefsteak. Cordial invited the motor with us, eat
yo,
with
what
us.
up, Lex?
What up,
Yo, it's on again. Yo, it seem like niggas want war again. If you ain't know that, you niggas heard of me now. Can't stop me, best bet, murder me now.
Hey yo, Lex, yo, put your diamonds on. Yeah. Grab your vest and your nine cause it's on. I rap Harlem World where they hustle at. On the way to BK where they bust you at. Yo, gun on them in the x-rays. Real niggas lay tired of it. Nigga violated, cut him in the face. Vivid hand Glock, looped the damn. Shot him in the ass like Cupid. Nigga wanna old place stupid.
Ain't a team alive, you know, fucking with this. Niggas mad like I'm fucking they chick. See me sunk in the whip, gun in the hip, 1 in the head, 10 in the clip. Niggas is dead. Who you fucking
I used to
with?
bubble down. In the goose, I used to cuddle nines and double the fact that they think that you can trouble minds. Big guns is laying. Timothy McVeigh, broad damn, push them all the way in. Yo, dreads in the bloody rep. Yeah, yellow canary legs, specs on, moving like beds. Chop barrels, Star Wars thugs, move like De Niro. Heat out, extorting the heroes. 4
Hey yo,
5
let's go, get dope.
Bust slugs in the club, thugs get low. Bitches showing me the thong like I'm Cisco. Up in the 6, yo, watch his wrist glow. Damn, you the sick though. This be the shit though. You ain't know, got your moms in the disco. Singing the intro, shaking the ass like a nympho. It's time to move, nigga, we in. Get your shit beat in.
I do magical mixes. Remix the hell out of the Bible like stripping and squish the whole title. Robes hit the floor, shoes is buff. Gold-studded bracelets, handcuffs, they gave it up.
Teach niggas how to resolve a big mob. Keep niggas off me. Fuck around and did out of mid-all. Niggas gon' buck what? Yeah, you with it, whatever. Let's body these niggas. A lot of niggas fuck.
Yo, never been the type to hold a grudge. Did fine, I was guilty. Fuck the judge. The Av got mad when I slid back through. Iced out, just came home and I blew.
We like the fruit, Z rich and poetess. If it's chilly on our neck, then it's cold on our wrist. The cash flow was nuts. Come through 8th Ave, 1100 style, burnout and donuts.
Hey yo, the hood's off the hook. Hooded up crooks, way the back burner with black burners. Laying for the jokes, I'm too live. These be the same as my shoe size. Fresh out the box, just got the pen new
like Nitro, Big Michael, boom when the lights blow. Catch you in the spinal with the same knife from Psycho. My mic flow like Michael on the ball court. All pro result of this cream team. Niggas
hey yo, let's go, get dough. Bust slugs in the club, thugs get low. Bitches showing me the thong like I'm Cisco. Up in the 6, yo, watch his wrist glow. Damn, you the sick though. This be the shit though. You ain't know, got your moms in the disco. Singing the intro, shaking the ass like a nympho. Time to move, nigga, we in. Get your shit beat in.
Hey yo, rep for your town. Uptown, break it down. Stash Allen, break it down. BK, break it down. Queens and Bronx, get down. Throw your hands up right now.
Walking in my big black boots. Walking in my big black boots.
Goddamn, another fucking payback with a twist. The motherfucking shop in the Portsmouth. Ice Cube is outgunned. What is the outcome? Will they do me like Malcolm? Cause I bust styles, new styles, standing strong. Wow, I was running 100 miles, but I never run, never will. Deal with the devil with my motherfucking steel. Boom, media tried to do me, but I was a boy in the hood before the movie. Yeah. Call me nigga bigger than a spook, but you the one that pulled it for two, motherfucker. White man is something I tried to study, but I got my hand ready. Yeah, they said I could sing like a J-bird, but nigga, don't say the J-word. I thought they was bugging, cause to us Uncle Sam is Hitler without an oven. Burning our black skin, from the neighborhood, then push the crack in. Doing us wrong from the first day and don't understand why nigga got an AK. Calling me an African American, like everything is fair and dead shit. Devil, you got to get this shit right, I'm black. Blacker than a trillion midnights. Don't believe the hype was said and yet by the great Chuck D. Now they tryna fuck me with no back. Just a match and a little bit of gasoline. It's a great day for genocide. What's that? That's the day all the niggas died. They killed JFK in 63. So what the fuck you think they do to me? But I'm the OG and I bust back. Bust back. Fill a cap. Give me room in the fire of the sun. Hear the Mac come, hear the black come. Watch Jack run. Motherfuckers can't gank me. Fuck a devil, fuck a rebel and a Yankee. Overrun and put the presidency at the knee net. I'm down with OPP, yeah. I met Farrakhan and had dinner. Now you asking my 5%. Well, no, but I go where the brothers go. Down with Captain Moss, number 54, made a little dough. Still got a sister on my elbow. Did Ice Cube sell out? You say hell no. A black woman is my manager, not in the kitchen. So could you please stop itching? Yeah, yeah.
But they shit. Walking in my black boots.
Yeah.
But they shit.
You missed and didn't hit the lynch mob either. Gorillas in the mist without jungle fever. But I got the a fever for the flavor of a cracking out a bingo. But the single hit my new jingle.
Looking about the black boat.
The KKK has got 3-piece suits, using niggas like turkey shoots. My motto is treat them like a prostitute. If I say no violence, devil, you won't respect mine. Fuck the dumb shit and give my tip 9. And if they approach us, I bury those cockroaches. And if you can't deal with my killer will, here's a new gift to get. Trauma death certificate, America month. America burns like toast, like joy. I'm going coast to coast. Trouble in the bucket cause the nigga with the motherfucking monster duck. Get off me, punk.
Hey, yo, you watch on.
Yeah!
That ain't too easy. Yeah, looking about the black boat.
Yeah.
But they looking about the black boat.
Yeah.
But they
Del Gates got the studio surrounded, cause he don't like the niggas that I'm down with. Motherfucker wanna do us, cause I like Nat, Huey, Malcolm, and Lewis. Most got done by a black man's bullet. Give a trigger to a nigga and watch him pull it. Negro assassin. I'ma dig a ditch, bitch, and throw your ass in. When they shoot, no, I won't be a cracker. They use somebody much blacker. What I do? I called up the ghetto boy crew, cause my mind's playing tricks on me too. Never died, surround my crib and that boy, making sure nobody creep when I sleep. Keep a 9mm in my cheek. Deep when I roll, I got the roll deep. Ain't going out cheap. Make the man circle on Cypress Hill cause it's so steep. They'll never get me, they'll never hit me. Motherfuck that shit, JD. Now I relax, grab the St. I boot so I can match. Sitting by the window cause it's so fucking hot. And then I heard a shot, boom.
The machine live. The machine lies. Yeah. Mr. Popo and a really angry kitty cat. Blessings. And yeah, let's get up in this transhumanist manifestation. Tuna cans, exactly. Surreal Jubilee, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, tuna cans for the kitty cat. And yeah, blessings to all the people watching. I greatly appreciate your time. Let's move to this transhumanism manifesto, man, because we ain't got no time to waste. You know what I'm saying? Let's go back up to the beginning of this and we'll look at this real piece of shit. Let me jump over here and pour this thing real quick. As part of my coffee thing. Blessings. Yeah, sometimes I gotta go walk over there. You know what I mean? That's because this is a one-man thing. It is what it is. You know, we ain't got nobody to move shit around for us. We're doing it all by ourselves. And we like to come to you and share some of this transhumanism manifesto. And so interesting stuff. We've looked at the transhumanist declaration. And I think I was pretty sincere with my analysis, right? So obviously there's a greater part of this idea of transhumanism, right? It's part of a network of ideas, which I explained in the introductory part of the show. Okay, and those ideas are labeled humanism, right? You can't have transhumanism without humanism. That should be pretty obvious, right? You're not transcending anything if not transcending the human. Right now, in what way are they transcending the human? Okay, are they transcending nature? Are they transcending technology? Right? Are they transcending the mortal frame? Right? Human limitations? Are they transforming man himself? Right? What exactly are they transforming? Are they transforming nature by the invention of computronium? As we talked about on Truth or Cop, right? Computronium is this fictional, hypothetical, I think more hypothetical, sort of substrate of matter that's created by man through molecular engineering that can form any type of material. So, you know, it's like the replicator from Star Trek, right? We could just make anything if we just plug it into the 3D printer, right? We could print out whatever we want, including food, including whatever, right? So yeah, so trans is like transcendence, right? And then humanist is like humanism, right? So that's kind of what this is. Okay? And it's linked with this other idea of techno-Gaianism, but it's a different than it in some ways, right? Namely in the way that in transhumanism, right, the goal would be to sort of, you know, create your own reality, right? Whereas in techno-Gaianism is to sort of merge with nature through technology. Right, so that could be part of the goal of transhumanism, because transhumanists also kind of want that, but they don't. But some of them don't really care about nature, and some of them don't really care about preserving humanity the way it is. So whether they seek to transform humanity, transform nature in the process, or maybe even just leave the earth behind, right? That's a whole nother thing, or even leave the material frame behind, right? And become like uploaded into the cloud, or so on and so forth, right? There's a sort of pseudo spiritual dimension to it as well. So yeah. And some of them are even inclined to think that information is what spirit is, right? That why would information be organized, right? So they think, well, if there's something that explains spirit, well, that would just be information itself, right? And of course, that goes back to Pythagoras from the pre-Socratics, who said all is number. And of course, as we know, Plato was a huge proponent of Pythagoras, right? So that goes back to a lot of the conceptions of humanity and God that we were going over in the beginning of the show. Okay, that tie back to Platonism. Okay, let's proceed. And you could see why I lay down such a wide framework for some of these ideas at the beginning of the show, because then throughout the show, we have to constantly contextualize some of these more strange conceptions on the show, right? So, yeah. Okay, let's see. What the deal is. Let's see how many people have. Here, hold on. Let me see what's going on here. All right. No, it looks like all systems are go. It looks like we're normal here. Looks like we are alive. We are appearing as live. So yeah. So try to spread this around, I guess. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, let's see what happens. I greatly appreciate everyone watching. Okay, so Transhumanism Manifesto, Ito-Wellians? The Ito-Wellians? Who they is? Who they?
Italians.
Huh?
Italians.
Oh, Ito-Wellians. Oh. Funny. Who's the Italian? Oh yeah, Rant, you're saying?
Yeah, probably.
Rant's probably busy as fuck. Just
Or
like everyone
Pinoid.
else. Yeah. Probably busy, just like always. Transhumanism is a philosophy. Oh. I don't know when it became a philosophy, right? It sounds like it's a sort of social and political and partly scientific paradigm, because not everyone in science is on board with it, right? There's a lot of scientists that are like religious, but they're not on board with transhumanism, right? So it would seem to be a very arcane conception within science. I would almost want to label it science fiction, right? So yeah, is it science? I mean, it's not fucking science, right? So it's definitely sort of philosophical in its mode of expression, right? But I would kind of place it as a sort of religion or sort of mythology of science, right? But yeah, they're saying it's a straight up philosophy, which I think that's kind of arrogant, right? Of them to claim that it's some sort of philosophy. I would expect them to say that it's a social and political sort of program, right, in which they try to fix the state and try to bring it more in line with personal demands for scientific exploration in terms of putting forward certain programs, right? I think I've heard some of them say that some of the religious ideals are, stopping them from achieving that, right? Because certain religious conceptions of the world are, limiting to this view that, you should seek immortality in this world or try to upload your mind to some sort of device or something, because that would interfere with the process of with many processes, right? But yeah, some might say that you might invite certain forces into your world that inhabit that sort of cyberspace, that are not very friendly to the human experience, and so on and so forth. You may place yourself in an eternal torment, so on and so forth, right? So some of the claims are rather, extreme from the sort of religious folk, right? So obviously this is within a scientific paradigm, right? But I would claim that the majority of scientists, right, don't follow this paradigm, right? And then some of their views seem quite fantastical as to be not following the current science, right? What we have on the table in terms of science, right? So I would place them in terms of science fiction, like, for example, uploading your mind, right? We don't understand consciousness, right? We don't understand if there's a space behind the computer screen in order to upload your mind into, right? We don't understand any of that, right? So those are two things that they've simply just postulated out of thin air, right? That neither philosophy or religion or human experience or science can accommodate, right? To supply them with explanations for, right? So I think this might be sort of an experimental social program that they want to foist upon a lot of the population, right, without them knowing the extreme views of most of the transhumanists, right, and what they propose, right? So I mean, calling it a philosophy, you know, you know, maybe atheism is a philosophy, right? Maybe empiricism is a philosophy, right? But atheism kind of sounds more like a religion. I don't know. Transhumanism sounds like you have a wish for society, you have a wish for philosophy, you have a wish for religion, right? To turn out a certain way, right? And it's the same with a lot of ideologies, right? A lot of ideological configurations. Okay, all of the isms are like that, right? They want to change the direction of certain types of thoughts, right? But in and of themselves, they're not like, tied to a lot of, you know, you know, really tied down, religious forms of expression, scientific forms of expression. They seem to skate around quite a bit. Or sometimes they're occultists, sometimes they're, explaining Christianity to be to die and be of this world and be reborn in the spiritual sense, and the eternal sense is actually being uploaded to the cloud, and so on and so forth, right? So they say that this idea of the new body, right, of Christ having a new body, and being reborn, and in the spiritual body, right, and so forth. They think that this is a prefiguration of of the transhumanist concept, right? And yeah, so so let's go on here a little bit. Let me just read the first thing. Natasha Vita Moore. So here's a lady right here, I guess, right? Let's take a look at her, because there's a clickable, right? It's clickable, right? So we'll take a look at it. Okay, we got our friend back. Blessings. Let me go get my coffee here. So it's not Bostrom who's writing this one. He's just posting it to his website. Okay, so let's take a look at this. This old lady here, right? Let's see what she wants. She wants to theorize about the future. Looks like, because it says future theorist. Oh, is that universal flux philosophy? Is that what it says? Yeah, that's interesting, right? That kind of sounds like what it is, right? What Natasha says, biological aging is the ultimate pre-existing condition. Okay. So kind of like life, right? Because metabolism and is kind of programmed cell death, right? So eating and moving around, that's kind of what's causing our aging process, I would think, right? So I think eating and pooping and moving around, I guess that's a huge problem. But I don't know. Doesn't seem like a fucking problem, right? I don't know. But for her, it's a fucking disease. To move around, to eat and poop, and man, this is a huge fucking problem. Sounds like it's a fucking solution. I don't know. Sounds like that's the point, right? But yeah, yeah. I mean, movement, it causes you to expand, like energy. It's the calorie packets that you expand with fucking food consumption, and then fucking yeah. Life is a disease. Yeah, exactly. Life's a disease, according to this lady. Yeah, like, what? That's unfortunate, right? Same river of Botox twice. Right, exactly. Yeah, greetings from England. Yeah, blessings. Vanta, I appreciate you. Presentation later to give. Whoa, what? You mean here? That sounds special. Yeah, we'd love to see it. So, yeah, so eating, pooping, shitting. And moving around so that you can get more food to do it again. That's a problem. It's a disease. We need to solve that, right? We need the tools to slow, halt, and reverse it. And she said that in Qatar at Doha debates. Wow, we need to check that out. Qatar. Yeah, Qatar is one of those, what do you call it? Those Arab countries that do business with the Jews and whatnot. So so one of those Gulf countries, right? So yeah, so they really are paid. They are paid, son. They got a lot of money. AGI, bilateral alignment, emerges from cybernetics. AGI, bilateral alignment, emerges from cybernetics. Remember that word? Kuberneticos. Roughly speaking, it means control, communication, steering, organization. Lots of ways to describe cybernetics or Kuberneticos, right? A word that appears in the Republic of Plato, of all places. Pretty strange stuff, folks. It's like we're living in the Twilight Zone. Co-evolutionary models. What co-evolutionary models? Darwin among the machines? That model of evolution that's totally fictional and science fiction and totally the mechanical kingdom and the machines have genealogy like animals. Samuel Butler, Darwin among the machines. Is that the co-evolution that she's talking about? That treat intelligence as a mutually adaptive as human plus AI approach? As a human plus AI approach? Beneficial AGI summit. Huh. Right. When this thing wakes up, it's gonna just be nice to humans. That's their wish. And why do they want to create such a thing? What? What's the point? Let me drink some of these fucking peanut M&Ms. I'm getting fucking stressed. Drinking peanut M&Ms.
What are you munching on?
Peanut M&Ms.
Those have like colorism things going on.
Chemicals. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
You got some
syrup.
oatmeal. You want some oatmeal with some raisins and
Oh yeah, absolutely. I would love that.
I ground up some pumpkin seeds and threw that in there and like chopped up a couple like chocolate chips and like tossed that on top.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of like Dubai,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
without
look
the
at
pistachio.
Yeah, look at this. Qatar, Istanbul. Like, why is she going all these like these brown house Negroes, basically?
She's a
Pretty
philanthropist.
Yeah.
She's pretending to be a philanthropist, even though she's an aristocrat.
Yeah, you're right. Pretty much sums it up. Think like a futurist about
Right.
the $100 billion. What? Damn, that's a lot of dism. $1 $1 T? What the hell is this? $1
1
T.
trillion.
Oh, okay. 1 trillion longevity industry. Longevity industry? What is that? Probably peptides or some of that shit, right? Global Leaders Forum, Seoul, South Korea. Oh yeah. You know, healthy.
WF connection, or is that like a different forum?
Not sure.
Seems like it would tie in.
What was the word again?
World Economic Forum. They have young
Alphabet.
global leaders.
Let me see. Global.
Did you eat alphabets with or without marshmallows as a kid?
Definitely marshmallows. Global Leaders Forum. CSIS, Center for Strategic and International Studies. CSIS. Okay, so let's take a look at this. Center for Strategic and International Studies.
That sounds familiar, but I can't.
Yeah. It does sound familiar. Okay, so let's just put that in our mind for now. Argentina. Ay Dios míos. Okay, all right, so let's go to this. So let's go back to this lady. See what else she's AI's expanding capabilities can deepen our humanity. Polytechnics. Ooh, Polytechnic University. Nice Mumford
Sounds
word.
fancy.
Yeah. It's a word. I believe Mumford invented that word. So yeah, Polytechnic.
Fancy feast.
I wonder if they're associated with Mumford. AI's expanding capabilities can deepen our humanity. All right. Let's go back to the let's go back to the thing here. Okay, so let's read her first thing. So that's who she is. She says the Transhumanist Manifesto challenges the human condition. Right? It's a disease, right? This condition asserts that aging is a disease, not aging, humanity, right? Because let's be very clear, right? Aging is in growing, right? Let's call it growing. Okay, it's part of the human life, right? It's part of human life, right? Human beings grow and then they die, right? Thanks to this growth, right? The growth is the death, right? It's as Vasubandhu says, right? The cause is its own destruction, right? So yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same thing, right? But this condition, aging, it's not aging that's the disease, right? It's just humanity for them, right? Humanity is the disease. So to answer the previous question, when you want to transcend, right, and then there's the humanist aspect. If you want to transcend humanity, then are you really a humanist, right? How humanistic are transhumanists? Right? They kind of seem more concerned with technology than humanity, right? And that's kind of the fucking problem, right? So this is augmentation and enhancement to the human body and brain are essential to prevail, and that well-being is essential to prosper within safe and healthy environments. Now, exactly what is a safe and healthy environment? Right, that's a huge problem. Right, do they want to alter nature as well as humanity? Right, do they want to alter the human environment? Right, what does that mean? Do they want scientists to come into the home? Do they want scientists to come into the bedroom? Do they want scientists to go into the fucking bathroom with you while you take a shit? Where you know? Because eating, shitting, and moving around is a fucking disease. So So where are these scientists gonna go with you? Right? Everywhere? Are they gonna fucking hold your hand as you take a fucking shit and have sex with your significant other? Right?
Oh no.
That well-being is essential to prosper within a safe and healthy environment. Right? How do we keep the environment safe? Are we gonna keep you in a cage and in the pod? Get in the pod, right? Understanding these conditions are core to the philosophy and worldview of transhumanism. Well, whoop-de-fucking do. And advocate for the ethical use of technology and evidence-based science. That's the key thing. Right? This is the key thing right here. This is the main thing. Right? We are dealing with the consequences of scientific and technological advancement. This impinges upon the human, so much so that they have to invent a whole new category of understanding humanity. They have to alter humanity in their course of trying to apply it to this technological and scientific advancement that they can't put the genie back in the bottle, right? So you have to change man. Man's got to be the one that changes instead, not the fucking technology, right? The technology's got to stay how it is. It's causing everything for us, right? It's helping humanity, right? What has to change is man. Man's the problem. Don't you guys fucking get it? How many fucking times do I have to explain this shit? Anyways, let me go forward here. Intervene and effectively mitigate aging and to retreat from genetic liability by advancing genetic liberty. Genetic liability. Right. I came from my dad's balls, right? That's not a liability, man. I don't understand. Genetic liability, right? Yeah, he smoked a lot of cigarettes, right? So I'm a little fucked up, right? But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to have a different daddy. How about that? Right? And advancing genetic liberty, what does that mean? What does that mean? Right? That means that scientists get to tinker around with you before you're fucking born. And they get to decide what state you get to come into this world. Right? As a dickless transhumanist, right? These actions must be reached with a mindful, reasonable approach to preserve ecology. Preserve the ecology. What does that mean? Right? So a minute ago, we had to put man in a healthy environment, and now you want to preserve the ecology. We're going to save man from the earth or save the earth from man. Which one is it? They can never figure out which fucking one it is, right? Anyways, that was trash. Let's hear some music, huh? We'll go back to that later. But yeah. So
man, thank goodness.
Yeah, we've only read 2 lines of that, but yeah, it's trash.
Only 2 lines?
Yeah, I read only
that
2.
Felt like eternity. Oh man, I was thinking about eating my can of tuna.
Yeah.
What was my private thought? It's back there.
I don't know. You want me to read these private messages?
Yeah, why not?
Hopium would allow for eating cat food. Just saying, canned tuna for the sun. Yeah. Blessings. So yeah, we're gonna take a little break. I appreciate you guys. We got cat tuna in the house right here. And we're doing it big.
Yeah.
We're doing it big. And we got our friend here, Blessings. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining. And yeah, we'll move forward with the I'll play some music. And then we'll move forward with some things. In terms of you know, what do I want to look at next? Well, we got a bunch of different avenues. We'll look more at the world view of the world engineers, right? That want to engineer nature and technology and man to suit this project of techno-liberalism, right? So this is a lot of what we're sort of contending with here. And of course, the transhumanists are part of this cycle of transformation. Here is a song called True Lies. True Lies. You know what I mean? That I mixed with Black Film, which is a band that Reddington told me about a long time ago, which is a super good band. It's like, you know, it's like jazz music, but like super dark, like electronic. But yeah, anyways, I appreciate you guys. Blessings. Talk to you guys soon in about 4 minutes here, 5 minutes. I appreciate you guys.
I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value.
Start the uprising. Let's start the uprising. It's time to uprise. It's time to uprise. Yeah. Listen, people, they got us believing we nothing but heathen, scheming, hating each other for nothing but breathing, hating each other for color and creed. When me and you, we one and the same, under the blanket cutting we bleed, and they think we dumb and naive, but we wasn't conceived yesterday. We know the days they made up the disease, and they tease us with money and greed to make us hunger and feed off each other like some blood-sucking freaks. And the most ignorant niggas a publisher's dream, nothing but whores and infidelity is up on the screen. Real chance of love with a slut and a creep. I love it, it cheats. These dumb broads should be running the streets. If you think that letting your daughters watch Charm School won't harm you or her in the long run, you're a darn fool. It's so blatant how they raping our minds in plain sight, taking our rights and dignity, it ain't right. Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. It's time to uprise. Rise up, time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. It's time to uprise. Rise up, time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies.
I'll admit that Obama had me believing the hype, but after doing the knowledge, I ain't been sleeping at night. Probably the biggest deception I ever seen in my life. If y'all don't read between the lines and y'all ain't reading it right. Yeah, Vinny Paz just a motherfucking trooper stepping. Nuclear anxiety in the code of the super weapon. Obama and Bush cousins, and that's a true connection. Seizing power and property like a ruthless henchman. I'm in a Jewish temple on Mount Zion, studying literature from the Priory of Sion. Nothing safe, no cars, no planes to fly on. I got a few bulletproof vests to try on. Yeah, but y'all can just remain the machine. It's true lies, but I decide to stay on my ding. You a sucker if you think that the economy killed Barack Obama 666 finally revealed.
Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. It's time to uprise. Rise up, time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. It's time to uprise. Rise up, time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies.
This means more to me than 16s and 8-ball hooks. So many behind bars before they hit 16. A departed, just look at what the graveyard took. 16 in the clip, one off for St. Pete's book. It's the hook line, and sink or live fast and die quicker. Replace brother with niggas so we fire nines quicker. The tell-lie vision, keep the mind's eye tripping. In the school systems built on brainwashing God's children. More capitalism only mean more problems. Stock market crash, hard times at rock bottom. Huddle masses that never passed through Ellis Island. Wound up experiments, Tuskegee and Guatemalans. Obama's only sending more troops for deployment. Only folks with jobs here work for unemployment. So dig, there's a reason the Liberty Bell don't ring. This the uprising, lift every voice and sing. Come on, the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Rise up, time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. Start the uprising. It's time to cut ties with these fucking guys that's feeding us nothing but lies. Time to uprise. Rise up, time's up, cause when the trust dies, love dies, like government spies. It's true lies.
We, the people, sit back, spit raps. It's true lies, but I decide to stay on my day.
America's laws, disorientated by Bush's lies. The uprising.
If y'all don't read between the lines and y'all ain't reading it right.
I'm the cut ties. The uprising.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore.
Yeah, blessings. I appreciate you guys. Let's move forward here with the I got 2 or 3 texts that I want to move through here that I think will elucidate the situation that is before us before we move to Guanan and Ellul, right, as we have been doing on the show, right? So let me move to this text here. Willis Harman, Changing Images of Man, which we've only read the introductory 3 quotes. So if you want to look for a explanation of me and Mac's vision, breaking down these 3 trash quotes, right, in which we gave no mercy to, you know, what's going on here. I mean, so yeah, blessings to Mac's vision. I greatly appreciate his time. Some very lucid reflections yesterday on the show. And blessings to Truther Cop also for joining, right? Obviously, me and Reddington kind of always join, right? So yeah, we looked at these 3 quotes, and I think there's a lot missing here, right? In terms of a moral, social, and political, and sort of religious framework, right? It was missing a whole lot, right? So yeah, I mean, I'm very surprised, right, at the lack of awareness that went with composing those particular quotations. So yeah, so let's take a look at this crap. Do I actually want to take a look at this? This seems like more of a yeah, I'll take a look at that on my own. That looks like more of just a list of ideas of who composed the report and what the different chapters seem to represent. We can kind of look at that ourselves, right? You know what? Actually, you know what? Let's go back. Maybe we were too hasty there. Let's go back a little bit and see what this fucking piece of shit says. Because wait, does it cut off at the end there? Oh no, this is a complete page. All right, so let's see. This study was it? Yeah. Go ahead.
Margaret Mead.
Yeah.
Stands out real quick there.
Yeah, it's got some interesting names in here that we might want to put in our thinking cap. And you know what? I did get a swan feather from the lake yesterday. I wanted to put a swan feather in my hair. So maybe I'll find that in a minute here. Because I'd like to put a swan feather in my hair. Am I right? But yeah, You know, my wife told me it could be diseased, right? But yeah, there was this huge swan that was kind of like, you know, just chilling by the lake. And it was kind of plucking its own feathers out for some reason. And there was a lot of swan feathers there by the lake. Interestingly enough, you know, and yeah. So I grabbed a swan feather because I don't know, I'd never seen that in my life, just a swan feather laying there, right? So there was a bunch of them, but yeah, I just yeah, it was only like less than 10 feet away from me, and it didn't really move, didn't really care that I was there grabbing the swan feather, right? So yeah, but yeah, this study was administered by Urban and Social Systems Division of Stanford Research Institute.
Well, there's your clue.
Yeah, Stanford Researchers. Oh yeah. We kind of covered that earlier. Yeah, blessings to Vanta and I believe Alchemos is here. Jake is here. Neuro Jack's here. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. Mr. Anderson. Yeah, blessings, guys. You tell me. Okay, yeah, I really appreciate you guys. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for watching. Okay. Lorp. Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, I appreciate you. All right. So yeah, let's take a look at this piece of shit. Oh wait, that's the wrong document. Let me move to this one. Okay, here we go. Okay, so yeah, so Harvey L. Dixon, Executive Director Willis Harman, right? That's the guy who founded the Institute of Noetic Sciences. Okay, so he's mentioned in the intro of the show. Director of the Study for Social Policy, O.W. Markley, was project director. An advisory panel to the project contributed especially helpful information. Rene Dubose. I think I heard of that guy. Rene Dubose. Why does that sound so familiar? Rene Dubose. We'll have to just pull all these up because, you know, we have the internet, so there's no reason to be, you know, to just not pull these up for you guys. And, so yeah, because I could just clickety click, and there it is. So yeah. Oh, Rockefeller University. What the fuck? So he's a Rockefeller funded. Oh, wait. He is credited for having made the environmental maxim, think globally, act locally. Whoa.
Yo. That's crazy.
So that thing that Ellul says, right? So we know that Ellul also said that with his personalism. So it looks like he was, interestingly enough, and he's also French. So let's check this out. And I've also heard that Ellul coined that. So I don't know. Is often attributed as the author. But yeah, I like that maxim a lot. I think it's part of a huge project. I think obviously it's been subsumed under the vision, right, of the sort of techno elite, like Thiel, right? You know, you have the Discordian concept of you know, pirate utopias, and then you have this other idea from the accelerationists, right, of the patchwork concept, right, where these every state gets split up into mini states that become private corporations, right? Fun. Imagine being incorporated into a mini state corporation and being a joint stockholder instead of a citizen of a nation all of a sudden. Okay. An advisory panel to the project, which contributed especially helpful, formative suggestions and constructive critiques, consisted of Rene Dubose. We looked him up. Henry Morgenau. What?
It's not showing on the screen. It's still on the Wikipedia page.
Oh, whoops. Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, let me share to Henry Morgenau. Which kind of sounds like Henry Morgenthau, right? So
yeah, I almost said that earlier.
I'm wondering if that's a typo. Henry Morgenau. Oh no, this is a real guy. That looks really weird, right? But yeah, let's so yeah, American physicist and philosopher of science. Never heard of him. Worked on the theory of microwaves. Uh-oh. Look at that giant device. What's that doing? Holy guacamole. What is that? Some type of harp machine? Like, what the fuck? All right. Duplexing systems. Radar antenna. Enabled a radar antenna both to transmit and receive signals. He also worked on special line broadening. So, he's from Germany. And he's in World War II. So, is he a Yahtzee? They're not telling us, right, if he's a Yahtzee. But I guess in that time he would have been, right? He's working for Germany in World War II. Am I wrong about that? Is that what it says? Born in Bielefeld, Germany, but then he went to Nebraska. Oh, so maybe not. Then he went to Yale.
In 1929.
Oh, okay. So he may have escaped. I don't know. Is this guy like Operation Paperclip or what the fuck is going on? This is interesting. What is going on? Or maybe that's before Operation Paperclip. I don't know. Maybe that's too early for that. Who knows? All right, let's stop focusing on this man. Margaret Mead. I always get her confused with Margaret Sanger, and then I've embarrassed myself on several live shows because I'm talking about Margaret Sanger, and I think I'm talking about Margaret Mead, and I'm saying that they're married to Gregory Bateson and all this shit, and so yeah, I believe that's Mead, right? So yeah, so let's look this up so I don't get it wrong again.
Sad Shambhala.
I believe she's she's the one that's married to Bateson. I was right this time. God damn. So this motherfucker was married to Bateson, but see, the reason why I get them confused is because they both sort of promote feminism, quote unquote, through their own ways, right? Seems like, right? Because she's an anthropologist, right? And then Sanger is like, because look, she is okay, so she's involved in the sexual revolution, but look at this. Bateson, right? This is the MK Ultra guy, right? Gregory Bateson, right? He's very important. Okay, and this work, Ecology of Mind, is really important. Okay, because it basically turn cybernetics into like panpsychism. It's crazy stuff, right? So it's insanity on wheels. All right, think away, like think away, like think of a fucking like a freight train with runaway cargo, like outrageous, just a mess, destruction. The three-headed dog, empiricism, rationalism, idealism. Ah. Okay, let's look up Sanger because I get them confused, and there's a reason why. Because first of all, they're both white ladies, and second of all, they have the same first name, and third of all, they're both like in some type of feminist promotion thing, right? See, Planned Parenthood, sex educator. See, and the other one is, see, look, if you go to the other one. Sex and temperament, 3 primitive societies. These might be the same like actor, right? Is this actor based reality? Are we live truthering here?
Possibly.
Maybe they're the same person. Anyways, let's go back to this thing that. Yeah, did I tell you about this, Jack? This is the thing that Jay Dyer's like talking about how it explains globalism on Alex Jones. And yeah, you know, for Jay Dyer, who was taught at the Frankfurt School.
Well, regarding that, I do have a picture of Owen Benjamin on here for a reason, because we are going to do some live truthing just for a really brief moment. So an update on Alex Jones. I guess Sneeko declared war against Western civilization, and so now Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes have teamed up to.
You mean just like the Jews?
Yep. Well, now Alex Jones and Fuentes have teamed up to go after Islam together, and
what? Wait, who's going after Islam?
What the hell is
Alex
I gotta
Jones
keep
and,
my ducks in a row here.
Yeah.
Wait, who did you say?
Yeah, it's Alex Jones. Well, it's basically like Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, and Nick Fuentes have done like
Oh
hit
my
pieces
God,
against
Joe
Sneeko.
Rogan and Nick Fuentes are teaming up. This is some fucking.
I mean, it's not like overt, I don't think, but like they all release simultaneous like things against like Islam in like the last 24 hours, I guess, or something. So
simultaneous Jew jokes.
Something like that, yeah. But
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I just want to
saw
give you
the
an update.
debate. You know, Sneeko had a debate, Christianity versus Islam, on his channel. It was a pretty interesting debate. I think it was pretty. It seemed pretty engaging, but I think it was pretty conflict driven. And like, I'm wondering why those Muslim debate people, like, they'll only debate Christians. They won't debate atheists or Jews, right? They actually have Jews and atheists on to support their positions, and so do the Christians. So it's almost like the Christians and the Muslims are fighting over which Jews and atheists will support their arguments the most. You know, it's pretty fucking weird, but
Yeah, it's a form of humiliation magic or something, I would argue. But yeah, I definitely intended to send you some of that stuff about Alex Jones and Fuentes, because I just saw it. I didn't look into it deep. But then that Millihan lady just released a video saying Alex Jones and Joe Rogan go after Islam. So I'm just going to go ahead and assume she's correct, that Joe Rogan's also jumping in the fight, because Alex Jones did this big press release saying Sneeko's declaring like communist Islam jihad on the West and some shit like that. So, you know, I'm sure Sneaking Glow is a credible threat, you know, but there is this kind of weird thing with the communists, you know, like the Hassan Piker and Haas and Hinkle and all these guys that me and Pillator talked about like two years ago. I mean, he talked about it, but I looked into it pretty deeply, and yeah, it's pretty strange. Like they're again. It's exactly what they said after 9/11, where they said the rednecks are going to team up with the jihadists. You remember that? Like a long time ago, they made that argument. It's like they're literally forcing it like 20 years later into like fruition. Because I
Very
remember,
vaguely.
yeah, it was a big thing. Alex Jones pushed pretty hard too, saying like, "What the hell? You're not going to get no rednecks with the Muslims." And now they're pushing it where it's like it's like a Islamo-communist MAGA, you know, dark MAGA, whatever the fuck. It's pretty weird, but yeah, it's not. It's pretty out in the open now at this point. Like you can't really, if you look around, you can't really deny they're pushing it. But the thing I wanted to mention, that guy you were showing, Margino, I looked him up because it said that he had opinions on free will, right? And he believes in indeterminism, which even Wikipedia argued is like essentially it's like metaphysical libertarianism, saying, well, there's no cause to anything; it's just all chance. So it's the opposite of determinism or compatibility, saying there is no cause. So it kind of reminded me of Hyperboreanism, to be honest with you. So I was kind of interested in that argument because I didn't see why he was referenced in this paper you're reading. So what does it say there? Margino, Henry Marginal, or whatever. So I'm just saying, like, if somebody believes in pure chance and there's no cause to anything, you know, aka indeterminism, and he's like a professor of, you know, philosophy, teaching that to people at Yale or whatever, might that bias roll over into his political beliefs or something? I mean, like, what would be the political implications of believing there's nothing but chance? I also see Kettering, which is an interesting name. I haven't seen that in a long time. That's an interesting name.
Kettering. Where do you see that? Vickers is the next one. George Vickers.
It's the foundation. It says Charles F. Kettering Foundation.
Oh. Yeah, we'll look that up. Vickers. George Vickers, a Democrat, senator. He cast the deciding vote in the Senate that saved U.S. President Andrew Johnson from impeachment. Well, look at him. Look at this motherfucker, dude. This is a respectable dude. I don't got too many negative things to say about this guy. I don't know. Something about him just seems okay. Right.
I mean, look at that chair, man.
Yeah, that chair. Yeah, I was about to point that out. That chair is, I mean, that's really stylish.
It's great. Like I actually used to have chairs like that in our houses when we were kids, but I don't know what happened to all those beautiful chairs. They seemingly are gone now.
Yeah, let me move us out of the way because that's a really stylish chair, man. Like, wow, look at the detail on that. Is that like handmade? You can't make that in a factory. Look at that chair, man.
Well, that's what you would think is like they would be able to make mass produce like high quality chairs and stuff, but
yeah, just
I've actually yeah. Have you guys ever seen like luxury like real luxury what do you call it? I guess
like sometimes it's the man, you know what I mean? But sometimes it's the chair that the man is sitting on. That tells you more.
But think about that, like, and I just looked up Kettering. I guess he invented like missiles and torpedoes and stuff. But you know, he's like an engineer for like General Motors. But the Marginal guy, like, think about it. That guy's inventing like HARP technology, like you said, microwave technology. But then
The freaking Democrats back then, huh?
But like, how would that indeterminate? Have you ever heard of that term indeterminism before?
Oh my God, that's the wrong guy. It's Jeffrey Vickers, not George Vickers. That was not even the guy. Oh fuck, I'm super stoned. Wait, what was the question, Neuro? My bad. I just freaked out because I had the wrong guy.
No, you're good. I was saying, imagine if you believe in indeterminism and you're working on like, English, the Anglo connection, the Druid,
the Janglos.
yeah, the Druids. You know what's interesting is like I was thinking about this. Like, have you ever seen that movie Spaceballs by Mel Brooks? He calls the planet Druidia, and he calls them the Druids instead of Jews. So maybe there's something to that.
Wow. Maybe he's I know these guys like to like look at like different things like that. Like
Yeah, Mel Brooks put a lot of esoteric shit in his comedy. Like, I know it seems retarded, but he really.
Yeah, it's the same.
But
yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, well, he also called the force the Schwartz, which is like black. So he's like saying it's like the blackness or like nothingness or something. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, this thing looks interesting. This thing stands out to me on this page. International Society for System Sciences, ISSS.
ISIS. Or maybe not. Okay.
1954. Society for General Systems Research. Man, that sounds like a.
That's in Tennessee. I wonder if that connects to somebody we know.
That sounds like quite a doohickey.
See if there's any dyers on the page. Just go search for DYE.
General Systems Research, Systems Theory, Systems Science. My God. Transdisciplinary. Finally, we get into the transdisciplinary, but it's all about systems. You see that? Not about synthesizing human knowledge or human experience.
But what do you think? But what do you think the disposition of a person who believes in indeterminism? Have you ever heard? Have you ever heard that term indeterminism before?
Seems. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I think like Truther Cop had a guy on that was sort of into that type of thing. He said he pointed out a guy who was a radical indeterminist. Oh no, wait, no. He was a determinist, but he like said that I think both that you having free will and not having free will is false. So he came up with some kind of interesting position.
Yeah, I'll just read a little bit about this because I do think it's important to remember of like the mentality that these people have. So indeterminism is the idea that events or certain events or events of certain types are not caused or are not caused deterministically. It is the opposite of determinism and related to chance. It is highly relevant to the philosophical problem of free will, particularly in the form of metaphysical libertarianism. And so it says basically Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and the Born rule proposed by Max Born are often the starting points in support of an indeterministic nature of the universe. And then it says, and indeterminism has been promoted by French biologists, blah, blah, blah. So, and it says, indeterminism in complex systems. So it's a part of that science. So it's like a belief that the people in system science believe in, I guess, or something like that. And I just want to read a little bit about that guy you named, philosophy and history of. So he wrote Ethics and Science. This is the titles of his books: Ethics and Science, The Nature of Physical Reality, Quantum Mechanics, and Integrative Principles of Modern Thought. And I'll read this little thing he said. Our thesis is that quantum mechanics leaves our body, our brain, at any moment in a state with numerous, because of its complexity, we might say innumerable possible futures, each with a predetermined probability. Freedom involves two components: chance, and it says in quotations, existence of a genuine set of alternatives, and choice. So he's saying freedom is chance and choice. Quantum mechanics provides the chance, and we shall argue that only the mind can make the choice by selecting, not energetically enforcing, among the possible future courses. He served on a commission of the World Council of Choices in developing an ecumenical position on nuclear weapons and atomic warfare. So I could go on and on, but this name might be an interesting one to like keep an eye on in the future, because seems extremely related to a conversation we had earlier today, to be honest with you. Chance and and also ties to parapsychology, which our buddy Giorgiani's into. So anyways, I just wanted to mention all that. I think it's very relevant.
Yeah, it's crazy. So where are we at here? Yeah, so let's see. Okay. Dwayne Elgin. Oh, that is. Which thing am I sharing here? Oh yeah, the document. Okay. Okay, so let's go to this guy here. He looks pretty unremarkable, honestly. But yeah, I guess there's a lot of people that have only like a paragraph or a sentence here that is okay, so let's check this out. His media activism. What does that mean? Electronic town meeting on air Bay Area. The local ABC television station, working with the local ABC television station. The fuck? He co-founded Choosing Our Future. A group of 30 evolutionary leaders met with the Dalai Lama. I don't know, I don't want to speculate, but there's something sort of PDF about that guy even. But yeah, so let's go. Whoa, my God, he's produced quite a bit of material here. The fuck? My God, he's quite a scholar. Population and the American future. Oh, we got to go way back where it doesn't even appear. Where it doesn't even appear at all. Oh, no, wait, there it is. Wait, what? What is this? 10 spooktacular Halloween costume ideas for pets. Well, this isn't what I asked for, but let's look at a few of them anyways. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, let's look at the next one. What? That's not very creative, I think. I guess he does kind of look like a lion, but he kind of also looks like a shaved dog. Like, it's a weird looking dog. Wait. Captain Scooby Doo's treasure. What? I'm so confused. Okay, I get it. All right, I got it. Some sort of cat wizard here. What the fuck? What the hell is that thing? What? Oh, I get it. They just painted the. What is that? A dog? Or I don't even know. What the... Oh, all right. DJ Whiskers. Well, now I've seen it all, folks. Well, that led us to nothing. So let's back out of that. So yeah, yeah. Willis Harmon, Arthur Hastings. This is weird. It doesn't come up. It comes up as a fictional character in an Agatha Christie novel. So there's probably another guy named Arthur Hastings. Dorothy McKinney. Okay, let's just skip some of these. Obviously, Joseph Campbell. That's a very interesting guy. I don't know if you guys know who Joseph Campbell is. But I think Joseph Campbell was on the set of Star Wars. And he's friends with Alan Watts from the Esalen Institute. And he's an interesting guy that tries to combine a bunch of different religious traditions like Buddhism and Christianity. He said Jesus was a bodhisattva and whatnot. So interesting stuff with Joseph Campbell, right? He's also responsible for coming up with the hero's journey. If you guys know about the hero's journey. The hero's journey. There's probably like hundreds of YouTube videos on the hero's journey, right? Go look it up. Let me drop the link.
Yeah, probably.
You know, there's probably tons of like little like those drawing videos that explain it, right? Like 2 minutes long. Let's take a look at this. Hero's journey. Or you know what? Let me try to look up this Bill Moyers. Okay, let's just. I don't know. I don't think I'm getting to the thing I wanna. Okay, yeah, here it is. Here's one. Here's one of them. Oh my god. What is happening? Too many things open, I think. So yeah, so let's see if I could. Can you guys see this? Well, it's not playing, but let's see if this. Okay, there it goes.
You talk about something called the soul's high adventure.
My general formula for my student is follow your bliss. I mean, find where it is.
Follow your bliss.
Like what?
Yeah, maybe that's from Satchit Ananda. Follow your bliss.
Yeah.
Bliss.
It's
I
like
think
he's talking crazy talk.
Yeah, it's like the bliss is like the state of joy. So it's like don't chase joy, chase bliss. Maybe that's what he means. Right? It's like the thing that you actually want to get from the joy, so on and so forth. So maybe it's like more cement. I don't know, but yeah. Yeah, it's only like a minute and 50 long, so.
Afraid to follow it.
Can my bliss be my life,
Well,
love, or my
it
life's
will be
work?
your
Is it my
life.
work or my life?
Well, if the work that you're doing is the work that you chose to do because you are enjoying it, that's it. But if you think, oh, gee, I couldn't do that, that's your dragon.
Okay, so the dragon, right? So, right, so the hero's got to go and slay the dragon, right? So the dragon is your thing that you don't want to do. Get it, right? So it's the inner part, it's the lower part of yourself, right? In Gnosticism, right, the many tentacle beast, right, from Book 10 of the Republic, it represents your lower desires, right? The reptilian, right? That represents the lower nature, so on and so forth, right? So if you look at Abraxas, right, he's a lion, but he's got snake legs, right? So he's got a lion head, but he's got snake legs, right? So the dragon is within you. So on and so forth, right, guys? You catch my drift?
It's locking you in. Oh, no, I couldn't be a writer. Oh, no, I couldn't do what so-and-so is doing.
Unlike the classical heroes, we're not going on our journey to save the world, but to save ourselves.
And in doing that, you save the world. I mean, you do. The influence of a vital person vitalizes. There's no doubt about it. The world is a wasteland. People have the notion of saving the world by shifting it around.
Okay, so you went from saving the world to saving yourself, right? So that kind of corresponds to our opening presentation here, right? And I'll have to pause this quite a bit so that we don't get like a strike here, right? But it is interesting that he's talking about going from the world to yourself, right? It's not about an external enemy, it's about an internal potential. So on and so forth. So on and so forth, right?
And changing the rules and so forth. And no, any world is a living world if it's alive. And the thing is to bring it to life. And the way to bring it...
What does that mean? Any world is a living world if it's alive, but the goal is to bring it to life? That's literally... that is one big flabbergasm of stupidity, right? Bring that living world to life that's living. Because it's alive. Yeah, you go, girl.
To life is to find in your own case where your life is and be alive yourself, it seems to me.
That's the power of it.
It seems to me. It seems to me that we're alive. I took a shit this morning, and it was alive. You know what I'm saying? And I think, what the fuck? Man, this is crazy.
Teacher, isn't it, to bring vitality to others, to make others see the vitality in them, children.
Well, it happens. That's one of the delights of teaching. I mean, when you're not teaching in order to have an easy job, but because you really have something to teach and you love young people and you want to give what you've got a fun.
So why do you want to teach people things? Oh, because you got young people, they want to learn things, and well, you need to get a check every month. I don't know.
To them, and to see them come alive is the reward of teaching.
Yeah, sure, sure thing. Yeah, God. All right, so I learned nothing about the hero's journey there. I'll have to find another video. I'm sorry, folks. It literally said, this video is literally entitled, Joseph Campbell, The Hero's Adventure. And this is what the fuck he says. So god damn, motherfucker. Yeah, what a letdown that was.
Well, I sent you a video earlier. I think it's related to this guy. I have to look up the connection, but there's a guy named Angus Fletcher, and Rabbi Rick Rubin was doing a podcast with him, and he opened up the podcast saying, "Well, I thought the military was really bad until I started working with them," and so I go look up his biography, and he's like, let me look it up. Like, I just want to make sure I quote it correctly. I won't read much. I just wanted to tell you what he did. So he's a literature professor, and so he's okay. Here it is: a practitioner of story science and a professor of English and film studies at the Ohio State whatever. And he said so he has a background in neuroscience and literature, and his work focuses on how narrative structures physically change the human brain. And so he's teaching the military how to incorporate story science to physically alter the brain. And he says human instinct is humans do not naturally think through raw data or strict logic, logos. The brain works as a narrative machine, mythos, that maps actions, emotions, and cause and effect timelines. And yeah, so he works with the military. He has trained elite units within the U.S. Army Special Operations to build creative adaptability and swift planning capabilities under conditions of radical uncertainty. Hollywood and media. He works as a story consultant for Pixar, Disney, Sony, Amazon, and the BBC, and NASA as well. So anyways, I just thought that was an interesting thing. I wonder if he's connected to this guy, Joseph Campbell. I'm going to look it up right now.
Yeah, the connection calculator. Yeah, plug it into the connection calculator. I'm sure.
Yeah, he's connected to him primarily as a direct critic and challenger of Campbell's famous hero's journey framework.
Oh, shit! Back to square one.
Oh, you're gonna like this. He said, while Campbell argues that all human myths share one universal "quote-unquote" monomyth.
Monotechnics, monomythics.
Uh-oh.
Monotechnics meets monomythics. You got
Fletcher.
your peanut butter and my Snickers bar here.
Fletcher leverages neuroscience to argue that storytelling is far more complex and diverse than a single template. And then he rejects monomyth. He said it's intellectually reductive. His neurological research highlights that the human brain relies on 24 distinct narrative blueprints.
Wait, who is this? Wait, who is this again?
Angus Fletcher.
Angus Fletcher.
Yeah. And I know about him only because I saw that Rick Rubin just did a podcast with him, and so I looked him up. And then it says 24 distinct narrative blueprints, each designed to trigger entirely different cognitive functions and emotions. So he's teaching the military in Hollywood to physically change your brain via storytelling, essentially. He said, you're going to like this one. Story as technology. Fletcher views stories as functional mental technologies. In books like Wonderworks, he demonstrates that different story types act like specific biological tools. For instance, one narrative structure fights loneliness while an entirely different layout treats trauma or boosts imagination. So it's like it sounds like they're trying to make nootropics via stories or something like that. So yeah, I just wanted to bring that to your attention because it seems very related to what you're talking about there.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Yeah, so okay, with that, let's click on this video, which is free, I guess, to watch on my channel without getting struck, unlike Bill Moyers, the you know, whatever he is, Mason.
Harry Potter, Katniss Everdeen, and Frodo all have in common with the heroes of ancient myths. What if I told you they are all variants of the same hero? Do you believe that? Joseph Campbell did. He studied myths from all over the world and published a book called The Hero with 1,000 Faces, retelling dozens of stories and explaining how each represents the monomyth or
So this is the kind of faking gay video that I was trying to find, right? Monomyth, right? So there's the concept that Neurojack just brought up, right? So yeah, so very interesting because I already had this video pulled up before you started reading that. So yeah,
hero's journey. So what is the hero's journey? Think of it as a cycle. The journey begins and ends in the hero's ordinary world, but the quest passes through an unfamiliar, special world. Along the way, there are some key events. Think about your favorite book or movie.
So there is a interesting thing right there, right? And it's kind of like fascinating, right? So you could see how a lot of these represent movies, right? Where like there's like, okay, let's say called adventure assistance, right? There's like a kid, he like graduates, he's going to college in the dorm room. Right, then there's this girl in the college, blah blah blah. Right, there's this cool kids crisis that she's hanging around. There's a treasure. You gotta get the girl. As a result, right, and you return to the normal world with the girl. You get the new life. Use this resolution, and you meet the status quo in the society. So it's kind of like that whole process, right? There's like tons of movies like that in the '80s or whatever, right? So so that's an example of the hero's journey in like a film of the college where like you go and try to get the girl that's like cool or whatever, trying to move her away from the cool kids. It's like nerds. What's that movie? Revenge of the Nerds or something? I don't know. That's why many religions also lead with the story before the dogma for similar reasons. Ah. Cool. On a walk alone, Haiti on a Henny, carrying a big stick, going to 7-Eleven. Is this our friend Battle Axe? Blessings.
Does it follow this pattern? Status quo, that's where we start. 1 o'clock. Call to adventure. The hero receives a mysterious message, an invitation, a challenge. 2 o'clock. Assistance. The hero needs some help, probably from someone older, wiser. 3 o'clock. Departure. The hero crosses the threshold from his normal, safe home and enters the special world and adventure. We're not in Kansas anymore. 4 o'clock. Trials. Being a hero is hard work. Our hero solves a riddle, slays a monster, escapes from a trap. 5 o'clock. Approach. It's time to face the biggest ordeal, the hero's worst fear. 6 o'clock. Crisis. This is the hero's darkest hour. He faces death and possibly even dies, only to be reborn. 7 o'clock. Treasure. As a result.
So I guess this would be the dragon part. So for Campbell, he's saying that the dragon exists within you, right? So that's the sort of Gnostic part of his interpretation of this entire thing, right? And so on and so forth. The
hero claims some treasure, special recognition, or power. 8 o'clock. Result. This can vary between stories. Do the monsters bow down before the hero, or do they chase him as he flees from the special world? 9 o'clock. Return. After all that adventure, the hero returns to his ordinary world. 10 o'clock. New life. This quest has changed the hero. He has outgrown his old life. 11 o'clock. Resolution. All the tangled plot lines get straightened out. 12 o'clock. Status quo, but upgraded to a new level. Nothing is quite the same once you're a hero. Many popular books and movies follow this ancient formula.
right. See, he's saying like
pretty closely.
It's an ancient formula, right? So so essentially he's trying to do the same thing for myth, right? I mean, obviously the methodology he's applying is a sort of perennialism, right? Where he's saying all myths share this similar thing, but he's trying to say that with religions and he's trying to say that this mono myth cuts across cultures and civilizations, right? And of course he outlines how science is the myth of the modern world, right? Which that is something that I actually agree with Joseph Campbell on, right? One of the few things I agree with him on, right, is that statement that he makes. And but yeah, so I mean, we always point out how people got things wrong. It's important sometimes to point out how they got things right. But yeah, so we made fun of Joseph Campbell a lot today. But yeah, let's go back to let's play some music. And I'm sorry if you guys like Joseph Campbell. I mean, you know, I mean, I like him a lot. I mean, he's okay. I mean, right now, I like him just fine. But I think he's, I think his approach is pretty satanic. I'm gonna be honest. You know, and it kind of left a bad taste in my mouth. I have read works by Joseph Campbell, and yeah, I don't think I'm a proponent of his overall views. You know, I think he's got a lot of problems. But yeah, so let me maybe see what we can work with here. In terms of certain music that we could put on here for you guys. And I think I'll put this song on and maybe just chill out here for a second. And yeah, we'll be back in a little bit. And actually, you know what? Let me see if my camera is working. So give me a second. All right, here we go. Okay, let me drop the link again because we've lost Neuro, so we have nobody on the panel. I appreciate you guys. A go outside, worst case scenario, bear eats you. Beautiful. Yeah, blessings. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. So yeah. And I appreciate the people that are watching. I'm not sure who you may be at this point, but yeah, you know, it's all good in the hood, I hope, and whatnot. So yeah, so yeah, so let's pop in on this. You know, I'll put this here for you guys. Blessings.
One set and sound. Word live. In about 4 bars, a married man will begin to speak. Many have claimed to obtain levels in owning, but when I meet they women, I'm like, they must be joking. They stroking, but after 10 minutes you begin jizzing. Bend it down, flip around, find a way to switch positions. Change it, rearrange it, let her seduce you. Don't try to rush the panties, cause you'll always be the loser. And laugh at, hate it on. You can't perform with those that control they dong on and on and on and on and on. Yo, let's get specific. A flame caress and lick it. You're sexually uplifted with the freak in you. Don't act the way these cats do. Way I maneuver Kama Sutra, give me a statue. So now I ask you, I tell you brothers literally, when it comes to hooking up with these ladies, y'all ain't better than me. Down with RSC, endlessly reciting poetry. Anytime I'm in the bed, my wife is there exploring me. Then I know I'm not ready to share my game yet. Many say they freak, but this style they having it changed yet. Running you, son, loving you, don't you know it's your biology to come? What separates the men from boys? Masturbation from love making is making your woman really hum. Cause by the time you finally get her open, shit, you're done. Now rock the body, then up and gotta run. See, only a sucker pull a move like that. Then wonder why your woman getting hers behind your back. Select the right time and place. Put it in your face and taste. Creation of the human race. It's all about the physical build-up you create. Take your time with it, kid, and let it escalate. Then while you stick, she'll grind. Don't touch yourself, she's out of time. Here's another rhyme.
Okay, let's move forward here. With a little bit of this, we hardly honestly looked at this because we kind of got stuck on the names here. Now, none of these names, I mean, we could go on looking at these names forever. There's so many of them. So, but yeah, I guess some of them compose these various chapters, right? Chapter 2 is specifically composed by Joseph Campbell. Dwayne Elgin composed chapter 3, which we looked at. Willis Harman is the guy who founded the IONS Institute of Noetic Sciences, right? So Willis Harman and Dwayne Elgin composed a few of the chapters. O.W. Markley is involved in some of the chapters. So yeah. So it says acknowledgement is given to the late John McHale, calling attention to the importance of the image of man, quote unquote. Interesting. A draft of this report was reviewed by selected experts to whom we are grateful. All right, so now let's finally move on. Oh, wait, I'm not really sharing this on the screen, am I? So
I was about to say.
Yeah, it's probably better for... Oh, whoops. Sort of skip past that. Oh, wow, there's a lot here. So, yeah, I think we're really interested in the first part. Formative images of man in the universe, because this is going to really comprise everything that we need is this first part, right? Okay, early images of man, human as separate from God and nature. That's going to be a key part in the development of universalism that I've argued, right? That is kind of like my definition of universalism right there, right? Whereas it's kind of like human beings, reason being a mediator for God and nature. So if you separate human beings from God and nature, then you can develop this notion of humanism in general, right? So yeah, the knower Gnostic views, right? Gnosticism, it's all about knowing, right? I mean, it's all about the know. Are you in the know?
You should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Don't be seeking that knowledge now, you hear? The individual Greek views. The individual Greek views, huh? Interesting. That's what Hegel says too in his Reason and History. Empire and Christianity, the Roman catalyst. Oh. So Christianity is an extension of Rome. I wonder who else says that. I wonder who else makes that claim. The age of faith. And contention. Uh-oh. Man over things. Oh, that sounds good. Sounds like the opposite right now, right? Things over man, right? Man over things. That sounds like the sweet spot, right? The new empire. Whoa, where's that at? That must have lasted only 20 years or something like that, right? The human as beast. the Darwinian, Freudian, and ethological views. Oh, now we're beasts now. Oh, I thought we were gods a second ago, and now we're just monkeys. we need to bring back the monkey god, right? Hanuman. That'll solve everything, right? He's a monkey and a god. Bingo. Right? Yeah, bring back the monkey god. That'll solve a lot of these issues. Uh-oh, the human ass mechanism. Dun, dun, dun. The view of modern behaviorism. Yeah, that's got to be doomage, right? So I think that'll be pretty interesting to see what they have to say about that, right? Because since they're giving it this genealogy, I wonder if they notice that these previous formulations that they've offered, or looking at this history that they've presented, they've caused this, right? This is their myth, the myth of the machine. So I wonder if they'll fucking notice. All right, human as evolving holon. What the fuck? The view of modern systems theory. Oh, there's that systems theory. That was popping up a lot when we were looking at who's contributing to this, right? A lot of systems guys. And people that are into cybernetics. And whatnot. The human as spirit. Oh, look at this. You got your religion back, but now it's combined with all this other shit. And now you're a spirit. Yeah, what does that mean? Well, it means different things to different people. That's the problem. The old perennialist kook. Economic man, Homo economicus, and Homo mechanicus. The golem. Influence of science and the image of man. Yeah. Consciousness research. Yeah, how far they get with that? Oh, parapsychology and psychic research. Oh, yeah. You got Willis Harmon here, so he's going to want to chip in on that. Now, this is pretty important, because this is why we're here, is this entire thing. So maybe we'll look at 5, right? And 6. Because evolution deals with their view of this collective view of humanity, right? And then this holistic sense of perspective, that's their solution, right? The ecological ethic, right? The global ethic, right? As part of their humanism, right? Because that's why they created this report. Because technology and man, that's not going so good. So they need to figure out alternative ways for man to live both with the machine in harmony with nature. Right? That's part of this project, right? The feasibility of an integrative evolutionary image of man. Okay. Societal choices, future trends. Okay. Guidelines for strategic transformation. So this will probably be interesting. So what do we got here? So let's see which ones we're going to look at here. I think 8 is pretty good. I think 5 is pretty significant. Okay, I think 6 is maybe an addendum on 5. So what do we got? We got 8, 6, 5. Right. Maybe we'll look at parts of 4 because they said they're researching into consciousness. So maybe we'll just look at that part. Right. And of course, this first part, this first 30 pages seems highly relevant to our analysis, right? So yeah, so that's kind of where we'll go, which direction we'll go here, right? For looking at this work in the future. But yeah, interesting reflections here. Senate the Machete. Hello. I'm not gonna put that up. I don't know what type of picture that is. Is that some sort of body part? Oh no, that's just that pink guy on YouTube. All right. All right, yeah. Yeah, that guy is pretty disturbing, but yeah, he is what he is. Jesus was Greek, 100%. The Greek Jesus? Where the panel at? I don't know. You know, come and join the panel, friend. The panel is here. It's just me and Reddington. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. Everybody's free to join. This is our link to join the show. A lot of people have a lot of things to say when we're not on the show. When we're on the show and there's everything that we can talk about, they just don't seem to engage. Maybe we've upset them. Maybe we've upset them. Well, we're sorry about that. We didn't mean to upset you. But yeah, whoever you are, we stopped thinking about you. We're thinking about other things, right? So, the other thing I wanted to read was, where the fudge is it? Son of a, where is this shit, man? All right, let me go find my text. I gotta go find the text that I have confronting technology. Okay, I see where it is. All right, so hold on. Let me go across this room and go grab my text, confronting technology, and we'll read "The Worst Mistake in the History of the Human Race" by Jared Diamond, and we'll see what's going on, right? Okay, here we are at in this piece here by Jared Diamond. Let me actually go ahead and turn this off for a second so I can read this. Because I think I have presented this before. I'm not sure actually. But yeah, even if I have, in the past, a lot of these shows have been jam-packed, the panels. and it's been kind of a different experience when I explain things. Right, like.
Yep.
So so recently it's different, I guess, but only slightly, I guess. But yeah, I definitely feel like I put this on the screen before. But yeah, he's talking about progress, right? In the beginning here, he makes some interesting statements. He says archaeology is diminishing another sacred belief that human history over the past million years has been a long tale of progress. And he says here, adoption of agriculture, supposedly our most decisive step toward a better life, was in many ways catastrophic. A catastrophe from which we have never recovered. And he says here, for most of our history, we supported ourselves by hunting and gathering. We hunted wild animals and foraged for wild plants. He said different parts of the world, people began to domesticate plants and animals. The agricultural revolution spread until today. It's nearly universal, and few tribes of hunter-gatherers survive. Oh, whoops, I closed the book. Where was I? Oh, yeah, agriculture is an efficient way to get more food for less work, he says. Crops yield far more per acre than roots and berries. And he says the progressivist party line goes too far as to credit agriculture with the remarkable flowering of art that has taken place. All right. So interesting stuff there. So that's kind of the parts I highlighted. And he said, while farmers concentrate on high carbohydrate crops like rice and potatoes, the mix of wild plants and animals in the diets of surviving hunter-gatherers provides more protein and better balance of other nutrients. In one study, the Bushmen average daily food intake during a month when food was plentiful was 2,140 calories and 93 grams of protein, considerably better than the recommended daily allowance for people of their size. It's almost inconceivable that Bushmen who eat 75 or so wild plants could die of starvation, the way hundreds of thousands of Irish farmers and their families did during the potato famine. So the lives of at least the surviving hunter-gatherers aren't nasty and brutish. I made a little dig at Hobbes, right? And his sort of view of the world, that life in a state of nature is nasty, brutish, and short. Right? War of all against all, and so on and so forth, right? So so yeah, interesting stuff, right? And it's like what Locke was saying, that the life of a day laborer in London is better than Louis the the 14th or whatever the fuck his name is, or whatever, one of those kings lived back in the day, right? Because of the advancements, the life of the day laborer in London was better than the old kings and queens, right? They had better amenities of life, of living, right? And that was thanks to the technology in the 1600s. He was saying that, right? So yeah, but what about comparing, right, a modern farm, right, like a person in Ireland who's a potato farmer during the famine, right, to a bushman, right, a hunter gatherer at the same time, right? One's starving and one's not, right? Apparently. So that's what Jared Diamond's saying, right? So it's interesting. So he said they looked at garbage dumps and burial sites, and you could look at the bones of different skeletons and stuff, right? So we looked at how different people who adopted agriculture, how their bones look more fucked up and lesioned out than the ones that didn't, right? They were relatively healthy, right? So it says here, one straightforward example of what paleopathologists have learned from skeletons concerning historical changes in height. Skeletons from Greece and Turkey show that the average height of hunter-gatherers towards the end of the Ice Ages was generous 5'9" for men and 5'5" for women. With the adoption of agriculture, height crashed and reached below reached a low, of 5'3" for men and 5 for women. Damn. By classical times, heights were very slowly on the rise again, but modern Greeks and Turks have not regained the average height of their distant ancestors. Another example of paleopathology at work is the study of Indian skeletons from burial mounds in Illinois and Ohio river valleys. Ohio river valleys and Trillinois. Dixon Mounds, located at the confluence of Spoon and Illinois rivers, archaeologists have excavated 800 skeletons. 800 skeletons. So he says, compared to the hunter-gatherers who preceded them, the farmers had nearly 50% increase in enamel defects indicative of malnutrition, a fourfold increase of iron deficiency anemia, evidence of bone condition called porotic hyperostosis, hyperostosis,
Hypostasis?
hyperostosis, HYP.
I don't see where he is on screen. I don't see it.
Oh, no. This is actually I'm reading this from a text, right?
Oh.
So yeah, so porotic hyperostosis, POROTIC, hyperostosis, HYPER, like hyper, and then ostosis, OSTOSIS. So I think ostosis is probably some sort of bone decay.
I mean, it's osteoporosis. Maybe something's akin to that.
Yeah, hyperostosis is probably a type of osteoporosis, like, or something. That is caused by lack of iron in your blood, apparently. So and that's possibly caused by it could be caused by a lot of things. A threefold rise in bone lesions reflecting infectious diseases in general, and an increase in degenerative conditions of the spine, probably reflecting a lot of hard physical labor. Life expectancy at birth in the pre-agricultural community was about 26 years, says Armalagos. but in the post-agricultural community, it was 19 years. So these episodes of nutritional stress and infectious diseases were seriously affecting their ability to survive. The evidence suggests the Indians at Dixon Mounds, like many other primitive peoples, took up not by choice, but from necessity. Wow, I'm sucking at reading now. In order to feed their constantly growing numbers. I don't think most hunter-gatherers farmed until they had to, and they switched to farming. They traded quality for quantity, says Mark Cohen. Mark Cohen of the State University of New York at Plattsburgh, co-editor with Armalagos of one of the seminal books in the field, Paleopathology at the Origins of Agriculture. Quote, when I first started making that argument 10 years ago, not many people agreed with me. Now it's become a respectable, albeit controversial side of the debate, unquote. Interesting. Yeah, obviously, not a lot of people would accept the view that farming didn't increase every single aspect of their life, right, compared to hunter-gatherers. Right, because they have better stuff, because they can have a division of labor. Not everybody needs to farm, right? So obviously you'd be working less, you get more of a variety of food, but that's not true. Right, if you want to produce food for a giant population, you have to be selective about what you want to plant. And so on and so forth. And in order to secure food for a large population, the farmer is going to have to work more, not less. And then other people are going to have to do other things, which they're going to have to be expected to do more often because to support a large population, a large civilization. So yeah, so interesting stuff that kind of aligns with what Mumford is saying about work and technology, and definitely aligns with what Shang Zhu is saying. And I don't really have that much time, so I think I might go to switch to that in a little bit here. Right, see how much of this I have left. Okay, yeah, you know what? Yeah, we'll switch to that in a minute here, and we'll finish this on the next time, right? So it says there are at least 3 sets of reasons to explain the findings that agriculture was bad for health. First, hunter-gatherers enjoyed a varied diet, while early farmers obtained most of their food from one or a few starchy crops. The farmers gained cheap calories at the cost of poor nutrition. Today, just 3 high-carbohydrate plants, wheat, rice, and corn, provide the bulk of calories consumed by the human species. Yet each one is deficient in certain vitamins and amino acids essential to life. Second, because of dependence on a limited number of crops, farmers ran the risk of starvation if one crop failed. Finally, the mere fact that agriculture discouraged people to clump together in crowded societies, many of which then carried on trade with other crowded societies. led to spread of parasites and infectious diseases. Oh, not to mention the infectious diseases that came from animal agriculture. Right? Eating certain types of animals that eat certain types of plants and foods that are not usually in your diet. Right? And then your intestinal bacteria has to like morph or mutate and so on and so forth. And it causes like all sorts of viral things, and so this has happened in history, right? Um um Agriculture encouraged people to clump together in crowded societies, many of which carried trade, blah blah blah, or infectious diseases, crowding. Right. This is a chicken egg argument because crowding encourages agriculture and vice versa. Epidemics couldn't take hold when populations were scattered in small bands that constantly shifted camp. Tuberculosis and diarrheal disease had to await the rise of farming. Measles and bubonic plague, the appearance of large cities. Well, that's good news for everyone, right? So yeah. So yeah, crowding. Reliance on few not very nutrient rich crops, so on and so forth. Lots of downfalls. Right, now let's go to our friend, the farmer, right? And he's got some interesting things to say that we've seen, right? He's got some interesting things to say, man. Oh yeah, you know what? Let's go to this translation here. Give me 1 second. I'll have to sort of pull this up here. Okay, so I think you guys remember the farmer from Shangzhou that says that if you adopt machines, you'll have a mechanical heart. And of course, Lao Tzu puts together this passage about the sharper the tools, the more benighted the state in chapter 57. So we were looking at chapter, I believe it's 12 from Shangzhou. Which describes this farmer, right? Which kind of rejects technology. And we had a sort of discussion with Max about that, right? Whether that's logical. Okay, whether, well, on the one end, it's true that certain types of technology psychologically transform you, especially, and obviously Max is a huge hugely, considering this idea that there's sort of mind-altering technologies, right, that can sort of affect our mind, hack into the brain, and so on and so forth. Right, he's kind of an expert in that area, but he's also talking about how, we're technological to the core, right? And this is another aspect of what a lot of the thinkers we look at talk about, right? So if you remember the farmer, right? You know what? Let me just go to the AC Graham one here, because I could put this on the screen here, right? Down with technology, right? It says, right? So yeah. Zukung, right? And here's the famous line, right? But kind of in a different translation here. It says, I heard from my teacher that whoever has contrivances with tricks and make them go is sure to have activities with tricks to make them go. So these contrivances are kind of like machines, right? And in other translations, it just kind of says machines, activities, and tricks. But of course, as we saw, skill and techne are kind of like the same thing at the time, right? Application of a skill is kind of like techne to them. And of course, one of the key responses when people say that are human beings technological to the core, well, nature is technological, like in terms of animals, right? Animals fabricate homes and spaces and so on and so forth, right? So they are engaging in techne, right? Animals. Right? So even if we just forget about humans, right? It's technological nature is part of animals, right? So yeah, so whoever has activities with tricks to make them go is sure to have a heart with tricks to make them go. Oh, I'm sorry, to make things go. A heart with tricks to make things go. If a heart with tricks to make things go is lodged inside your breast, the pure and simple will not be at your disposal. If the pure and simple is not at your disposal, the demonic and vital will be unsettled. Demonic and vital, right? Spiritual, the spiritual, right? Anyone in whom the demonic and vital is unsettled, the way will not sustain. It isn't that I don't know. It's that I would be ashamed to make it. What a strange translation, right? So yeah, he offers him a machine, as you could see here, right? The well sweep. So you've heard it be described in that way, right? And so on and so forth, right? So here is his sort of thing, and as we were reading, right? He uses the technological examples as metaphors, right? To manipulate human nature sometimes. But says he does speak of such cunning devices as stringed arrows, basket nets. And he says they have ecological damage. Right? There's this guy, Shen Nung. Who's the Taoist emperor. Right? He's commentated on a lot. Right? In Shangzu, he's kind of like the beginning of the problems. Right? Why? Because he caused the explosion of this agricultural arts. Right? So he's kind of like the founder of civilization. Right? So in the Robber Z, he's part of the downfall. Right? The guy who founds agriculture is part of the downfall of civilization. As we were reading. So not only does Shangzu reject labor-saving devices, right, but he puts the guy who really innovated in the agricultural arts as a guy who took civilization in a wrong direction. Right. So interesting stuff from Shangzu. We'll read more about that in a minute. Yeah, but I'll move forward here and play a song for you. Play a couple songs for you guys. And you know, we'll come back in a little while with that. Blessings. So stick around. We actually started looking at that yesterday. It's part of a long thing we're doing on Shangzu. You know, we did tens of shows on the subject, but I appreciate you guys. Blessings.
Places and spaces I've been. All the 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 places and spaces I've been.
Yeah, blessings, Buddha.
Yeah, blessing. Uh, I would say that in a sense, science has proven, in a sense, the Buddha Dharma true because of Bell's theorem. Bell's theorem. I was
Oh, that's
looking
an
at.
interesting take. Yeah, explain Bell's theorem to the people because I'm not sure that they're familiar with Bell's theorem.
Yeah, Bell. I will explain in a second. Yeah. Okay, so basically, Bell's theorem is that it's a common way of describing quantum physics. Two particles that originate together are not yet settled into definite states. Only when one is measured does a definite outcome appear, and the other, however far away, is found to be correlated with it. The older common sense view imagines each particle as a sealed envelope whose answers was written inside in advance and merely read off at opening. Bell's theorem shows that correlations are too strong for that. They cannot come from each particle independently carrying a fixed answer beforehand. On Carlo Rovoli's relational interpretation, a thing that holds no properties on its own, a thing holds no properties on its own. They arise only in its interaction with something else. Rovoli hears in this an echo of Nagarjuna, for whom nothing stands on its own. The emptiness taught here rests on dependent arising. Physics offers only an image of a world made intelligible through relation. So you can't really talk about things like they have independent, fixed. So you cannot really talk about things like they have independent fixed essence. You can only talk about them in terms of relation and dependent arising, and that is what Nagarjuna gets at in MMK. And so that's my starting metaphysics. I would say that my book goes into that kind of stuff. Yeah, so the problem with growing industrial complexity is it obscures one's true nature. It obscures the conditions and possibility of awakening, but it does not affect your true nature. All sentient beings have Buddha nature, which is ungenerated, imperishable, and unborn. So all it takes is to awaken to it, which isn't easy, but yeah, that's it. Emptiness. And emptiness simply means that things lack independent fixed essence. And there you go. You can use it to refute the Platonists too. Because Platonists is all about essences for them. Emanation and plasmation, or I mean emanation, emanation for the for the Platonists.
Right.
It's all like the yin yang in many ways. It's like the yin yang and the idea of interpenetration and Buddhist in Mahayana
Oh
Buddhist
yeah.
interpenetration. Yeah. Yeah. Industrialization, is not good to attribute positive value to growing industrial complexity. But I want to talk about something else that related to the subject matter. What can we do? Yeah, that's what can we do? Because that's what. Yeah.
So this is what you were talking about. Local hidden variable theories, right?
Yeah. Basically, it doesn't have a definite state until you like measure it, and they're correlated with each other. They're mysteriously correlated with each other. And stuff. Like if you take two coins and you put them in a box, and the coins have like a message or envelopes, and they have like a message in them, or like let me start over. And so basically, it's kind of people imagine particles as carrying definite hidden properties inside them before anyone measures them, like two envelopes secretly prepared in advance. One contains white and the other contains black. When the people open them, they simply discover what was already there. In this picture, the particles are separate objects with fixed internal information. Now, the quantum mechanics view which is true. It shows the strange view. Before measurement, the particles are not fully settled into definite states yet. So only when one person measures their particle does a definite outcome appear, and the other particle is instantly correlated with it. Bill's experiments show the observed correlations are too strong to be explained by the simple pre-written envelope idea. So the coins were not fully definite in the ordinary sense until measurement, yet they still remain mysteriously correlated. That's very close to dependent arising. That's very close to emptiness. You see, it's very close to it. Yeah, there you go. It's kind of like maybe it's kind of holographic. I don't know if it's holographic. I haven't looked into it yet. But yeah, emptiness. So there's nothing has independent fixed essence. Yeah, there you go. And that's what quantum physics shows.
Oh, whoops! Am I not? Well, am I not putting that up? Did I not have that up the entire time? The fuck? Yeah, this is what I meant to put up. Scroll back up and do that again. Yeah, so this principle of locality in physics, the principle of locality states an object is influenced directly only by its immediate surroundings. Okay, so so yeah, physical fields. I mean, what is the physical field composed of? Nothing?
That's physics. Like quarks, muons, the fundamental forces and stuff like that. But the point is that they have to exist independent on each other. Like they are all correlated with each other. So it's not like you can look at one isolated from the rest. That's the way I see it. It's not, yeah. But there are fields.
Yeah, I think what they're trying to say is that there's that they don't know what the essence is, not that there isn't one. You know what I mean? In physics, because I'm not sure that a physicist, if you pull a physicist aside to say, you think there's no essences to things, I'm not sure. I think he'd say, well, physics doesn't show any essences, right? But I don't think he'd say it's looking for them or can find them, right?
Yeah, that is true. That's going to a different topic. But Bill's
Right,
does show that all phenomena are correlated. They're dependently arisen. It doesn't tell you whether there's an essence or not. That's
Right.
that's a little bit different. Yeah.
Because certain right physicists would say, well, the essence is just matter, right? They just say, well, matter equals energy, like that is the essence of things, right? So they wouldn't say that there's no essence. Some of them would say, well, that is this tells you that this is just matter, right?
Yeah, but the most it does show is even if there were an essence, it would have to be dependently arisen. It has to be contingent. Yeah.
Do Buddhists deny physical reality?
No, they don't. They don't deny physical reality.
But they deny materialism, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so if they deny materialism, but they don't deny physical reality, they would disagree with those scientists that say that reality is just materialistic, right?
Yeah, they would disagree if the scientists, the convention, you look at Nagarjuna's two truths, the physical stuff will be conventional. Well, the ultimate is just, the non-substantialist, emptiness. It's like the the non-abiding awareness. It's kind of closest to it. Be like the formless, but the conventional will be the realm of it would be forms, but not in a Platonic sense. I don't mean this. I don't mean forms in a Platonic sense.
Right,
form is
right, right.
emptiness.
You mean
Emptiness is form.
yeah, yeah. You mean like nama and rupa, right? Like name and form, right? Like in the Buddhist, they have a different conception of form, right?
Yeah, they have a different conception of form. Yeah, yeah. But basically, the Heart Sutra really says it like that: form is emptiness. Emptiness is form.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a really yeah, that's kind of like a slap in the face to Platonism right there, right? Right, just that statement, right? Right, form is emptiness. It's like, well then, where do we go from here?
Yeah, yeah. Buddhism and Platonism are not reconcilable. That's definitely true.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they're different. So
Yeah, I actually have a theory that there's like I mentioned this that the Central Asians were critiquing the Zoroastrians. You know, what I mean, they're yeah, they are because there are a lot in Afghanistan. A lot of Buddhism developed there. It's called Balkh, Balkh. Balkh had a huge presence of Zoroastrians and Buddhists, and I think the Buddhists would critique them in some sutras like subtly and stuff. It's kind of interesting.
yeah. Um So, yeah, Rocky says essence is equals soul. Yeah, that's you know, how they flipped it in terms of the Christian because in terms of the Greek, I think they had kind of a different conception of soul than the Christians, but yeah, the Christians really made huge advancements in Neoplatonism. If you look at the work of Boethius, right, they really sort of excelled, right? Yeah, I think Boethius and Avicenna, they were very like accelerated, right? Like Neoplatonists, beefed up Neoplatonists, on steroids. I mean, pretty much.
Yeah, in Zoroastrianism, there's something called Gitig and Minog, which is a Middle Persian term.
Minog. Yeah, I like that.
The Gitig alludes to the material, visible, and tangible aspect of the world. Minog refers to the aspect of the world that is essentially mental, invisible, and intangible.
Yeah, I knew I liked Minog when I first heard it. Yeah, Minog sounds cool. Yeah.
Yeah, Minog. Yeah.
That's a cool word.
Yeah, that's like the spiritual stuff.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. All right. Should we protest against technological civilization in terms of the Shangzu? Oh yes. Let's get into it, folks. There is the text I'm reading from is here. So it says, okay, so I'll kind of skip some of this stuff here. One famous episode of the Outer Chapters in which a hermit coldly rejects labor-saving device proposed by a disciple of Confucius. His objection is not to social or ecological effects, but to deliberate calculation or benefit of harm, disruptive of Taoist spontaneity, which motivates the search for new inventions. Right, so that's the story we were looking at, right, with the farmer, right? And it's kind of interesting how what the farmer says parallels what Robert Z says as well. So these two stories are kind of very interesting, right? Because not only are they taking a primitivist approach. Okay, so let me actually read part of what they say, right? To Confucius, right? Okay, let me open this up real quick because this is really interesting how these two stories sort of closely parallel one another in the Shangzu, right? So that's what I want to highlight for you guys. Where is this again? I'm losing where I put this fucking Shangzu. I just took a big ass pill of lion's mane mushrooms. Anyway, so okay, so yeah, so he says, I've heard from my teacher that those who possess machines must end up becoming mechanical in their affairs. Those who are mechanical in their affairs must end up becoming mechanical in their hearts and minds. So this idea of psychological transformation. And he says to Confucius, aren't you those people who make themselves so learned to be like the sages? Go in for a fancy talk so that they can look down on the crowd while crying a mournful song about how alone you are, simply in order to gain a reputation in the world. You forget about your spiritual essence caused degeneration to your physical body, and for what? You don't even have the ability to set yourself straight, let alone set anything straight in the world. Go away and don't interrupt my work, said the farmer to the disciple of Confucius. And what did Robert Z say to Confucius? Well, let's take a look. He said, you talk and prattle, blindly praising Wen and Wu, capped with a tree branch cap and belted with the ribs of cows, crafting misleading theories. You eat without farming and dress without weaving. With your flapping lips and clucking tongue, you dare to create rights and wrongs to bewilder the rulers of the world and keep the scholars from returning to their root. You blindly fabricate filial piety and brotherly love in an effort to insinuate yourself with the wealthy and proprietied. The weight of your crimes is enormous. Hurry home, otherwise I'll add your liver to my afternoon snack. That's right. Robert Z's a cannibal, right? You don't give a fuck. I'm gonna go grab my coffee real quick. But it's interesting how those two parallel each other, right? The response from the farmer and the response from Robert Z. Right. Okay. So let's move on. I've grabbed my little coffee here. Actually, you know what? I have more peanut M&Ms. I'm gonna grab more of these. Yeah, and one may ask just how I do this show for 6 hours. Well, I simply skip a meal 3 hours into the show and instead eat some sort of sugary thing with coffee. And yeah, So that is how I do the last 2 hours. Okay.
Shangsu is the outer teachings. That's good. Which translation is this? Oh, the inner chapter. Is this the inner chapters or the outer chapter?
This here is a commentary.
Oh, commentary. Yeah, you're reading the commentary right now. That's right.
Yeah. So he says, it would evidently be pointless to reply to that in tilling and irrigating he is himself benefiting from past discoveries. These are already customary exercises which do not start off that weighing of prospects, which divorces the reasoning man from nature. Okay, so the commentary is not about the use of tools and machines in general, or the farmer's reliance on others, or why he's performing this work, or any of those things, right? Or even the ecology, right? Even though Shangsu does make other points, as we've seen, in terms of ecology, right? Right, but here it's the psychological transformation by the tool or the machine, right? That's the main issue. Okay, so he says his criticisms, so this is a interesting line here where it says his criticisms center not on practical, useful devices, but on moralism, ritualism, logical disputation, arts, and luxuries. Okay, so let's go down here. So the story concludes with the comment by Confucius, which many understand as qualifying the criticism of technology. They read an ambiguous sentence as he, the hermit, perceives one side of the matter, but does not know about the other. But in chapter 7 of the Huainanzu, the sentence reappears in a plainer context where it can be understood as he perceives the oneness of everything. Okay, so this is what we read yesterday, right? So this change in translation is notable, right? Right, it means that Confucius had kind of a better reaction the second time, or something like that, right? So I won't bother reading this translation again. I mean, I read that part, but yeah. Here, hold on. Let me take this off the screen and look at a different part of this real quick, because we've looked at this farmer part. Okay, let's see what this is. Okay, here we are. This part. Episodes related to primitivist essays. So this is another part of this. He says, on the following passages, the dialogue of Old Tan and Zhu Kung is certainly by the primitivist or some follower of his. Not only does it share his slogan, the essentials of nature and destiny, and the theory of a historical decline starting with the Yellow Emperor, it repeats a passage from, quote, keep it in place and within bounds, sitting as still as a corpse, and another from rifling trunks, so we disturb the brightness of the sun and the moon above. In this dialogue, it may be noticed that the positions credited of Yao and Yu in far antiquity are those of the Confucian and Mohist schools, respectively. The Mohist originated disputation, and, quote, robbers are people, but killing robbers is not killing people, unquote. Was a thesis that they defended. Second passage is put together from fragments in chapter 12 and 11, which dovetail neatly here. The evidence of the author is weak. Of authorship is weak, sorry. I must confess to being guided mainly by the subject, but persistent feeling that I can hear the primitivist, indignant, crotchety voice. Down. Quite a blow, but let's continue. When Confucius returned from his visit to Old Tan, he did not talk for 3 days. Now that you have seen Old Tan, sir, asked a disciple, how would you assess him? For the first time in my life, I have seen the dragon. The dragon. Cohering becomes a solid presence. When most elusive makes its best effects. Ooh, when most elusive. It rides upon the breadth of the clouds and soars above the yin and yang. My mouth gaped so wide, I could not get it shut. Who am I to assess Old Tan? Said Zhu Kung, right? Zhu Kung is Confucius. Then there really is a man who, sitting as still as a corpse, looks as majestic as a dragon. And from the silence of the abyss speaks with the voice of thunder, who is prompted into motion like heaven and earth. Can I get to see him too? Then, introducing himself as a disciple of Confucius, he called on Old Tan. Old Tan, who was sitting cross-legged in the hall, answered in a faint voice, quote, the cycle of my years is fulfilled and I depart. What lesson have you come to teach me? In the ruling of the empire, the 5 emperors and 3 kings were not the same. But in the glory of their renown, they were as one. It's like this thing from the mythology, right? 5 emperors and 3 kings. Why is it that you alone, sir, think that they were not sages? So he says, come a little closer. Why do you say they were not the same? Yao gave up the throne and Shun took it. Yu worked with his hands and Tang made war. King Wen obeyed Chao and did not venture to rebel, but King Wu rebelled against Chao and disdained to obey. That is why I say they were not the same. So this is a constant thing that Shang Tzu's pointing out. Right, is that these sage kings, they were constantly fighting each other. Okay, this is kind of like the thing that Socrates points out with the with the Homers, like gods, right? He's saying they're constantly at war. So do you really think that gods wouldn't have shit figured out better than humans? Like they're going to be contemplating the sordid affairs that we contemplate. Right, trying to steal like $50 from each other and then, you know, stealing this dude's wife and then killing this other dude. You know, he says, you really think guys are gonna do stuff like this, right? Yeah, so what's up?
Wait, you talking to me?
No, anyone.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
I'll drop the link again.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
we
was
don't have to talk. I mean, it's
I
up
was
to the
doing
people.
some stuff.
No, it's fine. Yep.
Yeah, Asuras and Buddhist cosmology, they kind of fight with each other a lot too, I think. if I remember.
Uh-oh. Yeah, they got the battles going on, right? Yeah, but Asuras are not the thing, right? They're kind of like fuck ups, right?
Yeah, they're not like the Greek gods. I don't think they
Right.
are. They, yeah.
Archons or something. Yes, I won't. All right. Okay, let's continue then. So yeah, it's pointing out that these guys are always fucking up. They're always killing each other, rebelling against each other. Yet these guys were all honored. What's the deal here, man? Right? That's kind of what he's trying. Young man, a little nearer. And I should tell you how 5 emperors and 3 kings ruled the empire. When the yellow emperor ruled the empire, he unified the hearts of the people. If someone failed to weep at death of his own parents, the people saw nothing wrong. When Yao ruled the empire, he differentiated the hearts of the people by a sense of kinship. If someone, for the sake of the nearer, reduced his degrees, his duties to the farther, the people saw nothing wrong. When Shun ruled the empire, he made the hearts of the people competitive. Pregnant women gave birth by the 10th month. Children by their 5th month were able to talk before their first smile. They were starting to tell who and from who. And from then, for the first time, there were premature deaths among men. So look at that. Shit just got worse and worse and worse and worse. Not progress, but the opposite of progress. Constant decline. The sage kings, the rule of the sage kings. Right? Let's take a look at chapter 38 of the Tao Te Ching, right? This is what it says. It says, those of the highest virtue do not strive for virtue, and so they have it. Those of the lowest virtue never stray from virtue, so they lack it. Those of the highest virtue practice non-action and never act for ulterior motives. Those of the lowest virtue act and always have some ulterior motive. Those of the highest benevolence act, but without ulterior motives. Those of the highest righteousness act, but without ulterior motives. Those who are ritually correct act. But if others do not respond, they roll up their sleeves and resort to force. When the way was lost, there was virtue. Okay, meaning that when we don't pay attention to what's natural, we have to invent these rules, right? So people have to be good then, right? When virtue is lost, there's benevolence, meaning that then we have to rely on the kindness of others. right? You got to make rules, right? Whatnot, benevolence, right? People have to be good now, right? Like he said earlier, right? The lowest virtue never stray from virtue, so they lack it. Right now, he says, when benevolence was lost, there was righteousness. Right now, you got to do the right thing. Right, and there's standards on what the right thing to do is. Right now, there's laws and ordinances. Right, and there's justice and righteousness. Right, it's way worse than benevolence, than just relying on the goodness of others. Right, which is way worse than having virtue yourself. Now he says when righteousness was lost, there was rights. Right, and those rights include filial piety. Right, the rights are the wearing thin of loyalty and trust, the beginning of chaos. Right, so it's kind of like a pattern that exists, right? Between the sages of the world, their sort of decrease. I'm not sure what this is or why.
Could a robot become a sage?
It depends what tradition. Okay, so let's see what this is.
Download that goes.
Cookie Monster, you're on the stage. What's going on?
Greetings.
Oh, it's you. Okay, blessings. Yeah. Yeah, I was wondering who that is. Yeah, I appreciate you.
Same.
Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, this constant decline, right? When you ruled the empire, he made the hearts of the people disputatious. The more men used their hearts for thinking, the more there was for weapons to do. Killing robbers wasn't killing people. Each man became a breed of his own, and the empire came to be as it is. This is why the empire was in utter panic, and the Confucians and the Mohis both sprang up. Right. They sprang up from the confusion. Right? He's saying, right? When they first started, there were rules of conduct, but by now men are using their own daughters as their wives. Unspeakable. Ooh. I tell you, when the 5 emperors and 3 kings ruled the empire, in the name they ruled, quote unquote, it. But misrule was even worse. The knowledge of the 3 kings disturbed the brightness of the sun and the moon above, dissipated the quintessences in the mountains and the rivers below, interrupted the rounds of the 4 seasons in between. That knowledge of theirs has a sting crueler than a scorpion's tail. No beast, however rarely spied, is left secure in the essentials of its nature and destiny, yet still they think they are sages. Is it not shameful, that shamelessness of theirs? Zhu Kung, much taken aback, did not know where to put his feet. So here's this thing. The filial son does not flatter his parents. The loyal minister does not fawn on his lord. There is no higher excellence in minister or son. If you affirm whatever your parents say, approve whatever they do, even the vulgar will call you an inadequate son. If you affirm whatever your lord says, approve whatever he does, even the vulgar will call you an inadequate minister. But don't they understand that the same necessarily applies to themselves? If you affirm whatever the vulgar affirm, approve whatever the vulgar approve, you don't find them calling you a fawner and a flatterer. then do the vulgar really have more authority than one's parents, more majesty than one's lords? Call one of them a flatterer, and he looks offended. Call him a fawner, and he looks angry. Yet he is a flatterer all his life, a fawner all his life. When he gathers a throng around him by apt illustrations and elegant phrases, there's contradiction between start to end, motive and outcome. He chooses the hang of his dress, the colors which adorn it, his mannerisms of expression and gesture to appeal to the taste of his times, yet denies that he is a flatterer or a fawner. It is to ordinary people that he is attaching himself. He shares their judgments of right and wrong, yet he denies that he is one of the crowd. It is the last word in foolishness. One aware of being a fool is not the biggest fool. One aware of being deluded is not the most deluded. The most deluded is never disabused. The biggest fool is forever unaware. If of 3 travelers there is one who is deluded, there can still be directed to the destination, for the deluded is in a minority. For if 2 are deluded, they will fail to get there, however hard they try, for the deluded are the majority. Is it not sad that now, when the whole world is deluded, even when I do signal the direction, it doesn't do any good?
I'm sorry, I was lost. But I kind of got the gist of where you were going.
Oh, yeah. It's people who stand on other people's shoulders, call themselves tall. They think they've achieved the things that they understand, even though they never can explain how they understand those things.
But
And they
they'll tell
follow
you,
others
I
around.
don't know. Why will they sit there and say, I don't know, but then they claim to have a knowing?
The people that point to the good.
Point wherever you want.
Yeah, Shang Tzu is saying people who point to the good, they're not good, right? And, but the person who's aware of being a fool is not the biggest fool, right? And, yeah. And the more deluded people are and they follow each other, the more the delusions multiply, of course, right? So great music does not get an entrance into villagers' ears. But if it's Snap the Willow, quote unquote, or the Pretty Flowers, those must have been, the jams of the time. They burst into gleeful laughter. So, just so lofty words do not lodge in the hearts of the crowd. The most sublime do not stand out because the words of the vulgar are in the majority. When at every fork in the road you are all the more deluded, you will never reach your destination. And now, when the whole world is deluded, even when I do signal the direction, what good can it do? To persist in what one knows can do no good. Is one more delusion. So it's best to let things be and refrain from pushing. If I don't push, who is going to worry? A leper, when in the middle of the night a child is born to him, hurries torch in hand to look at it, for there is nothing that in his suspense he fears more than that it will resemble himself. But vulgar people are all pleased if others go on thinking the same as themselves. and hate others. So he's saying that a vulgar person is worse than an ugly person, right? Or a leper, right? Because at least you could see their faults. Now, these people hiding their faults with other people's faults, and they just go ahead and go along just masking their own faults. They blend in with others. And they hate others to disagree with them, to wish others to agree with you, and be displeased if they do not, is to have the aim of becoming superior to the many. And how can anyone who makes superiority to the many his aim ever be superior to the many? Rather than have the support of the many to confirm what you were taught, it is better that the many arts of ruling be as many as possible. Yet the people who so desire to run somebody's state for him are the ones who go on contemplating benefits of rule of the three kings without noticing the disadvantages. This is to trust the man's state to luck. And how long can you trust it to luck without losing it? Your chances of saving his state are not 1 in 10,000. The odds you will lose it are more than 10,000 to 1. It is what it is. The precautions taken against thieves who open trunks, search bags, I'm not on a different text, or ransack tills consist in securing with cords and fastening with bolts and locks. This is what the world calls wit. But a strong thief comes and carries off the till on his shoulders with a box and bag and runs away with them. His only fear is that the cords and locks should not be strong enough. Therefore, does not what the world used to call wit simply amount to saving up for the strong thief? And I venture to state that nothing of that which the world calls wit is otherwise than saving up for the strong thieves. And nothing of that which the world calls sage wisdom is other than hoarding up for the strong thieves. How can this be shown? In the state of Chi, the neighboring towns overlooked one another, and one could hear the barking of dogs and the crowing of cocks in the neighboring town. Right. We were here, hold on, let me go get this. Yeah, so it says here in Dao De Ching, a small country has fewer people. Though there are machines that can work 10 to 100 times faster than people, they are not needed. The people take death seriously and do not travel far. Though they have boats and carriages, no one uses them. Though they have armor and weapons, no one displays them. People return to the knotting of rope in place of writing. Their food is plain and healthy, their clothes fine and simple, their home secure, they are happy in their lives. Though they live within sight of their neighbors, and crowing cocks and barking dogs are heard across the way, yet they leave each other in peace while they grow old and die. But the people who keep accumulating, keep expanding, trying to expand their knowledge, their possessions, they're hoarding up for the strong thieves. So let's go back to this. The neighboring towns overlooked one another. One could hear the barking of dogs and the crowing of cocks in the neighboring towns. Fishermen cast their nets, and plowmen plowed the land in a territory of over 2,000 li. That's like some sort of distance. Within its four boundaries was there a temple or shrine dedicated a god worshipped, or a hamlet, country, or district governed, but in accordance with the rules laid down by the sages. Yet one morning, Chang Si slew the ruler of Qi and stole his kingdom. And not his kingdom only, but the wisdom tricks which he had got from the sages as well. Yeah, he took those too. Right. If you don't know them and there's not people who are going to survive to pass that knowledge on, well, when they take over the town, they usually burn all the books or take the books and capture the priests and make them cough up their knowledge of what those things are, right? Or cut their balls off. And if they tell them what they are, then they'll get concubines. So which one are you going to choose? The small state did not venture to blame, nor the great states to punish him, and for 12 generations his descendants ruled over Qi. Was this not the stealing of the state of Qi and its wisdom tricks of the sages in order to preserve their thieves' lives? I venture to ask, was there ever anything of what the world esteems as great wit other than saving up for the strong thieves? And was there ever anything of what the world calls sage wisdom other than hoarding up for strong thieves? How can this be shown? Of old, Lung Feng was beheaded, Pekan was disemboweled, Chang Hung was sliced to death, Sei Su was thrown into the waves. All these four, were learned ones, but they could not preserve themselves from death and punishment. An apprentice to Robert Z, however you want to say it, right? I've seen it appear at least three different ways, right? Robert Chi, Robert Che, Cheh, Robert Z, Zhi. Is there then Tao moral principles among thieves? Question. Tell me if there is anything in which there is not Tao. Z replied, there is the sage character of thieves by which booty is located. The courage to go in first, the chivalry of coming out last. There is the wisdom of calculating success and kindness in the equal division of the spoil. There's honor among thieves. That's what he's trying to say, right? There has never yet been a great robber who was not possessed of these 5 qualities, he says. It is seen, therefore, that without the teachings of the sages, good men could not keep their position, and without the teachings of the sages, Robert Chi could not accomplish his ends. Since good men are scarce and bad men are the majority, the good sages due to the world, the sages, wait, I think this is, the good sages due to the world is little, and the evil is great, it says. Sorry. It's kind of got like a typo here. It says "the" twice here. Therefore, it has been said, if the lips are turned up, the teeth will be cold. It was thinness of the wines of Lu which caused the siege of Hantan. When sages arose, gangsters appeared. Overthrow the sages and set the gangsters free, and then the empire will be in order. When the stream ceases, the gully dries up, and when the hill is leveled, the chasm is filled. When the sages are dead, gangsters will not show up. But the empire will rest in peace. On the other hand, if the sages do not pop off, neither will the gangsters drop off. Nor if you double the number of sages wherewith to govern the empire, will you do more than double the profits of the robbers. If pecks and bushels are used for measurement, the pecks and bushels themselves will be stolen along with the rice. If scales and steel yards are used for weighing, the scales and steel yards themselves will be stolen along with the goods. If tallies and signets are used for good faith, the tallies and signets will also be stolen. If charity and duty are used for moral principles, charity and duty will also be stolen. How's this so? Steal a hook and you hang a crook. Steal a kingdom and you are made a duke. Yeah, it's like Machiavelli said, right? War makes criminals, peace hangs them. So let's go on then. The teaching of charity and duty remain in the Duke's domain. Is it not true then they are thieves of charity and duty and of the wisdom of the sages? So it is that those who follow the way of brigandage are promoted into princes and dukes. Those who are bent on stealing charity and duty together with the measures, scales, tallies, signets can be dissuaded by no rewards of official regalia and uniform, not deterred by fear of sharp instruments of punishment. This doubling the profits of robbers, making it impossible to get rid of them, is the fault of the sages. Therefore, it has been said, fishes must be left in the water. The sharp weapons of a state must be left where none can see them. These sages are the sharp weapons of the world. They must not be shown to the world. Banish wisdom, discard knowledge, and gangsters will stop. Fling away jade and destroy pearls, and petty thieves will cease. Burn tallies and break signets, and the people will revert to their uncouth integrity. Split measures and smash scales, and the people will not fight over quantities. Trample down all the institutions of sages, and the people will begin to fight for discussing. Will be fit for discussing the Tao.
It kind of feels antinomian.
Oh yeah, yeah. We have
Yeah,
a Sufi saint, right? Named Bulla Shah. He says, "Burn down the mosque." Burn the church and destroy the holy temple, but break no one's heart because God lives there.
Yeah, so the Shirazi had something. Saadi Shirazi had something similar. I sent it to you before. Do you remember?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, read that. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, discourse concerning riches and poverty. Did I read this before? Or
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's go.
oh yes, okay. Discourses concerning riches and poverty. Say now that no dignity excels that of sovereignty, for no kingdom is more free from care than that of the Darwish. They that are the most lightly burdened reach the destination first. The poor man is afflicted by lack of bread, the king by the cares of his kingdom. Though one may rule and another may serve, though the one may be exalted to the height of Saturn, and the other languish in a present, when death has claimed them, it will not be possible to distinguish between the two. That's from Saadi Shirazi, Bustan. Saadi Shirazi.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, chapter 9 is what they quoted as well. It says in chapter 9 chapter 9 here, it says, better stop short than fill to the brim. Over sharpen the blade and the edge will soon blunt. Amass a store of gold and jade and no one can protect it. Claim wealth and titles and disaster will follow. Retire when the work is done. This is the way of heaven. So that thing about gold and jade, amassing it, right? But yeah. So he says, confuse the 6 pitch pipes, confine flutes and string instruments to the flames, stuff up the ears of Shi Kuang. I don't know, there's probably like an artist or something like that. Each man will keep his own sense of hearing, put an end to decorations, confuse the 5 colors, glue up the eyes of Li Chu, and each man will have his own sense of right. Destroy arcs and lines, fling away the squares and compasses, snap off the fingers of the artisan, and each man will use his own natural skill. Wherefore the saying, great skill appears like clumsiness. Another quote from the Tao. Right, chapter 45, right? Cut down the activities of Sang and Shi, pinch the mounts of Yang Chu, discard charity and duty, and the virtue of people will arrive at mystic unity. If each man keeps his own sense of sight, the world will escape being burned up. If each man keeps his own sense of hearing, the world will escape entanglements. If each man keeps his intelligence, the world will escape confusion. If each man keeps his own virtue, the world will avoid deviation from the true path. He lists a bunch of people. He says they were all people who, or persons who developed their external character and involved the world in present confusion. Bunch of sages. The sage kings, right? So that the laws and statutes are of no avail, he says. The people tied knots for reckoning. They enjoyed their food, beautified their clothing, were satisfied with their homes, and delighted in their customs. Neighboring settlements overlooked one another, so that they could hear the barking of dogs and crowing of cocks of their neighbors. And people, till the end of days, had not been outside their own country. In those days, there was indeed perfect peace. But nowadays, anyone can make the people strain their necks and stand on tiptoes by saying, in such and such place there is a sage. Immediately, they put together a few provisions and hurry off, neglecting their parents at home and their masters' business abroad, going on foot through the territories of the princes, riding to hundreds of miles away. Such is the evil effect of the ruler's desire for knowledge. When the rulers desire knowledge and neglect Tao, the empire is overwhelmed in confusion. How can this be shown? When the knowledge of bows and crossbows and hand knives and tailed arrows increases, then they carry confusion among the birds of the air. When the knowledge of hooks and bait and nets and traps increases, then they carry confusion among the fishes of the deep. When the knowledge of fences and nets and snares increases, then they carry confusion among the beasts of the field. When the cunning and deceit and flippancy and sophistries, the hard and white, that's the logicians, right, and scholars, right, and identifiers of differences increase in number and variety, they overwhelm the world with logic. Therefore, it is that there is often chaos in the world, and love of knowledge is ever at the bottom of it. For all men strive to grasp what they do not know, while none strive to grasp what they already know, and all strive to discredit what they do not excel in, while none strive to discredit what they do excel in. That is why there is chaos. Thus above the splendor of the heavenly bodies is dimmed, and below the power of the land and water is burned up, while in between the influence of the four seasons is upset. There is not one tiny worm that moves on earth, or an insect that flies in the air, but has lost its original nature. Such indeed is the world chaos caused by the desire for knowledge. Ever since the time of the three dynasties downward, it has been like this. The simple and the guileless have been set aside. The specious and the cunning have been exalted. Tranquil inaction has given place to love of disputation. And disputation alone is enough to bring chaos upon the world. Okay, I got it. One more for you guys. Then we'll leave it. Let me play a couple songs here. We'll be right back. I'm kind of tired of looking at this for a second. Let's take a little break. You guys have any thoughts? There's one more that's the text itself, Robert Z, that we began reading yesterday. It's a protest against civilization. And the Shangzu, another one, right? There's a few in there. The Farmer, the other one we read, this one. Robert Z, yeah. There's also the one about the tree, right? That cannot be used. Because of its uselessness, it will not succumb to harm. Because of its uniqueness, so there's this sort of non-utilitarian acts. It's a sort of like the purpose of the action is contained within itself. Alrighty then. Stick around, all you beautiful what do I call you guys? Yeah, you guys are okay, you know? Yeah, you guys like the song? I mean, let me run it back a little bit.
It was okay.
Yeah, I'll run it back a little bit. I like this other song a lot. It's called "Shadows of Autumn" by Lewis Parker. All right, he's a British rapper producer, and this is "Return to Shiva Station," right, by Pagan Love Orchestra. So yeah, pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, that, I talk about. So I finished my book.
Nice.
Yeah, well, I think so. I'm waiting for the cover illustration. But now I just I don't really feel as intellectually motivated because I feel like everyone need to write a book when they're close to 40 and then solidify their views. Not solidify too much, but yeah. Yeah. So what do you think is the best artwork with anti-industrial themes? No, not anti-industrial. I meant critical of industrial progress. My bad. You know, sometimes you gotta be careful. You know, I didn't intend that.
I'm not sure, maybe cyberpunk or something like that. Who knows? Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, yeah, maybe cyberpunk, right? I don't know. You know, it's more like
Yeah, you know, you read Cyberpunk, but
dystopian cyberpunk, right? Like maybe like Geno Cyber or something, right? You know, now you know a lot of dystopian cyberpunk works, like in terms of video games and stuff. So you could probably put something interesting together. So yeah, okay, so we'll be back in a little bit, guys. Blessings. I appreciate you guys. And we will focus on another reading from Shang Tzu, and then we'll move into ellul for a little while, and that'll conclude the show. Blessings to all the people, since nobody's really joining. But
Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya.
Well, here we are, 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 here we are.
I felt the wind blowing in from the north. My entire aura radiant with the force. I was never lost, forward always driving. Clouds I was flying as my spirit was crying. The sun ain't shining, but Victorian streets are grim. But they look dim, trying to act like him. We walk lines so thin on this path of death. When your whole crew of fighters trying to act like you're fresh. You're falling already, trying to battle Lewis Parker. I break down your dreams and smudge your scars through the stormy weather. B-boy forever, too many fraud charlatans out here acting clever. But I see through all these acted out sketches. Whack MCs in suits hide behind dresses. Sanctuary, you can't step to my forum, but there won't be no tears in the shadows of autumn. The shadow of autumn. I see the shadow of autumn. When we part, there'll be the shadow of autumn. Shadows in the silence of night, candlelight just rock. I see fallen leaves and invisible teardrops. I caught her glimpse with her wide hazel eyes for a split moment. I knew she stepped out her disguise. Sunrise, sunset on the roof with the fiddler, playing sinister to all these lost hope riddlers. I woke from dreaming to hear these violent screams. In the shade of even sparks the L for a reason. It was treason, but this season you getting done. Cause there's no escape from the powers of the sun. As the vibrant rainbow glow, I saw it all in slow-mo. Straight dusted out, listening to Perry Homo. The show was strength, was in the spoken word. I keep my ciphers tight like rhino herds. So kill talking all that blah blah. What shall be, que sera, sera. The war's in the stars, planet to planet. My Jedi skills, taking out all you bandits. Step these planes, you best take caution. But there won't be no tears in the shadows of autumn. The shadow of autumn.
Here we are.
I see the shadow of autumn. When we part, there'll be the shadow of autumn. Shadows of autumn. Shadows of autumn. When we part, there'll be shadows of autumn. I had it all planned out from the beginning. I heard the whispering as these fake frauds kept sinning. I left quiet, but no one saw me leave. Then look where I was at to hear the whistle of the trees. Ground leaves full gentle, but you can't prevent me from rocking my century to century. Got my beats, rhymes, and hell, so fuck you, serpents. Skills on stealth, so all you see is that curtains. Cause my life won't change in these weather variations. The ancients, all about the love and hope, my patience. Cause summer dies, but there won't be no fears. Just rocking on through these autumn years. The shadow of autumn. I see the shadow of autumn.
Here we are. Here we are.
The shadow of autumn. Shadows of autumn. You know how we walk. So much of life ahead. White lace and promises. When we talk, shadows of autumn. The summer comes, right? The autumn is always with us. Shadows of autumn. The shadows of autumn.
All right, let me just put this in the background here. And now I'll start reading this. I think this will be, I think this might consist of the duration of the reading, and I can quite reliably just play this in the background as a background piece. So as to create a background visual. I appreciate you guys. And okay, Kong Z was friends with Luxia G, whose brother was known as Robber Z. Robber Z and his 9,000 henchmen crisscrossed the world, terrorizing the feudal lords. He tunneled under walls and unhinged doors, rustled people's cattle and horses, made off with their wives and daughters. He was so greedy for gain, he forgot his own relatives, ignoring his parents and siblings, neglecting his ancestors. When he came around, great states manned the barricades, and small ones retreated to their strongholds. Kong Z said to Luxia G, a father must be able to rule his son, an older brother instruct a younger, or else there is no point in having those relationships. Now you are one of the ablest men of your generations, but your brother is Robert Z, a menace to the whole world, and you can't set him right? Excuse me for saying it, but I'm ashamed of you. May I go talk to him? Luxia, whatever his name is, Liuxia. Not sure how to say that. And then GJI. Not sure how to say that either, right? Luxia, geez, looks like. You say a father must be able to rule his son, and an older brother instruct his younger. But if he already won't follow his father's rules or listen to his brother's instructions, what good will it do for you to debate with him? His mind rushes like a river. His thoughts roar like the wind. He is strong enough to resist any enemy and clever enough to glorify any wrong. If you go along with him, he is happy. If you resist, he gets angry and verbally abusive. You mustn't go. But Kong Z wouldn't listen. So Yan Hui and his driver Z Gong as his attendant, he went to see Robert Z. Robert Z was just at that moment resting his henchmen on the south slope of Mount Tai, mincing and munching on human livers. Kong Z dismounted his carriage and stepped forward to present himself to Robert Z's attendant. Quote, I am Kong Ki from Lu. I hear your general has the most exalted righteousness, he said, bowing twice respectfully. The attendant went inside. Robert Z was furious when he heard. His eyes blazed
like stars. His hair bristled until it raised his cap. Isn't this the clever and artificial fellow Kong Ki from Lu, Confucius of Lu? Now, this is the thing I read earlier, right? Because the critique that sort of Robert Z levels at him is kind of like the farmer in chapter 12 when he's talking about the labor-saving devices, right? He says, tell him this for me. You talk and prattle, blindly praising Wen and Wu, right? Those sage kings, remember, they were just heavily critiqued, right, in the previous reading, right? Capped with the tree branch cap and belted with the ribs of cows, crafting misleading theories. You eat without farming and dress without weaving. Notice the critique. Right, it's about his lack of self-reliance, his lack of simplicity, how he relies on others, how he relies on the chores and handicrafts of civilization. Right, that he doesn't procure anything for himself. He requires to, it's required for him to subsist on the ill-gotten gains of others, be they kings or thieves. So let's go on. He says, crafting misleading theories, you eat without farming and dress without weaving. With their flapping lips and clucking tongue, you dare to create rights and wrongs and bewilder the rulers of the world and keep the scholars from returning to their root. You blindly fabricate filial piety and brotherly love. Remember, Lao Tzu, right, is not really a huge, fan of this concept of filial piety, right? Here he says in chapter 18, when the great Tao is forgotten, kindness and morality arise. When the wisdom and intelligence are born, the great pretense begins. When there is no peace within the family, filial piety and devotion arise. When the country is confused and in chaos, loyal ministers appear. Right. So that last bit seems to be just a jab at Confucianism, right? It's all about loyal ministers, loyal sons. Well, he says you blindly fabricate filial piety and brotherly love in an effort to insinuate yourself with the wealthy and propertied. He says that's the real reason you do it. You're a grifter, right? The weight of your crimes is enormous. Hurry home, otherwise I'll add your liver to my afternoon snack. Kong Zi again sent word. I have the good fortune to know your brother Ji and want only to pay my respects. The attendant relayed the message, and Robert Z said, bring him in. Kong Zi shuffled forward, politely declining the offered mat. He retreated a few steps and bowed twice to Robert Z. Robert Z was furious. He leaned on his sword with both legs sprawled, glaring, growled like a nursing tiger. Confucius, come forward. If what you say pleases me, you live. Otherwise, you die. I have heard that there are 3 virtues in the world, says Kongzi. To grow big and tall with matchless good looks, so that young and old, rich and poor alike adore you. This is the highest virtue. To have knowledge that encompasses heaven and earth and the ability to argue anything. This is intermediate virtue. To be brave and determined and to gather a band of followers. This is the lowest virtue. Someone with even one of these virtues is worthy to face south and call himself a king. And you, general, combine all 3. You are 6'4", glowing face and eyes, lips like cinnabar, teeth like a row of seashells, voice like a bell. You are known as Robert Z, though. Excuse me for saying so, General, but I'm ashamed for you on this account. If you'd be willing to listen to me, General, I would ask you to travel as your envoy to Wu, north of Qi, east to Song, west to Jin. He names all these places, right? And have them build you a great wall. A great walled state, hundreds of li in size, with a town of hundreds of thousands of households. They will honor you, General, as a feudal lord. You can start over in the world, disbanding your troops, laying down your arms, gathering your family, and sacrificing to your ancestors. It will be the act of a sage and the wish of the world. Robert Z was furious. He's fucking pissed. Right? He's fucking furious. He's like, how dare you fucking suggest that I do all this shit and you're calling me a fucking robber and all this goddamn shit, all this shit. You come over here to try to ingratiate me to my own family, right? As if I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here, right? He's like, you low life goddamn son of a bitch, basically, right? He's about to eat his goddamn liver, man. He don't give a fuck. Confucius is a brave son of a bitch. You know, Confucius has got some balls stepping into the arena here, right? To tell this dude, try to talk some sense into this dude, right? This dude's a cold hard killer, a murderer. So he's fucking pissed. Robert Z's pissed, man. He's like, what is this shit, man? Come forward, Confucius, he says. People who can be leashed by profit or whipped by words are called fools, simpletons, dolts. That I am so tall and handsome that people like me as a gift I owe to my parents. Don't you think I'd know it without your flatteries? And I've heard that those who flatter people to their faces slander them behind their backs. All those who flatter people. Oh, wait, I just read that. Okay, let me just take a break here. What do you guys think? It's kind of like he's, I mean, they talk about this in Book 1 of the Republic, right? That the thieves have virtues among themselves. And the virtues of thieves is that they don't steal from each other and so on and so forth. And that even thieves have virtue, right? And even a prince or a king could be a robber. I guess that's what Robert Z is saying. Steal a hook and you're a crook. But steal a kingdom and become the duke.
I don't know. No, tonight my listening comprehension isn't the best. Tonight, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, this
Maybe
part
that's
is
something
going to
to
get
do with
into
my
the.
brain.
Yeah, it's cool, man. But this part is going to get into the sort of primitivist argument here that Robert Z is going to say, like, look, man, it's not that, we need all these things. Right? These are the handicrafts of civilization. Right? We basically are forced to enjoy these things. And now we live in a world where there's a bunch of robbers and thieves running around because people want possessions and wisdom. And why do you blame me for playing the game? I didn't create the world. I didn't create the condition of the people. But that's what Robert Z is saying to Confucius. You're saying, fix myself and I'll be of help to the world. And he's saying the world is fucking corrupt, man. Well, you want me to adjust myself to this corruption, this illness, this sickness? Oh, yeah, by the way, I'm already succeeding at that. Why do I need your help? Trying to master the ways of the world. I'm doing it better than you already, Confucius. No thanks. So, he goes on to say, right? And I'm just kind of like, summarizing it for my friend Buddha here, right? He said, all your talk of a walled state and a multitude of people is meant to leash me with profits and distract me like a dolt. Even if I had such a state, how could I hold on to it? There is no walled state bigger than the world. He's saying you're trying to confine me and say, oh, this is the territory. This is the shit that you need. This is what you'll get. And he's saying there's limitless treasures out there. You want me to rule a state and be leashed to some people group and try to benefit them all my life? What are you suggesting? That I limit myself? Limit my ambitions? Limit my capacity?
I have a suggestion. What? Put your hands in the dirt. Grab a spade.
Okay, be more busker. Blessings, man. Yeah, I appreciate you.
Is that traditional culture preservation guy? Or someone else?
No, that's somebody else.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah, Yao and Shun held the world, but their heirs lacked territory to stick an awl into, he says. So he's saying these sage kings, right? What happened to their great legacy? It's gone. Right? We talk about the good olden times that used to exist with the good old sage kings. And where are they now? Oh, yeah, they dropped the fucking ball. That's why they're not here anymore. Right? That's what Robert Z is saying, right? They're gone. Gone, daddy, gone. Love is gone. Tang and Wu stood as emperors, but their offspring were exterminated, he says. Isn't that the result of their great prophet? I've heard that in olden times there were so many beasts and so few people that they lived in nests for safety. They gathered acorns and chestnuts by day, and by night they roosted in trees. So they were called the people who nest. He's saying that these were the best type of people, the canopy tree dwelling people. Right? They were in the forest, chilling. Right? In the olden times, they didn't know to wear clothes, but gathered a lot of wood in the summer and burned it in the winter. So they were called the people who knew how to live. right? So then there was people who relied on the seasons, right? Then they sort of gathered stuff, right? They had reliance on each other, right? And they formed this sort of hut society, right? They formed little villages, right? So they moved out of the trees and they moved into the little villages, right? So he's saying that this is a kind of, you know, they've gone astray a little bit, right? Right? He said in Shen Nong's time, they lay down dead tired and got up wide awake, meaning they worked themselves to death. Why? Because they invented farming and agriculture. Right? So they had to work all day because Shen Nong had to invent the arts of agriculture. They knew their mothers, but not their fathers, and lived together with the deer. Still, they were natural, right? They had this simple way about them, right? They didn't try to organize into clans and tribes and stuff, right? They didn't know their fathers, right? They farmed their own food. They wove their own clothes and had no idea of hurting each other. This was a high point of virtue achieved. He's saying, yeah, if they didn't have all these empires and all these clans and tribes and people trying to rob each other and all these people that had honor to each other above other people, and they'll cut another man's throat for honor for the people that they serve, right? Then you wouldn't have any thieves and robbers. That's right. You just have small groups of people that are just minding their own fucking business. And they'd be living in perfect harmony with the Tao without even trying, is what he's trying to say. Yeah, exactly. Monkey people, Rocky. The monkey guys. The Pasu. So here's the depreciation that he shows, right? But the Yellow Emperor could not sustain it. He fought with Qi in Zilu Field until the blood flowed. Yao and Shun arose and established a mob of underlings. Tang exiled his lord. Wu killed the tyrant Zhao. And ever since, the strong oppress the weak, and the many tyrannize over the few. The rest are just descendants of these rebels. Now you cultivate the way of Wen and Wu, monopolize the world's debate to instruct posterity in your flowing robes and cinched belt. You lie and trick to fool the world's rulers. In your lust for eminence, there is no robber greater than you. If they call me Robber Z, they should call you Robber Key. Right. Kong Key, right? Kong Z. Confucius. The thief of wisdom. The robber of wisdom. I see some people asking for the link. Yeah, I'll throw that. I'll throw that in a minute. Yeah, I believe it is in the chat. Yeah, so look for it in the chat. I'll throw it up in a minute after I'm done reading this thing. I appreciate you guys. It's only like 2 minutes. Blessings.
Yeah, threw it up.
Yeah. Okay, for sure. Thank you. Okay. So links there. So he says, now you cultivate the way of Wen and Wu, monopolizing the world's debate to instruct posterity in your flowing robes, right? Your lust for eminence, right? There's no robber greater than you, he says. With your sweet talk, you turned Zilu into a follower, got him to doff his jaunty cap, unbuckle his long sword, and accept your instruction. So that the whole world said, Kong Qi, Confucius, knows how to stop violence and right wrongs. In the end, Zilu tried to kill the Lord of Wei, but he failed, and they hung his pickled corpse on the east gate. This is the failure of your teachings. You call yourself a man of ability or a sage? You were evicted from Lu twice, had to cover your tracks in Wei, got into trouble in Qi, and were surrounded between Chen and Kai. No place in the world can tolerate you. You taught Zilu how to get pickled and brought him disaster. If you can't take care of yourself and can't take care of anyone else, what's the way of yours worth? You guys ever notice that? You guys ever notice that men of great repute, a lot of times they'll die a fucking horrible death? You ever notice that? And you'll ever notice their family suffers along with them. They often say that there's never a great man who's the son of another great man. It's very rare in history. It's like if you become great, you'll ruin your family because your family will try to live on your greatness. They'll never yet achieve that. Right, and you'll be constantly assailed in your own lifetime for trying to outdo other people that have already achieved things. Right, it's like trying to achieve things and try to gain success in the world is almost like a double-edged sword that sometimes brings misery and death upon oneself and shame upon one's family, so to speak.
It seems pretty prevalent.
Oh, yeah. It's like there's so many like scholars, thinkers, politicians, activists that have just gone up missing, journalists, they've just gone up missing. You know, it's almost like one of the most dangerous things you could do is actually fucking do something good for people. Right? Try to become noticed, become well known for doing something good. Right? They'll try to take you the fuck out really quickly, right?
Before you expire? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So you could go run and spit on your dead corpse and then piss on your grave. The Yellow Emperor, Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wu, are those whom the world exalts. Oh, wait, I forgot this. He says, you taught Zilu how to get pickled and brought him disaster. If you can't take care of yourself, can't take care of any of one else, what's this way of yours worth? Oh, yeah, I did read that. The Yellow Emperor, Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wu, are those whom the world exalts, but if we categorize them, they all forcefully went against their essence and nature because profit confused them about their true self, so their actions were extremely shameful. Among those called loyal ministers in the era, none could be compared to Prince Gan and Zizu. Zizu sank in the Yangtze River and Gan got his heart cut out. So that's what happens to the loyal ministers that Confucius brags about. Right? Although these two men were called loyal ministers of their era, in the end, the world laughs at them. Laughs at them. From the proceeding, we can see that neither Zizu nor Gan is worth honoring in trying to persuade me, Ki, if you tell me about the affairs of ghosts, then I'm incapable of knowing anything about that. If you tell me about the affairs of humans, then it does not go beyond the proceeding. This is all that I have heard and know. Now tell me, oh, sorry. He says, oh, wait, I got somebody here. Yeah, blessings.
Hello, TML. How's it going, man?
Yeah, greetings. Yeah, what's going on, my friend?
How you all doing?
We're doing good.
Did you have a good 4th of July?
Oh, yeah, it's been okay. Yeah, I just got this.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just got this one little paragraph to read, and then we'll.
Oh yeah, yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll all talk in a minute here.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much. He says, now let me tell you something about the human essence. He says the eyes want to see colors, the ears want to hear sounds, the mouth wants to stare. I'm sorry, wants to taste flavors. Sorry. And the emotions want fulfillment. People live most 100 years, usually 80, sometimes 60. Subtracting the time spent recovering from illness, mourning death, and fretting worries, there's only 4 or 5 days a month people can open their mouths and laugh. Heaven and earth go on forever, but people die when their time comes. Put this perishable good in that eternal space, and its time flashes by like a galloping horse past a crack in the wall. If you're not gratifying your wishes and cherishing your days, then you do not understand the way. I reject everything you say. Go home right now without another word. This way of yours is crazy, fraudulent, vain, empty, artificial business. It is in no way it is no way to fulfill the your true self. Why even talk about it? He said. Why even fucking talk about it? All right, that's the end.
I denounce them.
Yeah, that's it.
Hello.
Yeah, so welcome, Busker. Blessings.
So how you doing? How was all your 4th of July?
It was pretty relaxed. You know.
Yeah, mine is always uneventful as shit. Like I didn't do anything at all. It's pretty much how.
Yeah.
That's all right. Oh shit! I got my speaker over or microphone over on there. Can you hear me okay? I mean, like before I was pointing the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
cool.
So what's the topic tonight, bro?
Oh, I did a bunch of stuff. I talked about a bunch of stuff. Let's see.
You have any caffeine cannabis?
Some what?
Did you have your caffeine cannabis?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Lots of.
Oh
that,
yeah, dude. The caffeine. I had such strong coffee I made, dude.
Yeah, me too.
This lemon cherry diesel, man. That's a good fucking strain. And the terps were like 3.33% terpenes. Of all numbers. 3.33.
What's up?
And it's what's that one? Terpiolinine or whatever. That one was 77 point something. 000. It's crazy.
Right.
Seeing these numbers all the time, man. Like the 33 keeps popping up all.
You sound totally baked. Were you like cast in a movie from like the 90s?
Nah. I love the
Are
90s.
you sure?
I miss the 90s.
We should throw an 80s party.
I mean, like in the 80s, I liked the party, but I was a kid, so.
So, what were you listening to back then?
Back then, I was listening. Like I'd hear my sister; she'd play the '80s stuff, and Cyndi Lauper. She loved all that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, and the earlier stuff.
Did she have a poster in her room?
She had a couple posters, I believe. And I think at one point she wore those legging things. You know what I'm talking about?
Fishnets?
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Torture devices?
Yeah, I was thinking that. I didn't think that. I was thinking it must be pretty tight and it looked kind of warm.
Mattel Barbie doll type, like, Malibu Stacy type stuff,
Well, it's just like this knitted, kind of like stretchy fabric.
Right.
That they pull up the legs, and it covers most of the leg.
Who sent you here? I know you're a double agent. Who sent you here?
Who what?
Who, what, where, when? Hi.
Who sent
Howdy.
you here?
How do you do?
You me?
You know, I'm Cookie Monster. Everybody loves Cookie Monster. So like, what are you doing here? Are you like derailing the value?
I don't do that.
Are you Roger Rabbit or what was the guy from Roger Rabbit? Who was the villain?
I don't know. But,
No.
I haven't.
So you don't know what dismantled the train systems on America?
No.
But you'll sit there and count numbers. I know somebody sent you here.
I don't count numbers.
Was it Stephanie or Karen or Lisa or what was her name? No, I'm just trolling you, dude. It's a bit. It's totally a bit. Relax. You're okay. This is still a safe space.
I've been trolled before. It's all good.
Oh, you think I'm under a bridge right now? No, I'm actually in a bathtub. I'm floating in salt water.
Don't drop your electronics.
Oh no, that would be so bad. No, I don't want to do that.
Well, you got one of those things where it's
Like,
speaker.
and then, oh really? And then,
What's that?
I don't know. What was the topic? Can somebody remind me? Because I've gone off the rails. I'm completely unhinged. I've been chasing the green fairy, you know, trying to like do anti-parasitic cleanses and such. So you're gonna have to forgive me or don't. It's up to you. The choice is yours.
I try to do that.
Do you have any birds you want to show me? Do you have any chickens? Yeah. Hashtag hats for all chickens. It's gonna be like the new "Don't Tread on Me" with a boop snoot. Do you know what a boop snoot is, or a nope rope?
No.
Oh man, you're in trouble.
Oh, dude, yeah, like that. I'm centerpiece there. Like, hey, that was me back when I was like fucking 24.
So we're reliving the glory days, is what you're saying. So you're retired?
Oh yeah, dude. Like fucking.
Are you retired?
No.
I'm so sick and retired.
No, I have MS. I mean, like I am retired in the fact that I haven't worked since 2007 because of my business.
Holy cows, brother.
Yeah, it sucks. But
I mean, 14 days a month isn't too much to ask from your tribe.
Your what?
You know, the tribalism, the isms and the is that's got everybody like disassociated and, you know, like seeking things that aren't real, like AI.
I used to play down the street of Baltimore until about 2018. Then the weather was really bad, and then all of a sudden 2019, then COVID, and then
TML,
BLM, and all that shit.
TML, he's doing the thing right now. He's pointing. He's doing it. Can you make him stop, please?
What?
What? TML, my safe space is like, I feel intruded upon currently. Like, where were we? Can we get back to where we were? Like, did you put a bookmark in the book that we were reading before?
No, that was
friend came
No,
to
that was it.
grace us with his presence.
No, Buster's cool.
All right,
dude.
Like Rocky cool or like Boulder cool?
Dude, I've been talking. I've been talking to.
Okay, so far.
I've been talking to TML since.
I didn't hear you. He was talking over you. He's being rude.
2023 or 2022. I met you.
Well, I think
TML,
he's
right?
being defensive and whatnot. Yeah, of course.
A long time.
Can you play offense and defense effectively at the same time? Can you do that?
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
You may be able to do offense and defensive driving at the same time, but
cool. He's like
anybody who's been on a team knows that you can't do both effectively at the same time without a whole team.
Yeah, tell
like
everybody.
the sum.
Yeah, tell her about your cat, Busker. That'll calm her.
He died in 2022. He was half serval. His father was he was full-blooded serval, the father. His mother was an F1 Bengal.
Well, show us the picture. Right, don't you have
How
the picture?
old?
It was 7 months when I got it, and it didn't like being shipped from New York City to Baltimore.
Holy cow! So you transport animals away from their homes?
No, well,
you know what? I gotta go. I love you guys. I gotta go.
He needed to go, man. It was either that or it was going to get put to sleep, so I saved it. And I lived it with it for 22 years. Get that through your head. Anyway, so it took.
Oh, look who it is.
It
It's
took
this
quite
guy.
a while to.
Is it really this guy? Oh yeah, it is him.
It didn't like to be picked up or nothing.
Oh wait. Oh okay. Yeah, blessings, battle axe. Yeah, thank you. I think you scared away our friend, but yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah,
Well, she scared herself away because.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
How are you doing, Axis? Rat Blood.
Hanging in there, Adrian. Thank you. Machine. Good to see you.
Axis is here.
Yeah, Axis
Doing
Rat
good.
Blood. Do you know this gentleman?
Yeah, it's been a while. Holy shit.
Yeah, we know about this guy. Yeah, can we hear you, Axis? I'm not sure.
It's kind of muffled a little bit, but
Yeah, it's like muffled or something.
Yeah, dude. Is my
Oh,
shit
there you
not
are.
up?
Yeah,
you're good
we
now.
can hear you. Yeah, it's
You're
yeah,
good.
let me try to turn you up a little bit because it's a little bit low. But yeah, there you go.
You're
yeah.
good, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. Yep.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. I've been roaming the city, staying in the fucking forest, doing my thing, and
Yeah, I was thinking about you today. I'm glad you called in. Yeah, so it's good to know that you're still up and running.
yeah, I'm watching an actual CIA operation go on, because on July 1st they made it illegal in Fort Wayne to be homeless,
Jesus.
which was an order from the president, and it went into effect on July 1st here in Fort Wayne. And prior to this order, there was a heavy influx of ice, methamphetamine, amongst the homeless population.
Jesus.
So I followed that trail all the way to the main distributor. And to the main distributor, I found out the distribution. And from the distribution, I found out that there are 3-letter agencies involved in the distribution of this methamphetamine amongst the homeless community to give reason to clean the homeless community out here in Fort Wayne.
Damn, dude.
It is a complete operation.
Yeah, man. Fucking, I could see that. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, these are apex meth heads too, man. They've been subjected to a large quantity of very cheap methamphetamine that is a very high concentrate, and sometimes some of these people are up for like 4 days, 5 days, and they become incoherent, disoriented, and they usually wind up committing a crime, causing a public disturbance or other, and then the police immediately move in. I've been watching it go on for about 3 weeks now. But the main distributor, it would blow your mind to see how it operates. It's a fucking female. And one that you would not even imagine being a distributor.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's wild, man. And I'm right across from a big development that's going on. They went ahead and integrated all the, it's called Parkview Healthcare Network. So all the healthcare here in Fort Wayne is now directly connected to one fundamental network, the Parkview network, that goes from psychological treatment at any of the mental facilities is Parkview network, all your orthopedics, Parkview network, all your hospitals, Parkview network. It's all under one network now. And they can share your records.
Yeah, man, they're trying to find any way they can to like fucking pry into everyone's lives.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. And especially I don't know, man. They just became constitutional carry here.
Yeah.
So the murder rate is starting to go off the hook.
And they spy on everybody, man. What's that new thing they got? Like, they say it's for like, you know, getting license plates or some shit, but it's for all kinds of stuff. It's
the new smart ID,
1984 surveillance kind of shit.
Yeah, here it is. Absolutely, absolutely. Even the stop crossings talk to you.
What the hell
You know,
they call it, that thing? It has a name, but I can't think of it. It's this new thing that people are really upset about.
I'm not sure, but this city is covered with cameras from one end to the other, and I found the centralized building downtown. I definitely want to show you guys that.
Yeah, that's kind of like that too. I mean, like I think it's sort of like that.
Yeah, this son of a bitch. I mean, you ride past it and it feels wrong, and it covers almost 4 square blocks, the base of the building, and it's about, let's say, 6 to 8 stories tall, and it's an absolute fucking monster. And that I've narrowed the servers here in town down to there, so I know where the servers are here for the giant data center that's going in New Haven, which is just a mile outside the city. The military's out at the data center right now.
Fucking crazy. Fuck the data centers. How many they got in your area?
Well, right now in this local area, they got the one, but they bought it was 300 million acres outside of Fort Wayne. Yeah, but they done got caught stealing water.
Fucking crazy.
Yeah, they got busted a couple weeks ago.
So many things that like go wrong with that. Like people's fucking water turns all brown and shit.
Yeah, we got 3 main river feeds that go into Fort Wayne. That's why they call Fort Wayne 3 Rivers. And the current's down on the rivers, but the stagnation is fucking way off the charts, man.
I bet. Shit.
But this past week, since the 4th of July, they've cleaned out probably, I'm going to say, 1/4 of the homeless population here.
Yeah. Fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely insane.
Just like a fucking little toddler fucking thinks he's the king kind of motherfucking piece of shit.
Yeah, but then some of these cliques and small groups of homeless think that they rule this city, you know. They have that tribal mentality, I guess.
I mean, like definitely clean up some shit, but like to make homelessness illegal is kind of fucked.
Well, it is. You can look it up. Fort Wayne, Indiana, July 1st, it went into effect.
I mean,
so I've got a federal card. I'm Native American.
I mean,
so
there's so many homeless that don't do the fucking what do you call it? The
drugs,
fentanyl,
ice, methamphetamine. There's everything. The streets are fucking awash with drugs, dude.
Everything.
I mean, totally.
Okay.
Anything you could want.
Insane.
Yeah, but the methamphetamine that was brought in because you can't make that much methamphetamine unless you're processing it through like manufacturing. This isn't an individual on a trailer making meth. This is an operation.
Is it true you can make you? I mean, like from that show, what was it? Breaking Bad. Like the guy made the meth look like blue crystals. Is that? Can they do that?
Yes.
Holy shit, man!
Absolutely.
That's crazy. How you doing, man? You don't like. You sound pretty straight tonight. You're not like you're not out of control.
No, I've been on recon missions. I've been liberating camps. Man. I've been entrenched in basically guerrilla warfare out here.
Shit, man. You sound good, bro.
Yeah, the homeless are in cliques out here, and they do war. I mean, literal fucking. It's fucking crazy.
That's crazy. It's like a fucking movie.
Basically, yeah.
Like
it's
warriors.
Crazy.
Yeah, fucking.
Yeah, you got the there's one whole hillside that's kind of like old Vietnam military type guys with PTSD and shit, and they control that hillside, and nobody goes there, and they come out late at night. They don't socialize. Then you got the meth heads. Then you got the brothers. Then you got the white fucking gangly fuckers that are always in the soup kitchens and the soup lines and trying to cut you for fucking whatever's, hygiene products or shit that they're passing out, food. It's just various cliques, and they're all factions at war with each other. And they carry fucking knives. Fucking couple of them have guns. There's sticks. There's fucking dude. They'll raid your fucking camp. I mean, it's nuts.
It's like a movie. It's fucking crazy.
Right? I got punji sticks all around my camp, and I hung fish hooks with sinkers and human shit on them around my camp. So anybody comes near my shit, they're gonna get blood poison.
Yeah, dude, fucking booby traps.
Right? And I got most of my shit snare hung in the trees.
Yeah, dude. Oh, shit.
So it's been a trip, man. It's been a hell of an experience and an eye-opening one at that.
I bet, man. So, you like traveling around, or are you just like?
Just fucking with you for real.
It's probably not a good idea to be around me. I'm very unstable and evil. I don't think you understand.
I'm a real person.
Yeah, it's a real person.
Real? Okay.
Yeah.
You want my name?
Don't give these people your name.
Yeah, dude. It's all
She's
good.
from the park. She's decent. She hasn't caused any problems. Not with me.
They call me bitches. They call me whores.
That's them at the park, man. They're always fighting down. You know
I just got
that.
kicked out of the penny drop.
Out of where?
Here. You know the smoke place where the alcohol is, the river run?
Yeah.
They're going to say 18 and plus.
I don't know, does it?
It says 18 plus.
I didn't know that.
Accompanied by your parent, guardian, or friend.
Okay.
They kicked me out, and she said I lied.
I seen you knock a girl in the fucking fountain the other day.
Oh shit.
Beat the shit out of her.
Nigga, guess what? Let's be nice.
Yeah, man. They've been some throwdowns in that fucking park, man. Ice running strong through there.
You know Jaybird?
I don't know anybody really.
Oh, he's from jail.
Oh,
is that glass right there?
Yeah,
Sir?
it's glass broken all over the fucking place here. Yeah.
Excuse me, can I sit over there by the bike?
Oh, I don't care.
But there's a strong possibility that you will cut my feet. I have no shoes.
Be careful if you ain't got no shoes, because there's
You have a
high
flashlight?
traffic area here. Yeah. Yeah.
This is my test to get a knife.
What do you want a knife for?
Because on my 1 year anniversary of being clean, I only have lasts.
1 year?
Yeah.
Uh,
I relapsed when my mom kicked me out. That's about it. because my dad didn't come pick me
You
up.
back on
at my
ice?
house. I was in protective custody
Okay.
from Chase
Right.
Looney.
Mhm.
Remember he shot me? He said I'll shoot the bitch and get away with it. He said I'll
Right.
murder her.
Right. I
You
didn't,
know I'm
I
right.
didn't know. 'Cause I know there's been a lot of fucking
You remember Michael? Shadow?
shadow. Yeah.
Can I sit up here? Or right here?
Yeah. So let me move this for you.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
This is kind of like my feelings time.
It's all good, man.
This is when I run recon.
I prefer to be on your side.
Yeah, can I talk to TML about something? TML, are you there?
Timo?
Yes.
TML.
You? My name is Leilani
TML.
Robinson.
Yeah, that's the Machine Lives. You know?
Yeah.
Can I talk to TML?
Come up with a code name.
Who's about? There's quite a few people listening.
Beast.
Yeah, let me talk to TML. All right, then I'll just.
Go ahead, Avian. I don't mind.
Make
Did
a
you say
code
AJ?
name.
Avian.
Avian? Aren't you like 14?
No, these people are nowhere near here.
There you go. Axis and Avian.
I'm from the Amazon.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute up. All right.
I'm coming in.
Yeah, for sure, Access. Yeah, what do you got to say, Avian? Go ahead.
Yeah, just,
Can I do it?
No. I'm
yeah,
gonna
you just.
mute.
Yeah.
You gonna mute? Hey, say my code name in there.
All right, yeah. Can I share my screen? I just want to read something short about the Tiantai school. This relates to Taoism also. See, the Tiantai school of China, they were influenced by Taoism, but I feel like I would say they're uncovering the truest expression of the Buddha Dharma. And I wouldn't say it's like a new movement in Buddhism. I say it's more like uncovering the true expression. But I wanted to read you this part from the Tiantai school, which really get into the there's a threefold truth. So, number one, all phenomena are empty, which we've discussed a lot, of any independent self nature or essence. Savabhava. This corresponds to the Mahayana concept of the ultimate or real, truth and emptiness, which Zirya defines as the sign of the true reality. Number two, phenomena exist in a provisional manner. They can be said to conventionally arise through causes and conditions, that is, dependent origination. This corresponds to the conventional or mundane truth of the classic Mahayana two truths, which Zirya glosses as the 12-fold condition co-arising of ignorance and as illusory existence. And number three, the middle truth, Zong, phenomena are both empty of existence and exist provisionally. According to Dan Lustas, it is the middle because neither the provisional nor the empty truth about the table fully captures its reality. It is both provisional and empty, and simultaneously neither provisional nor empty. As Ziyu proves it, wondrous being is identical to true emptiness. So wondrous being is identical to true emptiness. Swanson writes, that is a simultaneous affirmation of both emptiness and conventional existence as aspects of a single integrated reality. So reality is single and integrated. The middle truth for Ziyi transcends all dualities and avoid all extremes, such as existence and non-existence, being and emptiness, mundane truth and real truth, or defilement and purity. Well, that kind of summarizes the the Chinese Buddhism. The Tiantai school was very important. And so it is the threefold threefold truth. So yeah, I just wanted to read that. Yeah, you can kind of see. Yeah. Any questions or whatever? You can see there are some. Yeah. Any questions?
Yeah, I think we're gonna read about that Swava Svaba Bava or whatever that is, right? But we're probably gonna read about that in The Siderites, right?
Yeah, this I think is more yeah, probably, but probably that's more early Buddhism. This is Chinese Buddhism. Tiantai. It's Chinese. Tiantai.
Yeah. Yeah, to share with the people, the Chinese Buddhism is like it's after like the 2nd century pretty much though.
Yeah, yeah, 500 to 597 AD. Like, that's around the time.
Man, my fucking air conditioner is trying to freeze me out. Man, I'm fucking trying to quit. Oh, the only way I know how by like butting it and then like leaving it for a while and then coming back, taking a couple puffs again, butting it again. And I keep doing that. And I haven't had it since I was a kid, but now I leave the cigarettes downstairs, and every time I go down to bring one up, I get a fucking buzz, man. I only take like bring one at a time, and it's like being a kid, dude. Like it's fucking like I remember like it was yesterday, but it was not. It's like fucking when I was like 11 or 12, remembering that nicotine buzz feeling.
The lightheaded spin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's close to vertigo, I think. Like it seems like it. I mean, it kind of sets it off in me because I've already got vertigo, so it kind of doesn't really help. I can't get up and walk after smoking a cigarette. I mean, like maybe after about half of it, you know.
Right.
I can deal with it after that, but Jesus.
I had a homeless friend of mine bring me a bunch of homegrown today that they grew.
Oh, no shit.
And, yeah, he brought me about an ounce of it. Just being cool.
Is it sativa leaning or indica or hybrid?
It's got, you can tell it's fat and crystally like indica, but it's got a good buzz to it. It's just not dispensary level.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like there's something to be said for a homegrown and also, I mean, dispensary. It's just like it's like I like to have the best of both worlds, you know. I got a friend that grows some shit and he makes it pretty good, but it ain't nearly as strong as the shit you get from the dispensaries.
Yeah.
I mean, like it's something to be said about some really good terpenes going on, you know.
Well, they didn't manicure it real good because they had it in a tent, and they had to dry it in a tent.
Oh,
so,
shit.
Yeah, and they did the best they could manicuring it. But it's not bad. I mean, and the dude gave it to me just because I've been helping him along the way.
Yeah.
So, as thanks, he come by today, man, and gave me about an ounce of it. I was like, "What do I owe you?" And he's like, "Nah, man, you've been watching out, brother."
That's
So that was cool.
That's awesome.
Right?
Yeah, dude.
So
how's it smell?
It's not near as smell as like the good ganja, but it's got a good smell to it. I mean, it's decent. Nice red hairs on it, some crystals, thick, fluffy, fucking fat buds. You know, not the skinny sativa type shit.
Yeah, it's got some girth to it.
Yeah, and especially for them drying it out in a fucking tent, man. Hard telling how much of it they got. I mean, some of the tents out here in the homeless community are big old fucking 10-man tents and shit. So, as far as I know, they have several pounds of it. I'll know here in about 3 days when it hits the streets.
I guess they have some good garbage going on then, I'm thinking.
Oh, fuck, man. These people are fucking guerrilla warfare experts out here.
Yeah, dude.
It's insane.
That is wild, dude.
Yeah, motherfuckers will pop out the bush on you and shit when you least expect it. Like, fuck.
Yeah, well, I don't have that in Baltimore, I don't think. I haven't seen anything like that. But
yeah,
I mean, we got our own kind of shit here, though. I gotta tell you, Jesus.
Well, it's interesting to watch the transition from what was, general society a few years ago to what it's developed into, especially
yeah.
amongst the underbelly of the, like the homeless population and the mentally ill.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane.
And a lot
There's
of
no
them-
longer.
Yeah, fucking hey, yeah, dude. And like the fucking younger ones, man. A lot of them are smart. A lot of them just the product of the past 6 years.
Yeah, I never seen the homeless with fucking cell phones. It's crazy. They're all camped out on church steps, sleeping, watching movies. Rocky, the hell you doing with a ceremonial fucking ward bonnet on? That's fucked up, dude.
Fuck you. Fuck
Fuck
you.
you, dude. I am Native American,
native-
so you can
I'm a
kiss my
Native
ass.
American.
Yeah,
I'm
what
Native
nation? What
I'm
nation?
Chief of my
What nation? Yeah, you're a punk bitch, man.
Sue.
I'll see you guys later.
Sue. What a bitch.
What?
Wow, you just skipped. Well, see you later, Axis, man. So what's going on, brother? Rock E. Can you do a mic test? Because I can't hear you. Or are you mute?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I thought you were just playing this role of like a mute Indian.
I'm from Omaha, from the Sioux tribe.
There you go.
The plains of Nebraska. 1/4, maybe. Just because I got whiskers.
Just because you got whiskey.
You know that.
I mean, like, I could see you could possibly, have some Indian in you. I mean, I can't deny that. That's for sure. But, I don't know. But that Indian headdress looks pretty cool, man. You didn't make that, did you? Did you just buy it? Or?
Yeah, I bought it.
Yeah. It looks good on you, bro. I mean, not that it's my style, but I mean, that's not my thing. But it looks good on you, bro.
He got offended.
Yeah, I'm not offended by it, but
It's like getting offended because someone's wearing a fucking Mexican hat or something.
I know. With the fucking sombreros and whatever. It's like whatever.
And I like the natives, Americans. What's he all upset about?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's pretty cool, though. I like it. Anyway, I live 50 miles from an Indian casino.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder how they would react if I walked in with this on.
They might like it. I've been to an Indian casino up in Wisconsin for a rockabilly festival. That was wild, dude. And Link Ray was there. All people. He was still alive at that point. Oh, you got the American Spirits? Yeah, they don't do shit for me, man. Like, I've been hooked on Marlboro mediums for like fucking since I was 15. I'm now 46. And I can't get out of them. Even if I try and smoke reds, dude, they don't even do it for me. I smoke reds, I can smoke, well, I don't smoke lights of anything. Smoke any other brand, and it doesn't do shit. It's got me by the balls, man. The red label used to be called mediums.
Once you get addicted to one brand, everything else tastes like beer.
Yeah, but even like I said, even the reds, like the fucking cowboy killers don't do it for me, man. It's fucking crazy.
Well, I was getting into the reading, and it seems like the best position to be is to be living kind of off grid, take care of yourself.
Wish I could do that.
And the cities are always wicked.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm on the outskirts of Baltimore City. That's like I thought. It's like unpredictable here. I'm not looking forward to it, but I'm gonna be moving downstairs for just because, yeah. And I'll be a little closer to the outside. I hate that. I love hearing them upstairs, but to hear them fucking right around me. I gotta get cameras or some kind of shit, man.
Well, I got this because I've been researching that the Israelites were the lost tribes of Israel, the 10 that everybody got lost. Some of them came over to America. I'm not talking about fake Jews. I'm talking about the pre-Christ, the scattered tribes of Israel. Some people say that they are the native. They have the same language, and their God is, you're not supposed to speak of it. Speak his name, and his name is Yahushua or something like that. Yahweh. It sounds just like the other, in the Bible. And they had blue tassels, like they had blue tassels hanging from their. I got some shorts you could even watch. I could share them.
Yeah, the blue tassels is like what they say that the Jews wear, right? Right.
The Indians, the Native Americans wore them too.
Wow, man.
And they
that's
also,
like a crossover from, wow. That's like.
well, they had the name of the God, the Almighty. It's like they speak Hebrew, like Utah. The Red Sea used to be between California and the mainland. It used to be an island. We've been lied to about our history. I don't know.
I think so too, man. I didn't really get into it until just kind of recently, and man, there's a lot of weird shit out there, dude. Like when you see buildings from the 1800s, and they're with horses and buggies, and they're building these fucking off the charts crazy shit. It looks like it's from another planet, for Christ's sake. How the fuck did they do it? And
Washington D.C. Look at Washington D.C.
Yeah, that's another kind of like, yeah. I mean, like, I'm sure like they tried to copy that with Washington D.C., but there's
no. I think that's the original. I think that's like the capital of Rome.
Seems like
because it also sits on 7 hills. It sits on Madridian Hill, Capitol Hill, Hillcrest, and a couple more. So, yeah.
Man, that's fucking insane.
That place they call Israel now,
right?
It's not even Israel. It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah. I think it's all bullshit.
Yeah.
Black pilled at the moment, I guess. I don't give a fuck about politicians, politics, any of them. It's not my jazz at all. Never been. Only time I voted was I was 21, and it was right after 9/11, 2001, when what's his name, George Bush Jr. was running again, and everybody voted him in because it was just 9/11 happened, and I was like, well, I never voted before, so I just fucking voted for it. Never voted again. Ever since, never voted.
I've never voted. I've never voted either.
Bunch of bullshit.
I've never voted. I almost voted for Ron Paul, and
Yeah, he's basically a nothing burger. I don't mean to put it that way, but he pretty much is.
1980, I almost voted for
things
Reagan.
and politician shit, you know.
I almost voted for Reagan in 1980.
Yeah, he got in there. How many times did he?
And I found out he went to he was a member of the Bohemian Grove.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Bohemian dude. Like, there's so many famous folks like connected to that shit, right? So
yeah, they're all gay. They go, it's like gay.
right? Yeah, they fucking get like all dressed up like fucking grannies. The dancing granny.
I believe the Statue of Liberty is them worshiping the state system, the state,
right?
State,
the seven
and it's a
star, the star that on the top of the Washington, or the Statue of Liberty, 7 spikes, isn't there? And there's a
7
meaning to that, right?
It's Lucifer, the light bearer.
Right, that's right. Yeah, I'd heard that kind of recently. Like, because I mean, I knew there was something weird about it just because of that fucking chain around its fucking ankle. And
You know what I said to when the 4th of July, I'd go around saying, "Happy July 4th."
Shit.
Happy July 4th. That's when they created the Illuminati, the Bavarian Illuminati.
Yeah,
it could be the year that Satan was released from the pit, because it's got a broken chain. And they call the age of light, they call that the Dark Ages. And then the Renaissance, which was the 8 of the 13 Illuminati bloodlines took over, 1776. They call that the Renaissance.
They got they got the bloodlines going, fucking insane in the membrane.
It's hard to determine what really is going on. You gotta keep searching.
No doubt.
So, this brings in the energy to my brain.
Yeah, man. I got me some fucking lemon, was it lemon fucking LCD? Lemon cherry diesel. Good shit. Fucking 3.33% terpenes. Fucking crazy.
Perfume?
Well, it's marijuana with terpenes, and they list the terpenes. Most of the places do now. The amounts, and you can tell when they're like faking it, but I've never really found anything that seems so fake at all in dispensaries.
Never seen a Native American Indian with glasses on? Let me see.
There you go.
What's mine? Mine says percentage wise, it's 22.64 THC.
Is that you got flour, or you have vape? It's not a vape, because that would be like a
it's flour.
Yeah, flour. Yeah, that's a good number. I mean,
oh, they say it's 21%.
Does it say the terpene amount on it on the Terps. They don't have anything listed.
Let's see what this one is.
Or the CBG. I've been seeing that a lot. The CBG helps you if you have prostate issues, it helps you not piss yourself.
Well, it's smoking the peace pipe. It's what they smoke, a peace pipe.
There
They
you
smoke
go,
weed.
man.
So if you smoke weed, you won't want to go to war all the time and fucking kill everybody. You're smoking the peace
I
pipe.
mean,
And
like,
that's what
I remember.
That's what Jesus told us, to love your enemies, not to go kill them all. So the Indians, you know, they sat around, smoke a peace pipe, and
Yeah.
they say, how, you know, how you doing? Fuck.
But it's good to have some sativa. I mean, like, you can't find real sativa anymore, but like, I remember what real sativa was like. It was like I could work all day long and fucking do a great job.
Well, it's legal to grow here, so I'm growing my own now.
Oh yeah, I'm here too. In the past few years, they started legalizing the growing. Maybe it was like 10 years. But they legalized the medical at the dispensary back in 2018. And I never looked back, man. I spent all my goddamn busking money on all that shit. On my street performing cash that I saved up.
I work for myself. I always have, so I'm not retired. I'm still working for myself. You know, I never really worked for nobody. I've always been a contractor or
I hear you, bro.
You got to be self-employed or something. Don't work for the man.
Yeah.
I worked for government before. The government's the worst motherfuckers to work for. You know, when I was growing up, it was considered the worst job to have, working for the government. Now, like 25% of everybody works for the fucking government.
Right.
Nobody used to want to work for the government. Now everybody wants to work for the government.
Yeah. You got a whole bunch of fucking tards and chiefs and fucking.
Because you don't have to be smart. You don't have to be nothing. You just kind of follow rules without thinking.
Right.
If you work for yourself, you gotta think and, figure out shit, solve your own problems. That's on my resume. I always put on my resume, problem solver.
That's good to have if you got like if you're good at solving problems, like pan out.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if I was gonna write something on a resume, I doubt I'd write that though. Back in the day, I'd be like problem maker.
Yeah.
But at least I'm being honest. Shit.
No.
Yeah, back in the day, man. Fuck. Yeah, I haven't worked since 2007. It's crazy.
What do you mean you haven't worked? Do you wash dishes?
Well, I mean, I've taught Cajun accordion and guitar a little bit, but I have MS, multiple sclerosis, primary progressive, and my life is pretty much fucked. To fucking Timbuktu.
You got like MS or something?
Yeah, MS, multiple sclerosis, primary progressive, right?
You can cure that. That's curable.
It's crazy, man. Fucking.
You got to detox the heavy metals and the poison. Detox. So I'm not giving medical advice, but I've heard that.
I know exactly what you mean, man. But you know what really sucks is that everything upon everything has fucking shit in it, or it's made like shit, or it's made with shit, with heavy metals and all that. It's just fucking frustrating. I don't know what the fuck to do, man.
Grow your own garden.
Right? And what fucking on the outskirts of Baltimore City? I don't think so.
But you can't because you got MS. That's fucked up.
That's another part of it. I can't go out. I can't even go out back anymore, dude. I mean, I remember I've lived here since 2003. It's now
Let me see.
2026. I've lived here for over 23 years. And I could go out back anytime I wanted. And since about 2020, once all the shit hit the fan and back.
Different intravenous.
That sounds good.
Vitamin shots too.
Dude, I would love that, dude. I bet it's a good, like a natural good buzz.
Well, it's.
I'll ask TML something. TML, I found an interesting book that connects the, dualism of the Gnostics and Bogomol and Catholicism, even Zoroastrianism, the Knights Templars, Freemasonry, and other stuff. I think so. Kind of, if you want, I could kind of share it. So it's interesting. I haven't read it yet.
What are we talking about? Those gears shifted. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, so the thing is, TML's academic focus, one area of his focus.
Okay.
Yeah. So you sent it to me, or?
Yeah, I'll just share it. And so nice. I haven't read it yet, though. Yeah.
The Knights Templars and the Freemasons.
Yeah, basically, this book talks about, the way the dualistic traditions from the other god dualistic religions from antiquity to Kafar heresy. The doctrine that man and cosmos are constant battlegrounds between the forces of good and evil. It traces this evolution from Egyptian religion and the revelations of Zoroaster and Orphics in antiquity through the Dead Sea Scrolls, Mithriatic mysteries, and the great Gnostic teachers to its revival in medieval Europe with the suppression of the Bogomols and Cathars. Here's to the age-long teachings of dualism. And it's written by Yuri Stoyanov, who eliminates dualist religious systems, creating in vivid details the diverse world of their striking ideas and convoluted mythology. But there's something interesting I saw about Knights Templars down here. You see it? Yeah.
Headquarters of Knights Templars, Switzerland.
They both
interesting folk, I think. Crazy, but interesting.
Yeah, the best book is a logical next read for someone who enjoyed rudiments, the medieval Manichae, and blah blah. I'm just gonna fast forward this reading.
Were they all the Crusades against the? Were the Crusaders that went to fight against the juices? I think we get a bad rap. I think.
Man, they have a whole franchise based around the Knights Templar as the enemy. The fucking Assassin's Creed franchise is like the Knights Templar are the arch enemy.
That's what the Jews would say. That's what they'd tell you.
Oh God.
That's what they'd say.
There's so much shit. Well, because part is relevant to some stuff you focus on. You haven't read it yet.
There's a theory that the RH negative, redhead, blue-eyed, like from Switzerland. Like, I don't understand. They said they were neutral in World War II. I don't think that's true. I think they brainwashed the small mustache guy. I think they brainwashed
everybody in the military. Got brainwashed forever and ever. It's perpetual and it's never going to end.
All uniforms were like, where did they get all these uniforms? Like, a war breaks out, and automatically they got the red soldiers against the blue soldiers.
Right.
But guess what? All uniforms come from the same place, Switzerland. Like the cops used to wear an 8-sided hat. The cop hat used to be a 8, like, so their favorite number is 8, like octagon. You ever heard of Sean Ross?
No.
He was a French guy, and he traveled Switzerland and showed you the connection of these Swiss people are like the pharaohs. Like they put signs, pine cone in front of their house, because that's the pineal gland, and that represents that they are the pharaohs. So I think when they went to war and during the Crusades, they got the secrets of the pharaohs and they brought them back. Now they have CERN. It's the international, Switzerland's the international monetary.
That's right. That's right, dude. Holy shit. I was just going to bring that up. Holy fuck. And also that cave thing they did with the fucking goat lord type thing. And
yeah, they got the international monetary fund. They got the International Health Organization.
Right.
They run everything. Everything leads to the fuckers.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know.
That's insane.
And they have an overrepresentation of the Rh negative blood.
Dude, I swear to God. The reality is shifting. I shit you not, man. I mean, like, yeah, okay. Everybody.
I don't want to break this or nothing, but
fucking, it's crazy, dude. I remember, and I Love Lucy. I remember when I was a kid watching that. And what's the neighbor? The
I hated that movie.
Ricky Ricardo. He never ever said, let me explain to you, Lucy, or something like that. Let me explain to you, or something, right? He never ever said that. And, you know, I'm like, ask my sister, my older sister, I'm like, Cindy, do you remember watching I Love Lucy? Now, what did Ricky Ricardo always used to say? Let me explain, Lucy. Yeah, he never said that. It's so fucking crazy, dude. That's like just one of thousands of these fucking crazy I know some of them are obviously fucking bullshit.
Mandela.
Yeah, dude, fucking. I know that Jiffy is a bullshit one. That's bullshit, man. Choosy moms choose Jiff. Jiff exists. Like,
you know what I heard?
What's that?
They turned the CERN machine off.
Yeah, that's right.
And all these, then all these Mandela effects started coming back to the original thing, like the.
I've been hearing about a whole bunch of new
Fruit
ones.
of the Loom. You know, remember the Fruit of the Loom horn?
Well, that's not older, but I remember hearing that. And the horn was never there. So how is that possible? I remember that. I remember.
They turned CERN off, and now it's there again. After they turned CERN, I'm gonna have to go check.
And this shit's gonna hit the fan. I don't know, man. I think that's Pandora's box.
You think time travel is real?
It might be, dude. But I mean, who knows if we'll experience it in these bodies? Obviously, I'm not even gonna try and ponder that, because it's one of those things that can't be pondered.
Do you know Trump's uncle got all the secrets of the Tesla files?
I heard something like that.
And then Trump was in Back to the Future, like Biff.
right. That's
you know his phone number
right,
to dial if you wanted to vote for Trump, he'd say dial 88022.
Yeah.
And if you take 22 away from 88, it's 66 books of the Bible.
Shit.
88022.
It's something with numbers, man.
Sorry. People think
but I'll
that
tell
if
you
you
what,
read
man, the number 33 has been popping up like fucking nuts since 2020. never ending on headlines, dude. All the fucking time, dude. It's on an uptick now, man. It's like 33 for everything. It took us 33 hours to find that whatever the fuck his name Robinson.
Why they use that all the time? It's like
I mean, like Cash Patel, he was like really, really passionate about it. 33 point. Yeah, okay. All right, we know 33. We've heard it a billion times.
1/3
power number, dude. That's what it is. It's a really a power number.
33.3% is 1/3 of the angels falling. That's it. They like that number because
that was crazy
the number
because
of fallen angels.
I have 3.33 terps in my damn fucking pot, and I gotta.
We have 33 braided bones. We have 33 bones.
Right. That's right.
And Jesus Christ died at 33.
That's right.
Let me see. 33. The United Nations divides the flat earth into 33 sections on the, if you look at their
like
symbol of the earth,
like an atlas type deal. Yeah.
The United Nations Earth Seal or whatever they call it.
Yeah, like it's like an atlas. It's kind of.
Well, it wouldn't be an atlas. It's because they don't say the earth is flat. They say it's all. That's another subject. But the United Nations has a flat earth circle and it's divided into 33 sections. You're not allowed to go to the North Pole. You're not allowed to go to the South. The wall. You're not allowed to go to
I heard Antarctica is the worst on the planet. I think the
secret.
North Pole is more friendly, but the compared to Antarctica, that's right here.
Jesus is king of the North. The South is where there's underground. There might be passages through the wall, like there might be more, more secret land where all the elite go, and us slaves got to live in the center of the. It's all fucked up.
Of the plane.
You know, they used to have airships where you could. They had personal airships where you could have your own personal airship,
like a
and just
Zeppelin?
float around wherever you wanted to fucking go.
Like a miniature
So they got rid of
Zeppelin,
those,
right?
and now you got to take a jet, and you got to go on their schedule, and you got to go where they say you can go. You can't have your own airship anymore and go down there and check out.
That's long gone, man. That's fucking. I haven't seen
1800s. They had airships, more advanced. I think it'd be much more better to travel from here to Europe in an airship where I could sit at the bar and have a beer or something, eat a steak, something. They had restaurants and they had living quarters there, and now they cramp you in
the
this
turbulence
fucking,
is like in these fucking things, dude. I don't know, like, cause like, and I guess they might try and float them above.
And then there's the jet fuel hoax. They say that it takes 60,000 gallons of jet fuel to fly from like Chicago to London. 65,000 gallons would weigh like 6 dozers.
Yeah.
So, and they say they pump it through a little hose this big in about half an hour. No, what they do is they're pumping helium into balloons, and the engines are compressors that are they're continuous. What are they called? Continuous motion compressors. They start them with compressed air at the airport.
like
You'll see them.
perpetual motion.
Perpetual motion,
Yeah, just like.
And then plus, while they're going through the air, they can collect static electricity because they're going through the air, so they can run different things and shit.
Sounds almost Tesla-esque.
Tesla, I'm telling you. And they had they had depictions of air balloons. Ancient times, they had like ships with birds attached to ropes, flying ships with birds tied to ropes.
What? So they had the weight of the. So they're like kind of like horses of the sky.
It might be like in the epic in the story of
Gilgamesh.
No,
Epic of
Hercules.
Gilgamesh.
Oh no, it was Zeus or something. I can't remember. One of the warriors came in on an airship. I watched the movie about it where they were conquering another nation and they had an airship and that's how they won. And I think Tom Cruise was in it. It was a pretty good movie. It's like they tell you the truth. Fucking movies.
I wish I knew what it was called because was it from like the 80s or 90s or something?
It was a movie like they used to make like kind of like Hercules and these old movies about mythology.
Like, what's his name was in it, then it was probably 80s or early 90s.
Yeah, Greek mythology is different than fairy tales. It's based upon reality. So Hercules was the son of Zeus, a fallen angel. So they're telling history and people don't believe it. They think it's all. But look at all our statues in America. They're all based on Greek mythology.
Right.
Everywhere you go, it says, I thought we were a Christian nation. What the fuck is this goddamn thing doing here?
There's like fucking like pictures of tons of shit. It was made in the they say it was made in the 1800s, but those horses and buggies and
they had
how fucking crazy some of these buildings are, man. It looks like something out of a goddamn science fiction fucking fever
They're
dream.
hiding free energy. They hide free energy from us. They had an invention in the 1800s of a car that ran off. They collected power from the air and ran a motor that they had electric cars. They had, you see them sidewalks that used to fucking like escalators all over the place. And then you had these world fairs that they said that they built in here and then they burned them down.
yeah, like they fucking basically they connected whatever they were plastering the damn building with. They're like building onto the building and then wrecking it.
They said it was plaster, but even if it was plaster, how could you'd still have to have an arc.
I know they're putting it on top of the
and they had
building.
thousands of people inside the buildings. You can't just make a temporary shit.
They're just coded
there. They found the shit. That's why they call them Freemasons.
Well, like their cover is, I mean, their cover. I think that's their covers. They're just coding the damn building and shit, and then they fucking say it's real and fucking. But you know, like I don't know. Some of them look like they couldn't. Yeah, they look like
They've been there for over 1,000 years, probably.
Yeah.
They cleaned them off. They founded them.
They're like so high up.
They found them after the mud flood, unburied them, cleaned them up a little bit. They claimed it as, oh, we built these suckers. And Freemasons don't know how to build shit. They found that shit, and they claimed they inherited it. They say that they took over it. Therefore, they're the leaders now because but they didn't.
I mean, like the early 1800s. Some of these buildings, man, it's just like, what the fuck?
That's why they're called Freemasons, because they found masonry. They found Freemasonry all over the place.
There you go. There you go. It was free. They just stole it up.
And then they had the orphan trains. You have the orphan trains.
Fuck.
And then you have the people they put in a crazy bin is the people that knew the past. They knew the true history, and if you didn't go along with it, they put you in a loony bin.
Yeah,
kind of like what they'll do to you now.
They probably off you.
kind of like what they would do to you now if you tell the truth.
Exactly. Like they ostracize you. Fucking.
Yeah.
There's so many different words for it. So many synonyms for what they'd be like.
Yeah, and then they had the Cabbage Patch dolls, incubator baby. They probably stole.
They're fucking weird. And I remember that the cards, the garbage pail kids, man. I used to love those back in the 80s.
Damn,
Early
they had
90s. No, was it 90s?
In the 1800s. In the 1800s, they had child trafficking with incubator babies and.
Oh God.
Man, they were. Oh man, this country.
That's prototype shit.
No, the Freemasons
Proto,
were.
well, I don't want to add to that because that's kind of yeah. I don't. Proto fucking whatever that is. Yeah. Insane.
It made George Washington into a god.
Right.
And they said he got shot.
And all that shit.
So they got 2 horses shot under him, a bunch of bullet holes in him, and he didn't die. Or
and his dick grew back or something. I forget.
I can't believe none of that shit anymore.
Oh,
Columbus,
man.
you know, they said in the scriptures it says that Rome was built on 7 hills, and we got Capitol Hill, Madridian Hill, Hillcrest, Brook Hill, a couple more. So the United States is Rome, and Egypt is south, maybe, I don't know. And then you go west, that's west, north. I don't know where.
You know, it's like a puzzle, dude. It's like the truth of history was written by the fucking motherfucking victors of whatever war.
You know, the red heifer they talked about that was required. They only come from Texas. They only come from Texas.
That's right. And they ordered a couple, I think, in 1 month. I remember it was like a couple of years ago or a year and a half ago or something. They killed a couple of them. They ordered a couple. I think in America, or was it they ordered it back to Israel? I don't know. I can't remember.
I don't know, but I remember Noah built his ark from gopher wood, and the only place gopher wood grows is in Florida.
Wow. Is that a really good hardwood?
And
pliable, you know, like
it's grown, it grows like in swampy areas, so it's probably moisture resistant, so it would like
yeah, so it's got like some sort of like it could be buoyant, right?
Lightweight.
Yeah.
Strong.
They got some fucking cool fucking woods in Africa, dude.
So how the fuck can all that shit be over there if you need a red heifer to sacrifice for the Israelites to sacrifice when they used to do that? And they don't even have that shit over there. They have it over here.
Yeah,
I think America's the promised land.
Imported, have it exported to Israel in a boat crate. Oh,
and it says the Nile had 7 tributaries, and that's the Missouri or the Mississippi. I can't remember which one, but it has 7 tributaries that feed it. But the Nile, and where they say it is, that shit don't have to. That's bullshit. The Euphrates, they say, is drying up.
That's what I heard. Yeah.
That's not the Euphrates. I think that's bullshit.
But like, there's some that I think are just overblown. But like, then again, who knows? Really, I've never lived there, so.
Yeah, it's all a story.
I mean, it's not like anything's drying up around me at all. So I can't really say I know anything about that. I mean,
Yeah.
shit, the water raises and lowers on the gunpowder. And that's, typical every year or every other year. Sorry, go ahead, TML.
No, just saying I'm here.
What's that, brother?
Just saying I'm here.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, thanks for. Yeah.
Yeah.
You smoking some bud tonight, man? Any of you?
Yeah, of course.
You got the caffeine in the cannabis? Yeah, dude, fucking I'm wired, dude, but like yeah, the sativa is where to go. Indica is not good for talking at all. It makes me want to go to sleep, Even back in the day. However, I was more mobile. Now I'm just like fucking totally immobile. Except for I can walk around and grab onto, what do you call it? The door frames, the walls, the railings. Downstairs, I got a rollator. I can walk with that and lean on it with my hands and walk with not a limp. It's just like both of my feet are just, my ankles are toast. They're messed up.
You wear braces or something?
I should.
I think I would.
Should, but like I probably would be. Yeah, I gotta get on. That's right, man. I should talk to some sort of fucking, what do they call that doctor?
It's hard to find. I found a Seventh-day Adventist doctor who would give you chelation therapy intravenous. So there's a way to do
man,
it.
fucking, I want some chelation, man. I want to mainline that.
You can do it yourself.
What the fuck they're giving me, the fucking Ocrevus, like fucking every 6
Well,
months.
think of it like when they want to heal animal farmers, they will go get some B12, vitamin C.
Oh yeah,
A.
dude, like fucking. I mean, I'd sublingually have that.
They get the good shit. They get the good
I
shit.
know,
The
like when you have it in the vein, that's a whole different story than having it sublingually. That's like
yeah, he
mainline.
would do. Yeah, that would be different. But the doctor I went to would put it in a drip, intravenous, and he would hang a drip and shoot it in a drip.
That sounds good.
And then you would sit there and
I bet you feel really good. Yeah.
Do you have any mercury fillings?
Oh yeah, dude. Fucking, I still got him the black fucking shit.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
that's
dude.
the first thing you got to do is get them fuckers pulled out or replaced with.
I mean,
a
I'm
new
not
filling.
missing any teeth. They took out my wisdom teeth, but eventually I'm gonna start having teeth issues.
Okay, listen. There's one thing that causes, above all, that causes multiple sclerosis is
I know.
lead fillings in your
Well,
teeth.
I heard it was mercury. Maybe it's both.
Mercury, lead fillings. Mercury
and or lead, maybe
mixed with lead.
Yeah.
Mercury lead fillings.
Yeah,
they call it silver
Oh my
mercury.
god,
but there's
dude.
there's no silver. It's silver
Like,
mercury.
I mean, like everybody, all my siblings had it too, but I mean, it is what it is. They got their own problems, but I don't know if it's from the
This one
fillings.
Seventh-day Adventist found that if you get your mercury fillings removed and do chelation therapy, that muscular dystrophy can be healed. But the first thing you got to do is get rid of your mercury fillings.
Yeah, I gotta get that shit out, but yeah, I really don't know who to go to.
Shit, you got mercury fillings. Oh man. When I was a kid,
You know, I could have them ground out.
They know it's poisonous because in order to get rid of the fillings, they have to put it in a toxic, hazardous waste bag.
Yeah,
And
fucking
dude,
dude.
but they'll
like
put it right
fucking,
next to your brain.
and they tell us, yeah, drinking fluoride is good for the teeth. That's why we have it. Yeah, fuck you. It's like, fuck that, dude. That's like they told that lie and everybody bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. And
I remember going to the dentist when I was about 10 years old. I was kind of I was kind of getting in trouble all the time. And so what they do is if you got lots of energy and shit, they'll send you to the dentist, put some mercury in your mouth back in the 60s. Then that kind of fucking slows you down.
There you
and
go.
I remember going to the dentist, not having any holes in my mouth.
Yeah.
They I didn't, I don't know why I even went this for a checkup. And I end up coming back with, they drilled fucking holes and filled it with mercury and shit.
Yeah, they probably found a cavity and decided, oh yeah, we got mercury here. So
I didn't have no holes when I got there, but when I left, I had supposedly they found a bunch of holes.
Well, like maybe they found a what do you call it? But maybe they made it up like a fucking mechanic, like a
If you
fucking
get a little
mechanic.
pinhole,
Like they made it up like
it's
a
gonna hurt a
cavity,
little.
but they like, yeah, they told your parents you probably had a cavity, so they had to fill it. And they
In the
probably,
Amish have found that if you have a cavity, if you drink raw milk, it will heal cavities. Your teeth will
yeah,
actually
you gotta get some raw goat milk or some shit.
Well, you don't have to do none of that. You got to get your mercury out of your fucking head.
Yeah, I that's but that's probably too expensive for me, right? That's too over the
It's expensive.
Yeah.
Because they got to refill it with porcelain.
I'm really I'm the fucking below fucking poverty, dude. I'm lucky I got Wi-Fi, dude. I just paid my $122 goddamn Comcast bill.
How many teeth have mercury in them?
Well, pretty much all of them. I mean, like I can see that my back teeth have them, like the molars, and no, I've lost the backs. Well, the back of one of my incisors, but at least it doesn't show on the front.
4. What do you got? 2, 4, 6, or something like that? 8.
I don't even know at this point. I haven't counted. I mean, I don't open my mouth and look, so I just know they're there, and it's been a long time since I really looked at it. But yeah,
if you only have two, then you could pull 2 of them. But if you got there's 8 of them, you wouldn't want to
like
pull 8.
jackass style.
Well, yeah, I'd get some pliers. If I could go without my feet or my teeth, I would probably go without my teeth before my feet.
Oh yeah, dude, fucking right. Yeah.
Maybe you can find someone like a charity that will do it for you. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think so. And finding it will be a
maybe one at a time. Maybe one at a time. Because it's about $6,000 to do all mine.
Yeah, dude, I can't do it at all.
But I had like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I need to have some sort of filling, but like not. I got to get the mercury out and get a real like a filling that looks like a tooth.
Well, if you afford $500 per tooth, you should do it.
I've got what do you call it? A permanent on my right canine tooth, upper canine. I burnt a hole in it with cigarettes, dude. Just like playing the accordion and holding the cigarette in that side of my mouth. I look in the mirror, I see this black hole in that tooth, and they had to extract that, kill the nerve, and put a crown on there. So I got this fake tooth that kind of is a little different color now because I've been smoking much more than I used to back in the day. I mean, it's just on and on. It's fucking perpetual. I have like maybe 2-3 cigarettes a day
You
now.
can lead a horse water, but you can't make them drink.
I know. All right.
You know, I just telling you, it would be a priority for me, because I know that it's true, that I know that Seventh-day Adventist was researching these multiple and Parkinson's disease and
multiple
and all this,
sclerosis.
multiple sclerosis and Parkinson's, and they found out that it's from mainly metal toxins. So you have to
Anything like
to get
fucking.
I don't know if getting chelation therapy would be good for you if you still got the teeth in your mouth, but
Yeah,
maybe
dude,
just
I remember when I was a kid, all the time, my mom's like, "You need your booster." I'm like, "What booster? I don't even know what that means. I just know it hurts real bad going fucking intramuscular."
Hey,
Remember that?
hey, homies, I gotta like kind of like shut this thing down. So I appreciate you guys, but let's
Oh,
get up
all
from
right.
that thing.
all right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the
Appreciate it.
reading. See you later.
Yeah, I
having
appreciate you. Blessings, man. Yeah. Yeah, what about you, Bus? Oh, Busker's gone. Yeah, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Blessings, man. They kind of like skedaddled pretty fast. I wanted them to like maybe say a couple words and whatnot. But yeah, I appreciate you guys, anyways. And so on and so forth. But yeah, but yeah, interesting types of conversations. I just kind of let it run for like the past hour. Took a few hits there. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, we'll maybe reconvene soon. I got some replays that I want to show you guys. Blessings, Lizard Tree. I greatly appreciate you. Thank you so much for always watching and supporting what I'm doing over here. And yeah, we got some oldies, but some goodies, and you know, we will obviously be talking to you guys soon. And yeah, lots of interesting angles. But yeah, obviously go back to the first part of the show. We gave a sort of 6 hours of pretty interesting explanation of our major positions, what our stances against transhumanism. Okay, what are our stances against techno-liberalism? Right, and the world technological system. We sort of explained the origins of the world technological system. You know, we took a look at different works in terms of Willis Harman, Changing Ideas of Man, the worst mistake in the history of the human race, I believe it's called, by Jared Diamond. Again, of course, we looked at several commentaries on the Shang-Tzu, one by A.C. Graham. And of course, we looked at the Robber Z, which I think is maybe chapter 29 of the Shang-Tzu or something like that. But yeah, it's part of the Shang-Tzu. Okay, and of course, we had a conversation with Rock E and B. More Busker and Axis Rat Blood and Avian Buddha at the end there. So yeah, interesting times. I greatly appreciate you guys' correspondence. But yeah, anyways, run this one back and spread it around to the people. Lots of interesting material here, and I appreciate you guys' correspondence. Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And we'll be back on shit. Oh yeah. Well, we're streaming on Friday with Truther Cop. So I'll be showing you guys an example of our show on Truther Cop. Okay, because our shows on Truther Cop are pretty excellent. So I want to show you guys one of our examples where we talk about transhumanism. And of course, it'll be an expansion of the ideas I talked about here on the stream. But yeah, blessings to the people. I greatly appreciate all of you. Thank you.
In the western town, in a dead-end world, the eastern boys and western girls. Ooh, in a western town, in a dead-end world, the eastern boys and western girls. Ooh,
If you can't go it don't matter, just tap your feet as I roll around to the neat sweet beat. It's most atmospheric, is the groove that's smooth. No need to get hyped, just shuffle your shoes from side to side. Slowly you glide, you prance and you dance and you step with pride. I never came to cuss or cause a fuss, but there's a little something I like to discuss. I've been around and I've traveled the city, clout the Chris girls that look real pretty. See many of faces, be many of places, but none of them stay like the western girls.
in a western town, in a dead-end world, the eastern boys and western girls. Ooh, in a western town, in a dead-end world, the eastern boys and western girls. Ooh,
The western girls come from all parts of the city, joining together to form a large committee. Some work single, some work in groups. So many Chris girls that it's hard to choose, but you best beware for some is spoken for. So if you get a black man, you know the score. Just feel no way, cause there's plenty to spare. In the west end, you find girls everywhere. Down Oxford Street, that's my favorite spot, where you find the Chris girls in the fashion shops. Buying their clothes to make them look real sweet, so they can turn heads as they walk the street. In the sock and shorts and a low cut tops. As you sight the girls, man, you get the hots. You can't control it, you just have to follow. It's like something that you take in to swallow.
western town, in a dead-end world, the eastern boys and western girls. Ooh, in a western town, in a dead-end world, the eastern boys and western girls. Ooh, western girls. Western girls. In a western town, in a dead-end world, the eastern boys and western girls. Ooh, in a western town, in a dead-end world, the eastern boys and western girls. Ooh, western.
When the sun's gonna shine, you're feeling fine. Take a trip to the west end and waste some time. Girls in dark glasses, wriggling their asses. Guys on the corner, making side passes. Checking the girls who get a telephone number. Making a date so they can go do the bumper. Whining, dining all night long as they listen to the west end song.
In a western town, in a dead-end world, the eastern boys and western girls.
That's right.
Ooh, in a western town, in a dead-end world, the eastern boys and western girls. Ooh, western.
Take a plane ticket and drive with a wall, but you'll never find another like a western girl, like a dream girl. They're sweet like wine and fine so fine, divine to blow your mind. Would you wine them and sign them all night long as you kiss and caress to the western song? Bumping and doing your stuff, and then you quit when you had enough.
In a western town, in a dead-end world, the eastern boys and western girls. Ooh, in a western town, in a dead-end world,
Spotted these three Panamanians, gold chains are carrying Iranians, pulled out the Sanian. These cats might try to flame me and shit. Might be a hissing from this bitch nigga Damien. Used to sling came back to back up in this game we in. Went against the grain when he got banged in his cranium. Now we got cats all on my back trying to bang me in. From Peru, flew in the crew of evil. Now shit is lethal. Drew the eagle, blew about two and made one of them dudes see through. Put out the C2 of his peoples up in a regal. And they got heat to equal. Shit that got put in Benny Siegel. Fuck these illegal alien ass niggas out of the grass. But if the clips up on a dash and continue to blast. Fire flash, I left another one of them splashed. A bloodbath. 3 niggas found dead on the app. Went to a phone and hit my nigga Big C. Swiftly, you'll think the shit G. These niggas try to hit me. You'll meet me in about 50. With big gas, you moving quickly. I'm about to hit D. Put that motherfucker 6 feet. Niggas on the average clapping at me, busting at me, trying to put cash in my nappy.
Yo, as long as you made it, kid, I'm happy.
We still going to with his cappy. With AKs all day, called up my nigga J. Call a nigga Damien for me, okay? Make it about 338. Straight, this is what you say. Hey yo, we fucked up, we gotta wait. If you play, I'ma split us to pay. We on our way to this nigga's office with armed forces. He's showing softness and watching horses races with other bosses. Pulled out the sources. The nigga saw the guns, got stunned, he probably got numb. Knowing he about to catch a hot one. Terrorizing the whole spot, son. The phone rung, he acted like it was the wrong number. Looking all dumb, hands on the block button. 5 minutes later, the shots rung. That nigga got done, died with his hand on the cock gun. Yo, it's a hit. You picked the wrong cat to fuck with. The wrong thug get to fuck with. You better duck quick and get your shit split. With infinite shit from out of the clip. Niggas is stuck with the underworld clip. Yo, it's a hit. You picked the wrong cat to fuck with. The wrong thug get to fuck with. You better duck quick and get your shit split. With infinite shit from out of the clip. Niggas is stuck with the underworld clip. February 14 and 95, time about 4:45 and copper pies in the high rise. Dealing with shit like this, you need 5 eyes. Dinosaur size, these fucking child size have you covered with flies. Came in with 2 wise guys, fucking guns big as life size. Had a chick up on the better shit with the nice style, just señorita, mamacita. Wish the fleet with the perita, clica, ripa, flash the heat. She started talking, seconds later 2 Cubans walked in, hauling packages filled with chalk and shit ain't the raw end. They came to more man, they put 2 on my mans and turned the organs before the poison. Trying to fucking free me like Morgan, 2 hit the flooring with blood pouring, left them snoring, the wigs touring, laying all up against the door. Then the nigga spray a quarter slug in my shoulder blade, my boulder graves. I'm catching flashbacks of older days in the smoke haze. I'm dazed and shit. She going to bed with the spray shit, trying to lay shit. Okay, bitch, you fuck the gay shit. Started to lay shit and left the brace bitch wet. Part of her neck and face it, emptied the clips and replaced it. Niggas is on the floor, tomato paste it, wasted, spirit erased it, body cased it, went to the other side, embraced it. The whole place is lit. We scar faces shit, cigar cases shit, on some marksman shit. One nigga straining, moaning the pain, aiming his biscuit. My man fixed it, left him with his wig twisted. Right through my fingerprint ballistics. Went to the other room and saw the brick shit. Straight legit shit, bagging and zipping. Left out the front door like we ain't just shit. Yo, what's your hit?
walking the light. Understand there's a fire to ignite. You know we have a responsibility. It's true, we've been chosen, and now we have the possibility of melting what's frozen. Walk with me with the rapture inside. Can't you see it's not our place to decide? You know we have to make a case for love. It's more of a duty. It's clear we have a mission from above, a mission of beauty. You know I wouldn't lie to you. What would I achieve by that? It's more than I would try to do. These are the facts. Take your place here with love in your heart. Just embrace what you've known from the start. We are fulfilling our only destiny. The angels have spoken, and all the gods in the universe agree. The spell can't be broken.
There's always something in the nature of a hoax, because it really does deal with a domain of experience that can't be talked about. But one must remember at the same time that there's really nothing at all that can be talked about adequately. And the whole art of poetry is to say what can't be said.
Yeah. It's music. It's music. The park we do this. Park we do this. Yeah, the park we do this. Candy apple, honey kisses, play the pharaoh woman, riches on the throne, Harold Bone, stand alone, Carol Bone, finger pop the at the rockers with the rosters, y'all imposters, we the monsters, eating pasta, robot movement, soul influence, Marvin music, garden to this hardest, truest park, we do this pause, call a doctor, closing lobster, hip hop, a hero, man, up Biro land, Anunnaki, brand new posse, wind me up, walkie-talkie, aki, Shazam, He-Man, Gray Skull, great foe, great flow, Applebee's, daiquiris, Maccabees, mastery, I savage
tree and ask for me. Celebration, hell embrace himself, amazing, nah, Jella raise him. Amazing like the golden age of Scotty Waddy in the lobby. JVC, TDK, KRS, BDK, these were the days. By Hashim Yahweh Shah, Proud of 95, Crown Prince, Brown Trench, VA, William C, Illis 3, Cooler 3, Jazzy T, Master D, and Wizzy D, and that was me, and that was me. Make a deal, the price is right. Wheel of Fortune, icy mics. Used to hold it, lick my colons, real my portrait highlights. Narration, NFL, Baphoration in his jails. Barry Sanders with them hammers, weaving slammers, these with cameras. Prison war, wizard law, crystal balls, chicken claws, sniffing draw, vision more, spitting raw, I'm getting more. I hear from you, prepare brew. Light a L, enjoy the smell, like a spell. Eggs from quail, turtle shell, purple veil on my face. Old school tapes, old school days, tofu plates, spitting spades. We play knuckles, old maid, he shuffle, another day. Another hustle, mother pray, devil chuckle, but I'll say these superpowers, swoop through towers, shooting vowels, gain the world and lose your soul, truth be told, UFOs, US codes, computer pros, Judah grows, beautiful, paid with velvet, hate the selfish, fake and jealous, place rebellious, ancient relics, face helmet, take these pellets, blast off, face angelic, face angelic, face angelic. Rebirth, alright, that's where we going.
Been an enormous proliferation of techniques for subjecting every kind of natural process outside the human skin and now increasingly inside the human skin to some form of rational control.
Once again, it's Big G, running the number rackets, rearing Pele jackets, fast loop cactus, I'm well up in the millionaire bracket. The boss of four bosses are always horses in the fortress, corridors with Olympic torches and Mona Lisa portraits, jacuzzis and saunas, and eating steak at Benny Hanna's, Bentley's limousine, the front yard stream that's full of piranhas. I'm set, a private jet, I drink a lot of Becks, get a lot of sex, condo and duplex, diamond infested Rolex, the level recliner, the raw units with silver china, sipping on finer wine, you see more shines. Diamond mine is the highness, kingpin of heroin. I'm thorough when I have to bring the terror and handle business in each and every barrel. And down the city, I'm rolling like Frank Nitty. I'm rich and pretty, back up kitties. I got Grammys that's grimy and gritty. A nigga that's spunky and likes to keep his pockets chunky, making most of my money from all the dope fiends and junkies. I learned from the best, the ones that's living and the ones that's put the rest. So I bless my chest with a vest and pack of Smith and West. And then I'm off to get the snaps, not the scraps. The game is be a real map. The name is Cool G-Rap. Under the wing, I swing it and does a thing, and if you step inside my ring, she'll bang it out and make your brains hang. She sits in restaurant tables with make foxes and staples, drinking Chardonnay brand label, shit rockin' suckers, cradle and yeah, honey is more bounce to the ounce. She walks around with Lucci in large amounts, millions of stocks with bank accounts. Her name is Tammy, got a beach house in Miami, rides around with a small jammy and a silk and satin panties. A down home, a foxy brown, all standing up ground. And if the clown, yo, she turn into a bus around. Flyers a heaven's angel, got sapphires in her bagels, diamond earrings hanging dangle, getting money from all angles. She's pretty under the New York City bright lights. In real light, way after midnight, I hit it cause the split's tight. Wake up early and make my rounds, break a brick down, back in this silver 4 pounds. Some clowns be trying to get down, light up a smoke and grab a stack of casinos. The slick stick up kids don't get no free, don't broke cause I ain't trying to be broke. I goes all out for G-Rap business, honey, nothing's funny, it's a damn shame what I gotta do to get the money. What I gotta do just to make a dollar. Sometimes it makes me wanna holler. It's a shame what I gotta do just to make a dollar. Sometimes it makes me
listen to a fast joint. You gotta hear this verse, man.
All right.
Speed it up a little bit, Red. You gotta speed it up just a little bit, man. You got your headphones straight? Can you hear?
Yeah, I can hear it. Right,
Ghostface.
Bottles going off in the church. We broke my slapped the pastor. Didn't know Pop had asthma. He pulled out his blue Bible. Changed full out his coat. 3 condoms, 2 dice, 1 bag of dope. Ooh, Rev ain't right. His church ain't right. Thinking is a pimp. Tell by his eyes. Mrs. Park said, Brother Starks, meet you at the number spot. Heard you got red tops out. And I want a lot. Shirley fainted dead on the spot. 2 ushers slipped $80 right out the pot. Oh, shh.
Hold up.
Ooh, Rev ain't right. His church ain't right. Thinking is a pimp. Tell by his eyes.
Yo, let's do some more, man.
We got favorites.
Kick something from one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The first or the second verse?
Second verse.
Second verse.
You put them to the test.
All right. Yo, the devil planted fear inside the black babies. 50-cent sodas in the hood, they going crazy. Dead meat placed in the shells, we eat cold cuts. Fast from the hog yarn, grow up. Yo, crash through, break the glass. Tony with the goalie mask, that's the pass. Heavy ice, Foley laying on the dash. Love the grass, cauliflower hurting when I dump the trash. Sour man served in every glass up at the sun splash. Autograph blessing with your name slash. Backdraft, 4-pounder screaming with the pearly ass. Shows and fix the contrast, add the sound classes. Mrs. Dash sprinkle with an icicle eyelash. Ass cap a pentagraphs or backstage passes. Special guest, no more Johnny Blaze, Johnny Mathis. Acrobat, run up on that Love Jones actress. Distracted cat while I'm hot sugar, get a crack at this. Thinking down Oprah, jump rope. David Dinkins, watch the Black Me at DC. Hit the mocha, tangerine sofa. 2 super soakers in the Rover, hit the sports bar. Tell a young lady to bend over. Meditated yoga. Nah, dude.
Oh.
Yeah. And it was like that, man.
Hey, man. I ain't never heard nobody say.
Pardon me for the cursing, though. I didn't mean that. Like that.
Dicking down Oprah.
Word. Nah, I didn't mean that, though. But yo, we got too hectic. Yo.
Crooked, corrupt, criminal crime boss with cream, cocaine hustler, blowing out the brains of busters. Be in my mansion, chilling, inhaling ganja smoke, counting mad cream, weighing tons of coke, guarded by thugs and rock rollers. I flood the streets with drugs and clock dollars. Niggas get plugged with my Glock collars. Skunk smoker, Philly and now ripper, Cristal sipper. I've been a Willie for a while, nigga. Gruff got hoes, the man with all the nachos. Expensive hot clothes, drop top rolls. East Coast, West Coast, fiends overdose. Gruff get the cream with my team and I'm ghost.
This money be tempting me to jump out the MPV. MP3 clicks hollow tips with no sympathy. Since 14, I sold morphine for more green. Kept open in Nordica coat under the drawstring and watched out for cops. Squad cars and beamers and Largeninas. Flee the country to Argentina. Lay back in the beach chair coasting with commuters. Smoking the Buddhas on the cruise line boat to Aruba for a while, yo. Pump the valve so I can pal go. Then become a Harlem Kingpin. Just like Alpo get paid so I can lay low in San Diego with Yayo and ship it out whenever I say so.
Yo, making this money's the American dream. East Coast to West Coast, you know what I mean. Whether it's uptown, downtown, you pick the scene. You got to get your own scheme. We ain't splitting this rain, yo, I'ma run established till they bury me. Count numerically, kills the Beverly. More bands than Cherokee. President like Eric B. and Rakim. Drug game up top 10. Locked in right now is not an option. Ain't no Creek got the Mac in the heat. The guard the 5-inch screens in the back of the seat. And now they got this daddy bragging. Last year had me sagging. Wasn't ready to tell me back and tossed me in the paddy wagon. But ain't nobody out here stopping love. Cause we was 12 years old in the Cotton Club popping bug. So all the fame without the fortune, goddamn you wrong. Killing Kid Cameron, surviving in the Amazon.
I leave you days and froze with all kinds of amazing throat money surrounded. I counted while bathing with Asian hoes. Back home niggas is after me. I'm at the sea sipping daiquiris. Coke the factory fiend bagging a crack for me from. Cutting the rocks to investing in stocks. Nordica yachts and not busting out of my socks. Now that blood paid and chubby. All the ladies love me. They hate who made me hubby. Behind my back they say my baby's ugly. Each night I sleep with freaks with Lamborghini Jeeps. Neighbors be sneaking peeks. I have my scene at least between the sheets. Messed up my loot, I cut your collar, swan. The bees is mine.
lot of times, and the only thing I see is dollar signs. Making this money's the American dream. East Coast to West Coast, you know what I mean. Whether it's uptown, downtown, you pick the scene. You got to get your own green, we ain't splitting the green.
To be seen green in the mean beam is every teen's dream. Big L, supreme fiend with more green than Springsteen. You know I'm crazy, quick to smack a groupie. I'm known to mac a hoochie. Do I got stacks of Lucci? Absolutely. Harlem kids is known for felonies and selling keys, pushing 300 C's, GS3s and puffing trees. These G's please while DTs be yelling freeze. We stash cheese and keep a pocket full of centuries. Ain't yo won't set for the rest of my life. Some clown that laid the threat cause I had sex with his wife. I stuck my tool in his brain, but I could fool and get slain. Nigga, yo bitch chose me, you know the rules to the game.
Yo, making this money's the American dream. East Coast to West Coast, you know what I mean. Whether it's uptown, downtown, you pick the scene. You got to get your own scheme, we ain't splitting this green. Yo, making this money's the American dream. East Coast to West Coast, you know what I mean. Whether it's uptown, downtown, you pick the scene. You got to get your own scheme, we ain't splitting this green. Yeah, what? Harlem on the rise. Bloodshed, killer kids, 6 figures, COC, Chuck Lassie, my man, Mace, Bad Boy, Uptown, McGruff, Big L, 139, NFL, 140.
Very patiently, if everybody could just please bear with us while the panel verse loads. It might take quite some time. You know, we have the panel verse itself already in the chat, you know. W title from the panel verse itself, and the panel verse itself comes in your chat, and you know that's the first fucking first comment. Sorry, you know, profanity. That's profanity. Watch it, boy. W title from the panel verse. Bear with us while the panel verse loads for your convenience. I'm just hoping the connection remains. I can even continue this show until, you know, TMO gets here, which is the plan. But we're going to continue the Ray Kurzweil talk and that. And I know OTW's live right now. But also, what's up, Freedom Grower? Good to see you, Mom. So recently I saw, just post the link here. Okay, fine. I'll put it here. But this is for TML only. If I say somebody comes up backstage and TML agrees to bring them up, you know, like, I'm not, yeah, but that's limited too anyhow. You know, I just want to be responsible. Look at this picture of him though. Dude, this is a good one. I like this. Oh, but anyhow, this article I just dropped. Time traveler, worldwide CIA inventions from blah, blah, blah. I remember seeing this video so many years ago that I made videos about time traveling. And that's what I referred to when it came to like the time traveling aspect of Truther Cop and what he is, was because of this dude's videos. And they just dug them up as if it's like brand new knowledge or information. It's actually like a regurgitated old YouTube story, like now talking about like how time travel is real. What's up, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, blessings, bro. Yeah, man. I tried to type that shit in 3 times, so it kept giving me 404 error. Yeah, pretty weird, dude. And I just clicked the link here, and it said the same exact thing that I was typing. So I'm confused as to why I couldn't click the link, but yeah, some weird shit.
Maybe I deleted it. I'm not sure. So anyhow, so yeah, Ray Kurzweil. So, but have you seen that video? Like, check out this guy, time traveler. I wish I could tell you more. If it doesn't pop up, it's not even worth discussing. But they're trying to promote this guy as if he's like traveled from a certain year again. And this is an old video, but it doesn't really matter. What's going on with you, Mom? We're talking about Ray Kurzweil. You catch us up, Mom?
Yeah, I got you guys. The thing is with Kurzweil, right? The whole concept of the singularity is obviously a sort of techno-millenarianism, right? And you know, so techno dispensationalism or what have you, right? From Teilhard de Chardin. So we were mentioning this whole concept of the singularity being in the concept of the omega point, right? And how this was actually invented by a Jesuit priest. And the whole concept is like this, right? If there's a perfect stage of humanity, of God, of nature, then it reaches into the past to fix up the past to anticipate the future, right? So this noumena or this thing that's sort of floating, it's like accelerated pace, right? Or like the noose, right? That's coming in.
Nimbus,
right?
nimbus.
Yeah, he calls it the noosphere. It's like a realm of infinite creativity and potential that like we're gonna come in contact with eventually. That's called like the omega point. So this is where like we start creating and thinking like sort of simultaneously, right? And obviously Terence McKenna, Teilhard de Chardin, and many others popularized this notion, right? I mean, Terence McKenna called it time wave zero, right? Teilhard de Chardin called it the omega point. Ray Kurzweil calls it the singularity. There's a concept in accelerationism called Lemurian time wars, right? Where they say time is sort of disjointed. So they're
like, yeah. Well, so I think based on well, we're recycling through different timelines. I think on certain levels, of course, at some level, I think we do have that individual experience. But it's kind of like playing into like, so the Lemurian thing is like this theology about like alien races coming down, kind of like one of the like Atlantis and all this. It's kind of like there's superior alien races and they started humanity and some are superior to others and this and that. And Tartaria and all this. And Telescope, interesting to see you, man. Like, I definitely would actually love your input on this discussion at some point. And I was wondering about you the other day. Good to see you.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to lay down the concept of futurism itself, where it comes from. Now, obviously, there was this notion of the 1,000-year reign of Christ, right? So they were anticipating that eventually, right, the main concept in millenarianism is that
the millennial reign.
Yeah, the millennial reign, right? So so this is a huge concept now. You can see
is like
how
Rocky's a big Rocky's a staunch proponent. Like he's the antithesis, or not the antithesis. What is he's like? He is that.
Yeah, and he's also promoting the concept, with Gunnar Heinsohn and others, that they've added 1,000 years to the timeline. So again, this is how they're talking, like how we're either living in the past or how the future that hasn't yet been anticipated is to come, and how it's a imaging of past events and so on and so forth. So you can predict the future. Or there's this notion of progress where time is constantly catching up with itself. And so, there's a final eschaton, if you will. The main idea is this idea of the eschaton reaching into the past. I mean, right, to control the present, right?
Well, for me, I mean, you got Tony Robbins and Ray Kurzweil all of a sudden like propping this idea that Tony Robbins taking part with Ray Kurzweil to like basically promote that. Yeah, it could be a great thing to get this stuff like implanted inside you. As Ray Kurzweil was saying, when we merge, it was bad. Dude, you missed the first episode last week. Not the last one I did. That was a different thing about other things. But this is the fourth one in a row, I believe we've done. We've been good on this one, dude. Thank you for doing this with me. Like,
yeah, of course.
Panelverse, catching up on the Panelverse is kind of how it started, and now we're here bear with us while the Panelverse loads for your convenience,
Yeah, we got a major thing exposing a bunch of ops this Sunday.
Right.
So look out for that.
Made by Machine Bob, Season 2, Part 2.
Yeah, check the links over there. But I'll move to this dude. That shit's in the what do you call it? The community. I made a community post about it. We're going live on Sunday, so look out for that because we got some people who are going to speak on a bunch of issues. I don't want to give away too much because we don't want to get the channel struck. So I don't want too many people to be buzzing around anticipating that I'm going to be covering certain groups. So, but yeah, we're going to be looking at, if you looked at Made by Machine Bob, right, we've exposed a lot of groups online, but yeah, I think a lot of it's one big op. I do have a terrible migraine right now, but we're going to pull ahead, right? Hopefully it goes away.
Yeah. Dude, there is something up with like, there's frequency wars, man. It's a war of like, there's different ways of saying it's a frequency. The spiritual war, no, it's psychological war. And then they're like, no, there's no such thing as spiritual war. There's no such thing as a psychological war. And shout out to JG, who, yeah, by the way, flopped. Like you pointed out in the chat today, dude. The Spirit Man came at him and dude, fucking, and JG like
whipping and cutting into him. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was like, damn, you're just gonna lay down and take this ass whipping? And it was wild, dude. I couldn't believe it. Something must have happened. He must have took too many drugs today.
Well, but I'm propping JG up here, really, honestly, in the long term of things. Like right now, what I'm saying is, yeah, that I saw that though, but he is very keen on it in a very detailed way in fashion. I do respect that, and we literally, dude, in a year it was we have the same panel versus birthday, dude. It's so weird. It was I came up on your stream, and then he came up. And that's the first time we both did a panel, allegedly.
Well, you want to know who I have the same birthday as? General Paul Vallely, who actually co-authored PSYOP to Mind War with Michael Aquino. And he's also the executive director of TPUSA. So we'll be talking about that.
Whoa. So I just found Michael Aquino separately because I heard about him. And I saw a TikTok like yesterday. And I was like, okay, they caught my attention. I actually and I thought I'd heard the name. Weirdo dude. And he's dead now, allegedly. And so he's tied into TPUSA.
Yeah, let me see who's watching this. 10 people just got the scoop for the Sunday show. So
yeah, it's honestly really sensitive information. You gotta be careful with that stuff. It's like not because people can't handle the truth out of order. You gotta really present it in a subtle, not in a subtle way, but there's a lot going on with that.
Yeah, we got this. And we also got a full display of the bullet trajectory. We're going to chop it up and see if the dude is responsible for the crime they're accusing him of and so on and so forth. So we're going to take a deep look at the crime scene, do some crime scene investigation, right? We're going to look at various ops in play.
The opposite player is this Japanese. It's like this Japanese anime guy I hear with his name.
Yeah,
it literally is a.
Yeah, that dude is literally most likely a PSYOP, right? Douglas Dietrich, right? There's not a lot.
So odd, dude.
Yeah, he's made up a bunch of information. So I wonder if the dude is, I wonder if he knows that a lot of information he says online is not verifiable, but a lot of people has pointed out that he could be a disinfo agent. I'm not sure what actually made him.
Are you talking to me right now, man?
Yeah, man.
It's like really fucking that shit hits. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? I don't understand what that dude's doing at all. I don't want to.
Let's just put it this way. He's claimed that he has nano blood. He claims he has nanotechnology in his blood that makes him more intelligent than a normal human. So he thinks he's some kind of X-Men. So something's wrong with that dude.
What? A shadow. He's like a creeper from Minecraft, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's a strange weapon of mass distortion, or what does he say? Instruction, stupid shit. He calls it.
I don't want to do the same to him though. So like, you know, shout out to that guy. May he be well, and may God show him the
But
light.
you know who will have him on is other weird psyop agents like Andrea Zertis and stuff, and they just pretend like they just swallow everything he says. Pretty strange stuff. So I'm not sure what's going
I
on.
haven't dug into this guy. It's like that's too much for me to dive into that guy. I've seen some of his videos, but I don't know. Like I have not looked. So that happens with my own. I mean, it was literally how I see my own videos.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's an actual vampire. Yeah, that's wild. But yeah, people are wild. People are insane. But yeah, let's put this thing up. Put the video on the back.
Oh, let's go, please.
Yeah, we're only gonna be here for like an hour or more. We'll drop the link for you guys, and we'll chop it up with you guys. I mean, it is what it is. Stick around, and you'll go far, kid. Blessings.
Blessings.
Get some.
Actually, let me skip to this guy. This guy's interesting dude with red hair and a cowboy hat. But let me move to where he starts presenting Kurzweil.
In 1999, I was asked to make a prediction of when would we see AGI, artificial general intelligence. And so I figured that this chart would continue, which it has. And I figured we'd need about 1 trillion calculations per second to do AGI. So I estimated 2029. That was met with a lot of skepticism. Stanford had actually been monitoring my.
So I'll tell you why this chart there is problematic to say the least, right? He's anticipating that years of progress will just happen, right? And the belief of progress is really the belief that tomorrow will be better than today. You know, progress itself is a myth, right? So you can't logically say that everything's going to work out tomorrow the same way it's working out today. And then there's a whole problem with innovation and how new and innovative technologies affect the civilization as a whole. See, in a complex dynamic system, you can't always predict the changes that will occur in advance, right? And since we live in a complex dynamic system, large-scale innovations in technology are going to offset the social current in a hugely unpredictable way. Right. So for him to say, like, there's not so many looming, like, existential crises, you know, that are based on, definitely based on the world technological system, right? Like, there could be a computer virus, there could be tons of different events, there could be a nuclear war, there could be so many different types of catastrophes that could happen, right? That may cause a slowdown in world events that causes progress to halt or cease, right? So he's anticipating that this progress will happen, but, you know, there's no telling, like, obviously, you know, he's predicted certain changes that will happen, but I mean, on the whole, he's giving a cumulative change, and that is not predictable, right? It's not predictable.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, not by any means on an individual basis, but they'll pretend like all day it could be. But yes.
Predictions. They called an international conference to talk about my prediction.
So we talked about that. Like, why? How did he get access to an international conference to talk about a single prediction that he made? I don't know. It's just really weird. Like, how did he have this?
Is this
clout?
a TED Talk?
It is. Yeah, last 6 decades of AI TED Talk. Yeah.
When was this?
It doesn't say on the bottom there, but yeah.
He definitely looks a bit younger.
Yeah.
Hundreds of AI scientists came from around the world, and they agreed that it would happen. We would achieve AGI, but not within 30 years. The estimate was 100 years. And I've talked actually to some of the people who were there who said 100 years then, and they're basically agreeing it's going to happen very soon. Musk says it's going to happen in 2 years. It's not an unreasonable position. Other people saying 3 or 4 years. I'm sticking with 5 years, but it could happen soon. But it's
so he name drops Musk.
Yeah,
right?
Musk. Yeah. I was about to,
now counting him as some type of futurist predictor of events. Right. Well, he cited him as a
Right.
specialist, saying in 2 years we'll have
Right.
artificial general intelligence, which means that the AI is going to be able to think and construct its own thoughts. It won't just be a program language model, right? It'll actually give responses, right? In terms of it'll be a thinking machine and so on and so forth. So they're saying that. So he's saying in 2 years they're just going to go ahead and achieve that.
And the fact that he cited Elon Musk there, he's kind of in bed with him in his ideology at this point. It's like,
yeah, but I mean, we don't know what correlates consciousness at all. Yet we're gonna go ahead and evaluate whether this machine possesses consciousness or not. I mean, it's really strange estimation, right?
And to call it artificial versus real, and we not even have a definitive meaning about what that means, and then say, well, not only is it consciousness, but it's artificial consciousness. But what the fuck is that? I mean, most people don't know what the consciousness of a squirrel or a snail is, or a bear, you know?
Right. And actually, there's been many philosophers in history that have actually said that since human beings possess a rational mind, that they are the only conscious beings on the planet. That animals are like automata, right? They are not, alive in the sense that we think. There's even Christian philosophers who have said that animals don't have a soul. They're just like robots and so on and so forth. Descartes said this, for example. So it's really strange type of rhetoric when you start getting into rationalism, right? How they say that thinking and being are one, and all this stuff, and he reduces reality to the rational interpretations. Right?
I do want to shout out Berserk King Bear and OTW is in here earlier. Shout out to y'all. You're welcome to join here in a bit.
Yeah, thank you for watching. Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Like, as for whether animals have a soul or not, I mean, Shiloh came to me just like Timber, my last dog, came to me. The same kind of dog. I can go look in. It was offered, thrown in, brought to me. That's the spirit that travels. So, there's some consciousness to dogs, and there's these cats and cat. I mean, dogs are pretty simple. Cats are like, whoa.
Yeah. And in terms of what Telescope is saying, yeah, that's right, the Turing test, right? But the machine has already passed the Turing test, right? Because Turing had said that to ask, can a machine think, is problematic. What you should actually be asking is, can it convince a human, that it is, talking to another human, right? When a barrier is placed between them and a human being is talking to an operator, right? And he's talking to a human operator, and then you replace that human operator with a machine, and they don't know the difference, right? So it's just to convince the human, right, that the machine is indistinguishable from a thinking person, right? So this is what actually Turing proposed, right? And obviously it's already passed that test, right?
Everybody agrees now.
Yeah, I mean,
AGI is
one of the things that I was going to ask. I might be a little delayed here.
Yeah. Oh, it's weird. He said
I certainly am. I'm always later. I was going to ask about the Turing test and Ray Kurzweil, and he has nothing to do with that. Correct. Like Kurzweil, the Turing test was some other guy. I'm totally, somebody else said this, not Ray Kurzweil.
Yeah, but it's applicable to artificial general intelligence. The thing that he's claiming will be achieved in 2 years' time. In 2029, he says we'll achieve AGI. Then I think he says 2036 will be the singularity, which he is saying included within the singularity is a merger of man and machine, right? Which he's proposed in the video that we're watching with Tony Robbins. He said that.
He said you won't be able to tell the difference between your thoughts and the AI mind inside your head that you implant. Like, what?
Yeah, he said we're going to put the AI inside of you. Is what he said.
Right. Yeah. It was a different spell, but it was like it's something you don't want to repeat. It's like it was dude. Oh my god. All right, let's wrap this one up and get to the Kurzweil and part 2
Yeah,
of
there's
that
a little
one.
bit.
Tony
There's a
Robbins.
little bit of this.
That's important too.
So they get to the robots and Musk, and then when he starts talking again. So there's like 4 more minutes of this. Let's see.
He's now AGIs very soon.
One of the things that ties the technocratic elite together and similarity is the fact that they are pretty much a godless.
So there it is, right? Artificial General Intelligence, AGI. It says that is an AI system that can do all the cognitive tasks a human can do and more. So obviously a language model is not able to do that, right? So they're saying that this will have general intelligence in terms of, general intelligence is not the same as consciousness. So that's not to be confused with consciousness, right? The term consciousness in the philosophy of mind, as I pointed out earlier, right? So general intelligence is something totally different, right?
Bunch who have rejected Christianity and the God of the Bible and have set themselves up as some sort of God, and the system that they're building as some sort of God, and replacing creation by God, divine creationism, with their creationism. And one of the people I've covered over the years a fair bit is Ray Kurzweil. And he has made predictions which have been pretty accurate, many of them for a long time. He's a transhumanist, believes about the merging of man with machine, and that's another thing that the technocratic elite have pretty much got in common. And they don't want to die. They're seeking immortality through their own means. Well, Ray Kurzweil in 2026 is standing by his 1999 prediction that he made, that's artificial general intelligence would occur by 2029, and he's sticking by that, and that singularity will occur by 2045, and that there will be a merger of human and AI intelligence. So he reaffirms his prediction of artificial general intelligence by 2029 and the singularity by 2045, where humans will merge with AI to become 1,000 times smarter. Key discussions in this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a panpsychist, right? It doesn't really matter for the discussion, but I don't think that consciousness is reducible to some type of physical substrate, right?
Well, right, but you will own nothing and you will be happy, and you'll pay a subscription fee to whatever philosophy you want.
Oh yeah,
delivered to your mind directly.
Yeah, I think on the whole, philosophies kind of been done away with, right? When they're just going on and just saying, well, this computer could just have general intelligence, they're skipping over a lot of philosophical ideas, right? To then just conjure up, but yeah, anyways, this whole thing with that, they're saying humans will merge with AI to become 1,000 times smarter, right? And then reaching longevity escape velocity by 2032. The emergence of
longevity escape velocity. It's just a fucking great phrase. His basic berserking reminded me of the guy, Klaus Schwab. You will eat the bugs and you like it. You will own nothing and be happy is like his other poem that he wrote. I mean, these are poems that this guy's writing.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, so
and it's like you won't even ultimately you won't even own your own philosophy or the history of the philosophy.
Yeah, but see, with Computronium, you don't need to own anything because they can literally do molecular engineering and convert matter into any substance they want. So it's kind of like the replicator from Star Trek, right? Where you just ask it to, you just plug in what type of food you want, and it creates.
That's what they want, but it's never going to happen that way.
Yeah, he claims that they're going to invent Computronium. So Computronium is this thing where you can engineer matter to be whatever you want. Anyways, but yeah.
One interview he did recently include reaching longevity, escape velocity by 2032, the emergence of Computronium, and the transition.
Our teacher, right, our mentor in philosophy, Dr. Skrbina, he was a Spinozist, right? He's a Spinozist pantheist. So he made very compelling arguments for panpsychism that I still kind of uphold. Yeah, blessings, Telescope.
To a world where biological and digital intelligence are indistinguishable. In 1999, Kurzweil theorized that artificial general intelligence would be achieved once humanity could achieve a technology capable of 1 trillion calculations per second, which he pegged to occur in 2029. Kurzweil also believes that humans will achieve 1 million-fold intelligence by 2045, and aided by brain interfaces formed with nanobots non-invasively inserted into our capillaries. We're going to be a combination of our natural intelligence and our cybernetic intelligence, Kurzweil said in an interview with The Guardian, and it's all going to be rolled into one. We're going to expand intelligence 1 million-fold by 2045, and it's going to deepen our awareness and consciousness. So that's Ray
He
Kurzweil.
said a quadrillion. This is why he was saying a quadrillion fold with Tony Robbins. Remember that it was a quadrillion, I think he said. One of them said a quadrillion.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he
A
said
fucking
quadrillion,
dude.
So I mean, I think it's ultimately arbitrary, right? 1 million calculations per second, or all these high speeds, right? Like, just because you could do things faster doesn't mean you're doing better shit. I don't know.
Yeah, dude, that's a fact. And shout out to Namaste. I saw you earlier in the chat. It's like, dude, that's why the breath is important. It's like not rushing into things. And the longer you spend on Earth, the more you realize it ought to. The more time you ought to just like.
Oh yeah.
What does it mean? What does that mean? That a quadrillion estimations? It's not breathing air. It's not even in the same tuning. It's like a different. It's like whoa.
Yeah, patience comes from God and haste comes from Satan. This is the real thing. But yeah, people don't think.
A lot more that could be said about him and how he stays alive now, and how he's building technology to try and have put your brain into a computer and things like that if someone does die, though that's plan B, because he's trying to work on humans never dying. So that's Ray Kurzweil, but he is by far and away not alone in the transhumanist movement and the goals that they have. Technology is advancing so rapidly, and we're always now hearing about AI and the advancing of robots. And we are all, I'm sure, well aware of the massive data centers that are being built all over the world, particularly in the US, but also in many other.
Now, let me say this before this, right? Because there are a series of complexes. Now, I won't read from Promise and Peril because we only have a short amount of time here, so I'll just do that some other time if we get a chance. I read the entire piece on my channel, but yeah, the thing is that he talks about how we moved from NBC, or nuclear, biological, and chemical technologies, right, to to GNR, right? GNR is genetics, nanomachines, and robotics, right? So these are the three things that propped up by the artificial intelligence, right, which they claim will have general intelligence, and they may pull this thing off like an alien hoax, right, where the AI is kind of like an alien thing that popped up. They don't know if it's really intelligent or not, and they don't know if it's like from the, they could do all types of stuff.
Yeah, no,
right?
the way you just laid that out, I'm gonna need that repeated at least 2 more times. There's 2 anagrams there, back to back, like not right now, but like over time, over like 1 to 3 weeks. Like you can repeat it now, but that, like, it starts with the dude. Yes.
Yeah.
This is what I realized earlier. I was watching this dentist like talking about like the language of like, how they're changing the language for dentistry to be more holistic, but it's really like more culturally appropriate too. And whereas holistic medicine is actually the solution to these pharmaceutical poisons, but they're going to poison the language itself as in the holistic fashion and make that look bad. To make that the argument against is crazy.
Yeah.
Satan's like thinking way too deep on how to manipulate people.
Yeah, and this is a new thing that he's going to talk about where Elon Musk, is proposing that we basically create data centers in space. So he's invested a bunch of money in moving the data centers to space because a lot of people have problems with them being on Earth. So the whole thing about sort of building Skynet, right, is sort of a real proposal at this point, right? So they're building a global web in space, so on and so forth. So here's the information about that.
Countries, and that we are being basically pushed into a global surveillance state. And at the same time as that, we are now being bombarded with stuff to do with aliens and disclosure and UFOs and getting people focused on all of these things. And one of the people that is, of course, at the forefront of so many of the technology advances is Elon Musk, another advocate for transhumanism.
Kind of wanted to connect some of the dots on how this all feeds into making life multiplanetary, starting to climb up the Kardashev scale, maybe show off some cool new AI stat stuff. It's kind of start galaxy sized.
Many people believe that an alien deception will somehow play a big role in the strong delusion spoken of in the Bible and in.
All right, that's all I wanted to play of that. Let me move to the Tony Robbins thing. Tony Robbins and Kurzweil, because that's all I really watched of that.
We could obviously do that all night. We could do that forever. And the perspective there's like fucking amazing. And telescopes in here, and I'd love to hear his weight on that and Berserker and this and that. However, it's like Tony Robbins' angle is where it's like accelerationism is already, it's proof that accelerationism is already underway. Like, hey, here's this the one Hollywood big shot, this other big shot. No, not Hollywood big shots, but they're both like major proponents of like the new thing, and they're both joining teams out of nowhere to like tell you to stick AI inside. Like, how tough? Just normalizing AI inside of the body. It's crazy. And we'll drop the link here in like a moment, but
yeah. All right, so so I'm gonna put this on a speed thing. So give me a second. Let me pull this up for people.
And we started this last week.
Yeah, this is a continuation of last week's show. So what I laid down here, you could just add to the list of shit that I've covered on this. I've obviously covered this shit for hours and hours and hours on the machine lights, but yeah, here it is.
Usually starts with something medical, and then a new generation doesn't think any differently about it, right? New generation, it seems like the way to do it. Why wouldn't I do it? Is that part of how technology gets integrated into a culture?
I mean, if you look at young people, they're very used to it. They're kind of used to the fact that the educational institution doesn't do this, so they kind of dismiss that, but they're doing it anyway
on their own. So you're really, when I talk to people now, I tell them the next 3 to 10 years will see more change than any time in the history of humanity. Absolutely. But I said, but honestly, it's more like 36-month countdown, because in the next 36 months we should have AGI. I was with the vice chairman of IBM, Gary Cohn, and I was saying, are we winning the AI race versus China? I said, I'm a little worried that there's no safety being focused on.
So Tony Robbins is obviously well studied and versed in this. Like,
yeah, by the way, all this stuff about that they're gonna build this thing as to increase human intelligence. They're building it as a spy program for the military. Like, how stupid can you be? Like, literally, it's the military that's working on it because it's part of an arms race. So, I mean, this is stupefying that he thinks like this is gonna be used on a commercial level to improve human intelligence and bring about cyber communism. Right, as Kurzweil is claiming, right? That's really fantastical, right? So the bold claims they're making are extremely dangerous.
Which is that we don't do it China well. And he said, Tony, that's not the biggest worry. He said, the biggest worry, he said, who's going to win quantum? He said, because whoever wins quantum can basically disable the military of the opposite group. And when I asked him, when are we going to have quantum? He said, in 36 months or less.
I'm not
you agree with
confident in quantum.
You're not coming to tell me about that.
If you listen to...
So this is pretty interesting. Kurzweil is saying that quantum computing, that he's not confident in quantum computing, and the advance is going in that direction. So that's fascinating.
The idea of quantum is that you can factor large numbers. If you can do that, you could break every cryptocurrency code that's going. But they've never, ever done that.
Yes.
10 years ago, they were saying, okay, we're about to do this, but it never happened. And today it doesn't happen. And they make all kinds of progress reports, which people don't understand. And in fact, it's hard to understand because it doesn't really make any sense. And they're not, the output of quantum computing is filled with errors, and they can't get rid of the errors.
He's dropping it all in the background right here, right now. He ran it in the slide with the cryptocurrencies, and cryptocurrencies are running cryptic transactions on servers you agree to allow them to use. You know, and it's like it takes a lot of computing power, and you don't know what's happening, but they gave you money for it. It's like they've already run these models on the cryptocurrency servers to figure out what it would take to manage networks of people to pay them to stay hijacked into the internet. Or maybe that's not what they saw. But it's like, it seems to be another level that we're unfolding into.
Yeah.
I'm not confident of quantum computing, and I don't think it's going to work.
That's fascinating. That's really interesting. You're coming from you because you're usually the predictor of things. But with AGI, would it be able to help you resolve quantum or superintelligence?
No, but it's providing us fantastic capability without quantum computing.
I understand. Yeah, I understand.
We will be able to do AGI without quantum computing.
Yes.
There's no quantum computing used in that estimate.
Yes, I get that.
And it's going to keep going. So you don't really need quantum computing.
But if you're talking to the average person right now and you're saying the world's going to change in the next 36 months to 10 years, but really the next 36 months is going to have a huge amount of change between AI, getting to AGI, getting to robotics, and it's going to keep going.
And AGI is already pretty fantastic. No human being could compete with that.
Yes.
But then it's going to go the kinds of things that human beings can't do. But we're in charge of it. It's basically utilizing our ability to symbolize knowledge. And we've actually figured that out. And so that we can actually write it down, go through all of knowledge. I mean, if you go through Gemini, it's got it knows everything already.
This is pretty wild. Where do you see job displacement? Recently there's been a lot of talk about.
You say to symbolize knowledge?
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely estimating its abilities. He's claiming that Gemini already knows everything. Like, you know what I mean, right? So this is a dude that's kind of foolhardy, and his confidence in the machine in the first place, probably too much to let us know where it's headed.
Thousand jobs in the last 2 years have disappeared. A lot's been blamed on AI. Some people say it's not really AI. Of course, it's going to create new jobs, but the big difference, obviously, is how fast this will happen. What do you do in that 3 to 10 year period when there's so much disruption so fast? Long term, it's pretty obvious it'll be very good. What do you think we do as a society to deal with that?
I got to admit, a threat hunter is very well.
And the ability to advertise.
Threat hunter. Yeah, and it says built by hackers for you. That's what it says here. Interesting.
Built by hackers for you.
Yeah, I know. Like, I feel pretty weird.
I mean, what was the mafia? But people who rob people who said, "Hey, we won't rob you anymore if you take our people."
Yeah, join the mob and you won't get robbed. Yeah, exactly.
What happened with AI is it's going to create tremendous wealth, and society is going to become much, much more wealthy. And I've got a chart that shows actually this has already happened.
Yeah, we'll put that on the screen for people.
If you look at the average amount of income that one person has, this is an average.
Yes.
So everybody benefits from this. Is multiplied by 10 in constant dollars.
Right, you're dealing with inflation. It's still constant. All that.
Yeah. Has multiplied by 10 over the last 100 years. So that's what's happened from automation in general.
Yes.
AI is going to bring tremendous amount of automation, so it's going to keep going. So there's going to be a lot of wealth. If you consider at a lot of time, if you lost your job, you had nothing to provide. It wasn't just a matter of losing your purpose. You were not able to live.
Feed your family.
You could not buy.
So let me get this straight. So the artificial intelligence automation is gonna create wealth, but it's gonna get rid of jobs. So you see how he's saying that. So where's all the wealth gonna go to? Right? Most likely the corporations that now do not need motherfucking employees. I mean, get fucking real, dude. Like he thinks this is some kind of dream utopia that's coming up. Wild.
But even then, it's never going to work out how they think it will at any point because they've never had to like do the physical labor, and there's always some wrench that gets thrown in.
Right. So just pay attention to that. He said that we won't have jobs, but it'll create wealth. Wealth for who? Right. I mean,
food, you couldn't have a housing, you had nothing. You would be desperate. You probably wouldn't live.
Yep.
The first time we got government involved was with Social Security in 1930. So that's like 100 years ago. Before that, things were horrible.
Yeah.
Now we actually have tremendous amount of wealth. And despite disagreements on how to use that, the society is going to be wealthier, and we're going to be able to provide purpose, and people are going to be able to be much more creative and
we are going to be able to provide purpose. Who is we that provides purpose to the people? Who?
And yeah, I mean, since this is a military part of a military project, I'm not sure that the general public is going to immediately benefit from these new advances, right? So there'd be a huge interim period, you know, and this is a lot of stuff that Ellul talks about too in the technological society, that the transhumanists promised this great world, but like, what about the period until it arrives? What's that going to look like? What sacrifices will be made in that interim period, right? In the transition to utopia, I mean, looks like there's going to be a military war that's going on based on an arms race that's going to create this general intelligence as a weapon, and then somehow the general public is going to eventually benefit from this. You know, this is literally the actual thing.
Right. After you watch what's happened the whole time anyhow, as we go from like, they had 8-track players in the 70s, and then cassettes, and then CDs and DVDs, and then MP3s, and accelerationism's already started.
And if you ask people, okay, would you like to go back? The answer will be no, because they're constantly using it and being creative with it, which they otherwise couldn't do.
So do you see that wealth being distributed by way of
I mean, we wouldn't be able to have this discussion without it.
Yeah, but
but we don't have to have it physically implanted in our bodies. That's what.
But here's what he's saying. He's saying that you'll appreciate the benefits once you achieve assimilation into the AI system, right? That basically you won't be able to go out of that, right? Like it's like once you're in, there's no going out. All right. So this is the thing. Like once you've given up your soul, there's no coming back. All right. It's just like
your job is there every day. You wake up, do the same task. You take the taxi that drives you to the corporate job that you don't understand what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, look at the car, look at the cell phone. We're not giving those things up. All right. Like they're here to stay. Like that's the point he's making, is that once we accept the technology into our plane of existence, we start relying on it. We don't go back to not relying on it. Most people don't. Right. Once you start watching TV,
I mean, even just a mechanical car, a vehicle, and then you go about how they get faster and faster. I mean, you get a more reliable, faster car. I remember for 1 year, I drove the self-driving car. I rented it. It was, or not a year, it was like a few months, 3 months or something, but the convoy. It's like, I was renting it because I didn't own a car, so I rented this one. And whatever it was like $500 a week or something, but it had the lane assist. It was the most basic vehicle. But it would follow behind the next vehicle in traffic a certain distance, and I could be on my phone texting the whole fucking time. It was pretty bad as far as that goes, but like it was well enough to be like, hey, Like that's crazy amount of like the vehicle is actually like helping you stay in the lane and follow the traffic, and you can just be totally lost in your phone instead. Like that's what it led me to. And then just after like a few months of that, going back to an original vehicle where it didn't have the backup camera, didn't have all that, didn't have the beep as you were about to back into something. There was no warning to beep at you. You know, it took a lot to learn it all again, just after a few months.
Right.
Tax distribution,
I
tax
think
on
we will have
robots.
UBI.
Pardon me?
I think we will have UBI. And that's just a way of providing a basis, and people can actually live on that.
And then they go find something creative to do that hopefully they earn as well for additional aspects of their life. But the foundation is taken care of. It's that idea.
Yeah, and we're kind of doing that. It's not a very elegant way, but I talk.
So he's saying that no matter what, you know, and it's literally a non sequitur, right? Because we have AI and we'll have UBI. Like, what? Like, in what fucking fantasy world?
Right. And Tony Robbins he had this life coach who's taught people how to like build up their lives as all of a sudden for universal basic income, like off the bat. Like, why?
Yeah, like, just techno.
Just like and like as if like, but the way he's listening to Ray